just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of Now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE.
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से
की मास्टर 닥치막으로
भी करूँगा क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके स्टार्ट कर सके 그 जवाब
주간 선수 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 거를 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
What is up, trainers? This is the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series APAC West May qualifiers. You're here with us to start off the show. My name is Husskkiee, and once more is Flava. It feels weird because it's the first time I call you by your full IGN.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was just going to be Flava. But anyways, it's truly an honor to actually be here back again at the desk together with Husskkiee, doing some amazing commentaries on the current Pokémon UNITE Championship Series, where we're covering the Asia Pacific East for the month of May.
East? It's West.
West. My bad.
We live in the West.
My bad.
Well,
We're sitting in the West.
I'll give him tuition on geography in a little bit. Don't worry. I brought my textbooks.
Man, I'm
today.
becoming a JJ right now. Very unfortunate.
Shout out to our friends over doing the East qualifiers. That one's also happening on a separate live stream. So if you guys are interested in that, you can also tune in. But without further ado, we're gonna jump through all the formalities that we have for today. As always, to kick off the qualifiers, it's the second month.
Yep, it's the second month here, and of course, at the end of the day, we'll be having 3 teams. We'll be moving forward to the next segment of things. It is so for those who do not know, this is actually the second qualifiers that we have for the APAC West. So basically, we have a total of 8 teams from APAC West that will be representing and moving forward to the next round itself. And of course, we have a final qualifiers, which is happening in the month of June. We have 2 teams moving forward next, and it's definitely going to be something exciting for everyone who's tuning into Pokémon UNITE.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at the teams, or how many teams will make it through from each region. So we have a total of 31 teams across all the regions that we have. For Japan, we have 4 teams, Korea 2 teams. For Asia Pacific, East and West respectively, we will send 3 teams each. And this will all be determined in June when we finish our last chance qualifiers. But for now, all you guys need to know is that these are the allocated slots for each regions. 3 teams for Asia Pacific West. We have a big talent pool. We've already saw some of the best make it through last month. And this month, we're looking for 3 more to make it to the last chance qualifier at least.
And hopefully they're able to actually get the slots real quick, because on the last month itself, compared to 3 teams, when you have 2 slots right there, you don't want to miss out on this one because it's going to be big.
Oh, it is definitely.
It is definitely going to be big. Yeah, and of course, we've already had our first few teams who are making it in the April qualifiers already, so congratulations to them. And today we bear witness to 8 teams who's going to go up against one another, and only 3 will move forward to the next round, and only 1 will become the champion for today's qualifiers.
Yeah, and most importantly is that these teams they did play yesterday, so we're kind of filter out the strongest teams that we have to watch them perform today. But if you guys don't know yet, for WCS, this is how the journey will eventually end up. We have the April tournaments, we have the May tournament, and we have the June last chance qualifiers. And the teams that make it through will go to the Pokémon UNITE regional playoffs, where the top 3 teams from the regional playoffs will qualify for WCS, which will be happening in Yokohama.
Yep, that is going to be interesting enough. And for those who don't know, Yokohama is going to be in Japan. And of course, with this team, the regional playoffs is definitely something not to be missed out. And today we're looking at the format that we have here. Looking at the bottom left, we have the April tournament, where we've already identified the top 3 teams moving forward. And today we're currently here at the bottom middle part on the May tournament, where the top 3 teams from today will be moving forward to the regional playoffs. And of course, next month, you're going to be tuning back again together with us and together with Danelie, where we're going to be doing commentaries on the June last chance qualifier, where the top 2 teams move forward to the regional playoffs. And of course, shout out to our first team. Please, we have Team Lucario from the previous month itself.
Yeah, and no Lucario, and this is an official update, right, from our April qualifiers, and unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, no Lucario will have to forfeit a slot for after even winning. But some of the players right now, they are in separate teams. We will keep everyone updated. But for now, no Lucario will have to concede their slot in the regional playoffs away, which means that we will be looking for 3 teams in the June last chance qualifiers instead of 2. So that's the minor update that we have for APAC West. But aside from that, everything else is going to be the same. Now, just to get everyone on the same page, we need to walk you guys through the tournament rules so that no one gets confused. It's a simple double elimination format. You know, you first to win 2 games, the best of 3. We have the top 8 teams playing today, and if you lose both your upper and lower bracket series, you are out of the qualifiers, and the top 3 teams of today will qualify for the Pokémon UNITE regional playoffs.
Yep, that's true. And of course, for those who don't know, we've already played some of the matches in the upper bracket of this double elimination bracket here for the race format itself. So we're going to be looking at some of the matches in the lower bracket, and then later moving on to the upper bracket. And later on in the evening, we'll be witnessing the grand finals between the winner of the winners bracket versus the winner of the losers bracket itself. And by then, we'll get to know who's going to be the winner champion here for the May qualifiers and which 3 teams will be representing APAC West for the month of May. Exciting times, most definitely.
Yeah, they're super exciting. I mean, we have gone through. Well, we had some patches leading up to this, and most importantly is that we have Pokemons that we will see, new Pokemons that we didn't get to see last time, be available this time. This is the general rule. We have a 10-minute match time as always in a 5v5 tournament mode. We'll be playing in the Thea Sky Runes in a draft pick format. No use or level limit for hell items, but no Pokemon boost emblems are allowed to be used. Zacian is banned, but we get to see Lapras.
Yep, we get to see Lapras, the new added Pokemon in the recent patch itself. I would say the 2 patches ago, but unfortunately during in that particular patch, Lapras was not allowed to be played in the competition itself. But this time, after having the current patch itself, we're going to be seeing Lapras being played in the competition. Curious to see whether are people going to be playing them or are people not going to be playing them. I would assume that they will because it's quite a really good Pokemon.
Yeah,
one of really good
times.
ones when it comes to early release.
And it also allows us to rate on broadcast live who is the best driver, who is the best taxi driver.
So it's like
It's the Lapras Unite move. That is going to be very interesting. But this is how the draft pick format is going to work. For the teams, for first pick, they will pick their first Pokemon first, and then the second team will get to pick 2, and then we alternate all the way until the very end, where the teams are given a minute for their preparation phase. And both teams also get to ban out a Pokemon before we head into the draft, so that they can strategize around what their opponents are good at.
Yep, and I'm pretty sure that the draft and picks on this particular part of the competition is going to be very, very interesting because I believe that the recent patches already happened for the past few days, and people have already had a look, first-hand look into how other people are playing it. They've already done enough research on their opponents, and they definitely know what's coming and what to ban and what to pick against them as well. And of course, this is going to be the prize money for the May tournament. Here for the first place, they'll be bringing back home $7,500 and in second place $3,750 and in third $3,000, followed by in fourth $1,500, and in fifth place they're going back with $750. Yeah,
most importantly is to get into top 3, right? Everyone gets a piece of the pie. Is how big of a piece you are going to walk home with. And even if the team doesn't end up winning the entire main tournament, you just have to be in top 3 to be one step closer to Yokohama. And that is a big leap as well, because even though you get to play in the next qualifiers, if you don't make it this time, but you don't want to go through that hardship, right? You want to be the first.
You want to be there.
You want to be the first few to get into the VIP club.
Like, why go through all the struggle when you just get there real quick, all right? And of course, we're going to be having a look at the tournament bracket. And as you can see, we've already run through some of the matches in the upper bracket first round and the semi-finals, including the lower bracket first round as well. So today, we're going to be looking at the lower bracket second round, the lower bracket semi-finals, the upper bracket finals, the lower bracket finals, and of course, last but not least, we have the grand finals. And we have an extra grand final reset, assuming if the lower bracket final team were to actually win that grand final match.
Yeah, and just to give more context, if a team from the lower bracket wins the first best of 3 in the grand finals, we will have a grand finals reset. And this is kind of the second life for the team that proceeded into the grand finals from the upper bracket. The bracket reset is a format that I absolutely adore, because it not only rewards the team that has been performing well so far, but it also gives them a second chance to adapt. And we have seen teams from other regions win a grand finals bracket reset. We didn't get to see that last month, but I hope to see it this month.
Yep, it can happen as well. It is going to be quite a crawl, but it is still possible, as what Husskkiee has mentioned. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special video to show you right here, sharing about the current event that is ongoing here in Pokemon UNITE. Let's have a look.
And there you have it, all you EV lovers out there, Evolution lovers, all the trainers that love their assortment of EVs. Well, Umbreon and Leafeon are finally joining the fray down the road. I believe you guys have seen it somewhere on the internet that Umbreon has already been announced in the game client as well. I think in 4 days, they're going to be making a debut as we proceed with our year. And for Umbreon, he or she will be joining May 25th. For Leafeon, well, it's coming on June 8th.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting times right here. And of course, we've long awaited. We knew this was coming. The evolution is not complete without having these two evolutions coming into play right here. So for those who are big fans of Umbreon, don't worry. The next few days, you're going to be enjoying them on May of 25th. And of course, Leafeon fans out there, June 8th is the date to know right here because you get to play them all you want in your pub games as well as in your rank games as well. Leafeon is coming to Pokemon Unite. And of course, we have yet another announcement coming in, Husskkiee.
Yeah. And this one is for the challenge days. If you guys have tuned into our May qualifiers, you probably have heard of this before. Well, we have it this time as well. It's going to be happening on June 17th. So essentially, how this works is that you get to form a team or enter alone, up to 3 people. In our challenge days on that date, we'll be playing in the Swiss style format. All matches will be best of 1. You get to play up to 4 rounds, and it's held in each supported language, where both English and Japanese. If you check in the AM session, then we will have both languages at the same time. But if you check in the PM session, then you can get to choose whether you want to go for the Japanese language only or the English language only. And remember, all these timings that you see on screen are based on Japan Standard Time, JST. So do remember to keep that in mind.
Yeah, of course. Be sure to pay attention to the timings and stuff. You don't want to get that mixed up or not. You'll be missing out on things. And of course, this is a great event right here. The Pokemon Unite Challenge Day also encourages people who do not have a team to actually join in together, get to know more people to actually play Pokemon Unite together. Be like Husskkiee. If you not get friends like him, you can actually join in this competition here. I think the same goes to me as well. I wouldn't want to throw him under the bus. I'll throw myself in there as well. Yeah, you can definitely enjoy Pokemon Unite in various ways. Rather than playing alone, why not get some friends together? Or if you don't have one, we can actually get paired up with some as well.
Yeah, I mean, you see, we when Umbreon and Leafeon finally joins the fray, we'll have 5 evolutions in the game.
Yes.
And the EVs have more friends than I do in real life. So I think the challenge day is a good platform for me to socialize, find more friends that think alike, that like to play Cinderace with Floatstone, and perhaps we can achieve great heights together.
I can sense great anger coming up from this side of the desk. Yeah, but anyways, yes, that is a great way to play it. I'm very sure there will be instances where we get to see 5 evolutions being played out on the same team itself. Wow, that's amazing. Now, let's talk a little bit about what match we're going to be witnessing right after this. We're going to be watching the match in the lower bracket style, featuring these 2 amazing teams. On the purple side, we have Team Rex, Regum, Kion, or better known in abbreviation as RRQ, versus with their opponent, Team Konliao.
Yeah, and for RRQ, if you guys are not familiar with who these players are, they are formerly known as Team Rise from the region of Indonesia. They did play in ACL, recently finished 4th place. They came into the APAC qualifiers and missed out the top 3 just by a little bit, so this is the second chance to redeem themselves against Konliao, who I've heard have been tearing up a storm up to the upper bracket. That's why they are here against RRQ. But for Rex, Dragon, Kion, these guys, they don't need much introduction, and they are no strangers to a lower bracket run.
Yep, that's for sure. And Rex, Dragon, Kion, since they didn't make it last time, they're definitely here trying to see if they can actually make it to the next round itself. This time about with hopes that they can get into the top 3 in the competition. So let's have a look at Team Rex, Dragon, Kion.
Very interesting team to kind of look at. So much data, and recently they have been on the Lapras hype train, in fact, right? Available for this tournament. We also have Zoroark, who has finally shot up in the pick rate as well, both sitting at 75%, and I love this a lot. Last month we didn't get to see Blastoise. He was sidelined a little bit, so we saw a lot more Trevenant, a lot of Slowbro, but this time he's also picked 50% of the time for RRQ.
Well, that's quite a number of picks happening for Team RRQ right here. And as mentioned just now, they are back and they definitely want to show that they deserve that slog into the regionals here. Now, looking at the numbers here, of course, we see Lapras and Zoroark, these 2 Pokemons. Lapras, when he came in, it was a really good entry into Pokemon Unite, but unfortunately, it got nerfed slightly for the purpose of this competition. And of course, Zoroark had a really good buff together with having his own Isabel, because he has a really good, if I'm not mistaken, he actually has his own skin, right, for himself?
Oh yeah, he does. He does the holoware.
Yeah, the holoware,
Flava.
yeah.
This is a holoware. I am very close to getting it. Okay, I love it.
Very close.
It looks really good. I'm trying. Okay, I'm trying my very best. So when Zora got buff, I was really excited. So I decided to play Zora. I bought him and I played him. The first game I played him, guess who I ran into in game?
Who?
I ran into Husskkiee.
Oh no!
And I beat him. I mean, my team
Oh.
beat him. I got carried.
Ah, you got carried.
But it was a win, okay? It
It
was
was a win.
That was all. He also was playing Zora, and he beat me, all kinds of colors.
Ah, okay.
Anyways, let's talk about Gon Liao, who is might take a beating from RRQ. I think a lot of fans are expecting that. Jokes aside, this is what Gon Liao has. If you guys are wondering, well, which Pokemon is missing? That's Chandelure. We will have that sorted out in a bit. But big fans of Clefable, big fans of Delphox, and I see my boy Sableye. People were clowning on me when Sableye got nerfed. They're like, oh, he deserves to get nerfed. But let me tell you, Sableye is my favorite baby, okay?
Yep, I can see that in your rank games. I do see that you're quite a Sableye user as well. Really good win rates, by the way. Yeah, but coming and looking at this, I'm not surprised when I saw that 100% pick rate on that Glaceon right here. He got himself a really good buff. And the thing is, Glaceon, as one of the evolutions, is already a good Mon to begin with, and then you add on with more buffs, and Husskkiee must be smiling from left to right looking at this because he's a Glaceon man. I mean, and he's definitely enjoying the rank matches playing Glaceon the whole time.
He's been posting a lot of screenshots on social media. This guy was dealing 10 times the damage that you normally see. Glaceon, he's ice cold for sure. I am very excited to see Glaceon. I mean, we saw our fair share of Sylveon.
True.
Not Sylveon, sorry, Espeon and
yeah,
Glaceon. I think Sylveon is kind of like out of the meta at this point. But with Glaceon being put in such a strong spot, I wouldn't be surprised if the teams just prioritize this Pokemon. Though that was the fact last month, but Glaceon was never really banned. Do you think we're banning it this time?
Yep, I guess we're banning it this time. This is for the only the Zacian, right?
Oh, I mean, banning it in the draft.
Oh, the draft, yeah, the draft, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Wakey, Flava.
my bad. Okay, but anyways.
Yeah, but overall, I'm excited to see how RRQ is going to take on Gon Liao. I think I personally like a good underdog story. If anything, I want to see Gon Liao go all the way. But in this case, we can only pick one team, right? They're in the lower bracket, and it's a long run because you are not only required to win every series, but you also have to mentally prepare yourself in the event you reach the grand finals to play 2 best of 3s.
Yep, I agree on this. And of course, later on, we'll be asking each other on which team we will favor in. Either it's going to be Gon Liao or RQ. But before we proceed any further, we have a public service announcement to actually be made to each and every one who is currently tuning in, and also to everyone in the Pokemon UNITE community. Now, it has come to the attention of the event organizers that there may have been some discrepancies in the tiebreaker ranking calculation method for day 1 of the Swiss draw format of the May competition, which is currently going on right now. Now, the issue is currently being investigated, and we will reach out to the affected teams and players as soon as the investigation is complete. All right, and today's tournament will proceed based on yesterday's tiebreaker ranking calculation method. So those are the words from our event organizers here for the Pokemon UNITE May competition.
Yeah, hopefully it will be resolved very soon, and I hope that the teams affected will also be able to find a resolution to this. But with that aside, I'm pretty sure things will turn out just fine. We are going to focus back on what is most important coming right up next. RRQ against Gon Liao. I'm going to have a lot of fun saying that team name. Right up my alley.
They're not gone yet. They still have a lifeline here in the losers bracket. So we had this conversation before. You were just waiting to use that against them. Anyways, we're jumping into the draft right here. We're going to start things off, of course, with the banning phase. Curious to see what Pokemons they're going to be banning here from both sides. Of course, we have Team Gon Liao on the right side, or should I say the orange side. Of course, we have on the purple side, we have Team Rex, Regan, Keon. It's going to be Sableye!
You know what? Finally, it's not a perma Slowbro ban or a perma Blastoise ban. We get to see something new, Flava. You know how long I've been waiting for this? I've been waiting for this for 3 months.
2 months, okay, not that long. The way you made it sound was like years.
3 months is equivalent to a trimester, okay? It's very long, Flava.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And it's going to be Sableye band together with the Lapras band. And there's space for Team RRQ to open up with a very strong start. It's going to be the Tanky Mon right here. It's going to be a Slowbro. And of course, going on with Gon Liao. They pick the first and second here, locking it up for them.
we have the Greedent and the Glaceon for the side of Gonleo. And so one thing interesting about RRQ is that I'm not sure if they only did this yesterday, but they did play the Alolan Ninetales. It was kind of on that list also. You see Necro hovering over that. But the Trevenant and the Delphox will be the better choice overall. I have nothing against it. But for Gonleo's side, now you have the Greedent. And this was a Pokemon when it was first introduced, highly popular, right? It kind of was un-KOable.
It was insane.
It was insanely durable in all of the matches that I've seen, right? Now you have a Blissey and the Clefable.
Wow. In a team together. This is going to be quite a pick right here. We see... I think that it's leaning more towards more defense and attack. There's no support coming in yet, come from both sides.
How do you get to the Glaceon? I think that would be a problem that RRQ would need to address, right? I suppose you do have the Hoopa and the Dodrio that can allow you to have all these cross-map movements, easier cross-map movements. You can get all these backcaps. You can play fast from that central area also. And you have the Delphox, right? It does mitigate some of the healing coming out from the side of Gonleo. They even throw in the Venusaur. I wonder if this would be the Solar Flower, the Solar Beam one.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that it was a Clefable pick and Chansey pick after having that Delphox over there. I thought they would just refrain from going onto that path, but I guess they're going on with this. And as you mentioned just now, is it going to be a Solar Beam Venusaur right here? Really good range ability, and still unsure. Probably they're going to go with that rather than going for a Giga Drain together with the was it Razor Leaf or was it? Petal Dance, my apologies.
Petal Dance, Petal Dance.
Yeah, so rather than going for a Petal Dance as well, I think you can still going for Petal Dance, but Giga Drain, you can go with the Sludge Bomb, I think.
Sludge Bomb Petal Dance?
Yeah, you can go with that, but usually it's a Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam. But we'll see, because the thing is you already have Giga Drain, but then there's a Delphox over the other side. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah.
I'm thinking that perhaps they might play the Solar Beam. There's a justification to that, right? You need some long-range artillery, and I think Venusaur can kind of fill in that role. And we already have the Glaceon around as well. Enough speculations. Let's jump into Game 1 of the main qualifiers. I'm super excited. RRQ and Gonleo to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I am not so favoring what Gonleo is bringing into the draft. But the thing is, I'm enjoying the part where they actually have a Glaceon and a Venusaur inside. We have two amazing range mons in their draft here. And they deal huge damage. If you're not being careful, they can actually knock you down really, really easy into the game.
Especially the Glaceon, right? Glaceon right now is just in a very, very comfortable spot in terms of the damage that it deals. And I am looking at RRQ to be the one that's controlling the pace, to be able to play fast, because I think when you're up against Gonleo, you don't really want to be sticking together. They have so much sustain, and sure, you cannot say that, well, we have a Delphox on the side of RRQ that can mitigate those healings, but in the grand scheme of things, I do feel like Gonleo can play that long fights.
Yep, I agree with you on that. Also, one of the concerns I have for Gonleo is because the thing is they can't afford to actually get caught up from the back, because they have a really high mobile Pokemon here, which is going to be that Dodrio over there. So the thing is, there's ways for you to handle him as well. When you play Acid as well as a Solar Beam against the Dodrio, it's really bad catch. Oh, unfortunately, at the top, going on for the first takedown, it is going to be on that Clefairy here. And yes, really good start here for Team Rex, Regum, Keon, but it's still too early to tell how things are going to be. Ooh, got to be careful right here. There's going to be escape on the top side.
Yeah, let's see the power of the Dodrio just very, very deadly. Even going for the tri-attack, right? So you have all these long-range pokes, and you have those damage over time debuffs on the side of the Gonleo's Pokemon as well, and that can allow you to put on heat ton of pressure. I personally always prefer the Drill Pack a lot more, but I also can see the strength of the Tri-Attack. It gives you more range advantage, but you sacrifice a bit of that hindrance in game.
Yep, that's true. And of course, the thing about the beauty of Dodrio is that he deals huge amount of damage, but at the same time as well, it's kind of squishy, so you gotta be careful. There's a few ways to actually counter him as well. You don't want him to actually build up momentum, so they can addition all those maximum damage output from himself. So you can go either way as well. Look at that damage hitting off for Gonleo. Gotta be really, really careful. Look at this cute little guy trying to get some scores. Gets a little bit buff for himself.
It's been so long since we saw Greedent in the game. I think
it's been so long.
It's a breath of fresh air for sure. It's a Pokemon that I believe that at some point RQ did run. I could be mistaken about that. Gonleo definitely showing us something that I would say it's a breath of fresh air, right? You kind of break free from what has been the norm just a month ago. RRQ putting a lot more focus on that bottom side, but I do like how Genkai is matching the movements of Necro on this region. And sure, Necro, he is ahead in terms of experience just by a little bit, but then you look at what Gonlao is doing. They are trying to make sure that this Dojo, this Eeyore, doesn't get out to too big of a start.
Yeah, of course, because the thing is, Dojo gets online really fast. The moment he gets all that experience coming out in the middle area, then he just goes in, provides some support. It's easy for him to access the top as well as the bottom lane as well. And of course, right now, Red Ice is going to get taken down, and it's going to be in the side of RRQ this time, and they're going to be getting that healing buff for themselves. Glaceon making that escape. So top lane, is this going to be unfortunate for him getting down by the Dodrio?
Very fast KO, right? The rotation, when you have a Hoopa with you, it makes it so easy for you to traverse the map. And Gonlao didn't even get to respond in any way. They're not taking the Regieleki. They couldn't take the Regieleki, and now they lose the Glaceon. He's going to be set back by quite a bit. And overall, you look at what RRQ has, right? They have quite a lot of hindrance. You have this Trevenant with you, but at the same time, the Slowbro also opted for the Serve. So you have so many ways to prevent Gonlao from getting to your backline, and at the same time, really kind of slowing them down in these team fights. And the targets are easy. You get on the Venusaur, you get on the Glaceon, and the Delphox will do the job.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that now RRQ even has the Regieleki here to actually provide a little support, and that is at the top lane. They all get around. Oh, here comes the entry coming up from the apron zone, but the damage shot is still not enough. They managed to cheat Danelie Fable in, but Delphox gets taken down as well. Venusaur might not be able to just sustain this, and he gets taken down as well. In the heart of the Trevenant, going over the chase. It's a little bit too much for the Glaceon to handle, despite having the defense coming here from the goalpost at the top lane.
Yeah, huge Phantom Forest from Necro. RRQ just laying all that abilities perfectly. It's like layered cake. One of my favorite desserts as well. And overall, it's just catching Gonlao in a very inconvenient spot, right? You have this Reden, using that Unite move, jumped into the backline, but I believe only hitting on the Slowbro onto Luna, which is, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't do as much. Second goalpost on the top side broken already. You look at the point difference, it's more than 200. And we are halfway through the round.
Things are not looking good for Gonlao right here. It's still too early to tell. We're halfway in. We're 4 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. A few more. Here is going to be a second attempt in one of the Reggie brothers. It's going to be Reggie Rock in the bottom, giving off that defense and special defense stats for the team that actually managed to take them down. Oh, look at that. They are still going for the pedal dance on the Venusaur, going off for the top lane. They have the ability who's going to go for a takedown. Unfortunately, the back end, the Travis is trying to go in for the take here. It's not in. They managed to get it. It's going to be side towards Gonlao. And they're going out for a chase. They have that buff, the defense buff for them, and they're jumping it inside as well. And this little guy is going to be okay. And they managed to get them. It is going to be a one takedown for Gonlao. It's going to be a serious Trevenant this time about as well. And are they going to get yet another one? Oh, a little bit too much. They have that slow coming in from behind and going in for the score.
Haven't broken the goal zone yet. Finally did so. RRQ putting on a very valiant defense. I'll say Iluna doing massive job with just multiple target serve, even using the slow beam, but was not able to get rid of the the Blissey, excuse me. Very unfortunate. And the entire time they were trying to contest for Reggie Rock, Eo was not able to join the fight. He was getting pushed away by the Glaceon, and that made it very disadvantageous for RRQ to even kind of battle it out there. And now RRQ makes it to top side for Regieleki, but Gonlao, they have recovered from the early deficit in terms of experience. However, because they didn't have the second goal post, they cannot contest this.
Yep, and that's true. And of course, this time about, for the second time in the game, we have the Regieleki in the hands of Rex and pushing through at that top lane. And they're going to be moving forward through the middle. And this time about, we have the team Gonlao trying to go in for defense at the top lane. This guy's going to go straight into the middle scoreline here at the top. Should be an easy takedown for them. And we're just less than a minute away before Rayquaza emerges at the top part of it. Very unfortunate. Yet another takedown here at the bottom lane with the full force, I would say, let's see, 4 to 5 from Rex within Kion in bottom lane.
And you get to see the disadvantage of just not having a second goal zone so early on, right? You cannot, especially on the top side, you have to deal with a Regieleki. You cannot contest that objective at all. And just leaving your base itself becomes so much more dangerous. You still have the last Reggie in the bottom. I believe it will be a Reggie steal this time. RRQ, we're going to have EO trying to start off on it, but the entirety of Gonlao will be there. And this is the silver lining. They will get this objective for themselves, no problem. Rayquaza is going to be up in 12, and this is the only way that Gonlao can win this round.
Wow, that is a very important Reggie because that gives them the attack and special attack buff, gives them an edge when it comes to this Rayquaza attempt in the middle here. Now, when it comes to Rex Kion, they're currently in the lead with 266 points. They got to be careful and on their goal post on the top lane because it is still there. They don't want to make sure that anyone leaks out and tries to go in for a score from Team Gonlao. And at the same time, they're currently at a disadvantage when it comes to buff as Reggie still is in Gonlao's case here. So right now, all they have to do is not go for the Rayquaza attempt and just screen out Gonlao from trying to actually go in for a takedown here. Oh, they
Here they go. What a Phantom Forest!
Simple takedown here coming up from Reggie. He gets it down, goes in for the next right here. Still surviving here.
Necro!
Trevor is there. Double knock up here, but still not able to actually take out anyone. Venusaur tries to make an escape. He's still surviving through thanks to one of the hits coming up from Rex and Kion. Coming back, Delphox together with that Dodrio will be able to actually make it in time.
Necro is still up. This guy he held back the entirety of Gonlao. They were able to reset with the Hoopa, and Necro, he is still standing. Got a Horn Leash! Pushes two members of Gonlao back. Jao is going to drop the Averted Anger. But where's your team, buddy? They are not there. Necro finally falls, but Red Chase Unbound right into the base. And just cashes in on massive points, but they do give the Rayquaza away. Gonlao, they have massive points on them as well. Those double dunks, they can't work out. But RRQ, they just need to hold on for 30 more seconds. The first 100 dunk by Gonlao, the second one cashed in, the third one in the base. Gonlao still doesn't have enough.
They need 2 more scores. They need another 100 and then a little bit more to go. But look at that. Another 100 coming up from the Venusaur as well. This is intense. The whole Rex Kion team, they totally ignored the Rayquaza. They went straight to the base. Goes in for the scores. 10 seconds on the clock. Can they do it? Is there anyone from Team Gonlao who is able to actually score a little bit more?
They don't have enough.
They don't have enough. And time is up.
I do not think that Gonlao has enough. You see, Flava, this is why you pay attention in maths class, because RRQ needed to really calculate that perfectly before they went for that final move, and they did just enough. That losing Rayquaza is not an issue. You don't see that every day.
Yep, that is true. I believe that they've already calculated everything, that by the time they actually ignored the whole Rayquaza attempt, they went in for a score. And even if Gonlao did manage to get that Rayquaza, they were not able to actually do anything because the amount of points that they score is insufficient to hold it over Team RRQ. So I guess that goes game 1, 620 points to 493.
Yeah, my personal MVP for game 1, I think Necro was phenomenal on this Trevenant. The running interference in all of these big team fights, but the most crucial part was that he was able to survive. As long as this Necro, Trevenant is alive, it's very, very hard for Gonlao to do anything because contrary to Pain Split, which we have seen for most of the matches, he runs Horn Leash. And all these multi-target Horn Leash really stops Gonlao from being able to do too much. Sure, you have the Blissey, you have the Clefable, you guys trying to heal up your team, but if Necro is there, he's going to be pushing you away from your teammates, he's going to splitting the battle lines, and overall just being a very big pain in the backside.
Yeah, and at the same time, we're looking at the stats here. In terms of recovery, he has 44.9%, which equates to 40,000 amount of recovery just for himself here. Amazing gameplay from Rex Kion on game number 1. But for those who are currently watching, don't go away yet because we still have game number 2 coming up next, knowing that it is going to be a best of 3 series. So far, we witnessed some really good plays. It's very unfortunate for Gonlao because in terms of for their end, every single time they actually go in for a crucial team fight, their Glaceon gets taken down first. A little bit messed up in terms of positioning, gets caught off here without his support from his own teammates, which is very unfortunate because you need that damage from him. I don't think Venusaur alone is going to be sufficient to actually help them in terms of dishing out damage, so it is very unfortunate for Team Gonlao for here.
Yeah, and even if Gonlao has the Glaceon dishing out all those damage in the team fights, you saw how RRQ was able to juggle their teammates to really block those Icicle shards to make sure that they are not sustaining too much damage for Gonglao to KO them. And overall, it's just very good decision making, very good team fighting from RRQ. Once more, Necro running all this interference in these team fights, and at the same time, you also have a Slowbro, right? Running the serve. It's all about crowd control. It's all about keeping your enemies disrupted so they can't perform their actions. And all those slow beams, all these movements layered together makes it really hard for Gonglao to do much. And even if they clump up together, well, the Trevor and Phantom Forest stops all of that.
Yeah, we have a dual brother combo going off over there. So even if you didn't manage to sort out that Trevenant issue, you still have that Slowbro, which I would say one of the top tank Pokemons in the game, I would say. So it's going to be quite a trouble for them. There was a time when Gonglao did manage to actually get their own pacing in the game. Unfortunately, that didn't held out too long. They did had really good entry into the Rayquaza timer at the 2-minute mark. Unfortunately, they were not able to actually capitalize on that. They were just wrecked by RRQ. But anyways, let's have a look at the replays of what has transpired in the previous match here for game number 1 between RRQ versus Gonglao.
And overall, it's just very control play from RRQ. You know, we expected nothing less for a team that is as experienced as these guys. They have still, been sticking together even after ACL, even after 4th place finish. We saw them last qualifiers. They were so close, but not good enough. And now they come back, starting off in basically the lower bracket. Now they have a long journey ahead of them, but remember, top 3 is the goal. And just seeing how RRQ played this round is giving me a lot more confidence, the growth that they've experienced over the month. Necro in particular on this Trevenant, I can watch it all day, Flava.
Yeah, most definitely. Of course, look at this invite. This is one of the big ones at the early stages of the game where they managed to actually take down Mons after Mons coming out from Gonglao, and of course, securing this top goalpost easily with the help of the Regieleki in the top lane.
Oh yeah, I mean, overall, it's just very good decision making. You see how RRQ were contesting all these objectives, right? The Regieleki, the domino effect started when they got the Regieleki. They crashed it on the second goal zone on the top side. They broke that one, and they know that, sure, we lose Regirock, not a big deal. All we need to do is to make sure that Gonglao needs to sweat it out just to dunk some points. They defended their first goal post for the longest of times, and even though Gonglao was able to score it, but RRQ bought enough time, the rest of their teammates came back and they were able to set up for the second Regieleki, and from that point onwards, I think RRQ knew that they got the round.
Yeah, that's for sure. Really good decision making. They definitely knew their ways around the game and stuff, and ensured with good mathematics, they're able to actually win Pokemon Unite here. And that concludes game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. And a few short moments, we're going to continue on with game number 2 in between Team RRQ versus with Team Gonglao. Unfortunately, this is the lower bracket itself. One of the team will be leaving the competition here, and one of them will proceed forward through the lower bracket here at the APAC West.
Yeah. Nothing makes me happier than being able to play a video game and also attend classes at the same time. Remember, Flava, after this, we have geography class for you.
Don't do this at home.
We will have a mathematics class for you also.
Yeah.
Because apparently you don't know how to count and you don't know where APAC West is.
Yes, okay, that doesn't require counting, but yes, geography-wise, I do apologize. That was a mistake on my end here. Yeah, but yeah, so just an advice for everyone, make sure that's how important school is. With good knowledge, you're able to transfer that into your daily life, including Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, you'll be able to win your games, reach Master Rank, and reach beyond Master Rank, and maybe be the next.
Still meet Floatstones.
And still meet Floatstones in the race. And that's a different topic.
Yeah, Master or not, you're gonna still see those kind of people.
Hey, but if you want to meet the pro players, you gotta hit that rank.
Yep, that's true. And of course, and if you want to meet more pro players, you can actually join and be part of the qualifiers themselves. Who knows? You might just meet them and stand a chance to actually represent APAC West here to the regional playoffs itself.
Yeah. With many opportunities, even the challenge day that's going to be happening in June, right? That's also a place that you can finally meet new friends if you don't have any yet. I know you don't have much, Flava.
Oh, hold on just a minute, all right? We're not going to go that far. But yes, that's true. If you don't have, I wouldn't say you have much match. If you don't want to enjoy playing with other people and you don't want to play alone anymore in ranked matches or even your pub matches, you can actually join on into the community day and just enjoy some really nice Pokemon Unite games together with some friends.
Yeah, and well, with that being said, we are going to take a look at Luna from that game number 1. There's a lot that can be said, right, from his performance overall. We saw him on the Slowbro because Lapras was banned out by Gonglao. But overall, this Slowbro with the Surf, with Telekinesis, massive hindrances in all these fights. I believe he ran Telekinesis I am not super sure, but I know that he had the serve, and that itself paired up with Necros Trevenant was a big problem that Gonlia had no solution to. And again, when we look at the compositions, you have a lot of healing on the side of Gonlia, sure, but where are your crowd controls? They don't have much.
Yep, that's true. And of course, that's going to be the choice here. And just by looking at the frequently used Pokemon for Illuna. Now, the thing is, Slowbro was banned earlier on by Gonliao. So the thing is,
Lapras was banned.
Oh wait, Lapras was banned. So basically, they allowed they allowed Slowbro to actually be played. So here's the thing: assuming that if they actually allowed Lapras to be played, so Ray, we might just see Illuna be playing Lapras in the upcoming matches.
Yeah. All I want to see is Lapras in competitive using Parish Song.
Oh,
that is my one wish. I want to see
really?
Lapras with Parish Song.
Is that because of preference or is it for...
It's preference. I prefer Parish Song. That is one of my favorite abilities in Pokemon Unite. And also just Taxi Lapras.
Yeah, Taxi Lapras is amazing. Unfortunately, you can only carry one Mon together with you. I think like if you compare that versus a Hoopa, I mean, it works in different ways. Like Hoopa, you can just travel everyone together, but of course you need to be in position. But the thing about Lapras is that, I think it's a very situational kind of thing. You can actually bring one friend together with you. It depends on whether that friend wants to be there with you or not. He or she does not have a choice because you get to choose.
You get to choose
who's going to be traveling together with you at a really fast pace, which is really great mobility, a very good tanky Mon at the same time as well. Dishes out good damage with. I'm not so sure about Parry Song. I did try it out, but it didn't work out so well. But Water Pulse is amazing, and then. Yeah,
even I mean, if you want to kidnap your own teammate,
yeah, you can. But just for the fun of it, if you're paired up with Husskkiee, I want to bring Husskkiee to their base.
Yeah. See, this is why Flava has no friends. We're gonna take a look at the one of the players from the side of Gonlia as well, and even though they were not able to win the first match, it doesn't mean that they performed poorly, right? I just think RRQ was able to outclass them macro-wise. But you look at Calamity, same thing. You have Slowbro as one of the most frequently used Pokemon, but you also have the Clefable, which was what he was on in their previous game. And for a period of time, we actually got to saw the application of what they were going for with the Greedent, with the Clefable, with the Blissey, right? You saw those massive healings coming through, and this is why when they were trying to score on that bottom first goal zone, they were able to hold up for so long, all thanks to the healing. But in the bigger scheme of things, it doesn't matter too much because they couldn't control the Pokemons on the side of RRQ.
Yep, that's very unfortunate here. And I do look forward to see how well they're going to bring things out coming on in the upcoming match right here. Things are not over yet. They have not gone liao yet. It is going to be game number 2 coming up next here against Team RRQ. And as mentioned just now, I do agree with Husskkiee. I do enjoy a really good Cinderella story where I think a lot of people are favoring more towards RRQ because they've already made their appearance in the previous month, in the month of April, where they actually placed on in 4th place. I'm very sure they don't want to. I'm very sure they won that ticket to the regionals itself right here. But of course, things are not over yet for Team Gonlia because they still have a fighting chance to remain and stay on here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they currently have 1 foot out the door, so they need to win this round
and put that foot back in.
Sort of put that foot back in. It's pretty cold outside. The weather has been chilly lately.
Yeah.
Draft for game 2, same thing. You have RRQ on the purple side, Gonlia on the orange side. And I do wonder if the bans will still be the same because both teams ban out their opponent's most used Pokemon in the first game, Sableye and Lapras.
Sableye
it's going to be the same thing,
again.
Sableye and Lapras. Never would I thought I'd see the day my boy Sableye makes it to the ban list.
Okay,
you know what that means? It means that he has made it. You know, it's like winning the Oscars. That's the highest point
by being banned. That's a respect.
Yeah, that's an echelon of achievement. You know, like if I get banned, never mind. That's a different topic.
It's okay. So they have that much respect towards you that they ban your Mon over there.
Yes,
I get it. Of course, since we have similar bans coming in, RRQ did not hesitate into picking that Slowbro as a first pick, just like the previous game itself. And of course, the response coming in from Gonlia, it is going to be a Trevenant this time, which is slightly different. And of course, it's going to be that Clefable for them. So this time, Trevenant is in the hands of Gonlia instead of Rex, Regum, Keon. And they follow up that with a Dodrio once again. And of course, they do enjoy playing that Delphox. They're having that again. Ooh.
I think, you know, for Gonlia, they can rest assured that Glaceon is not going to be taken by RRQ because they already had the Delphox. This draft is entirely the same except for the lack of Trevenant. I do wonder who is going to be replacing it. Well, it seems that the Blastoise is coming back. You know, last month we did have a little bit of discussion about Blastoise because of some interaction, but that has been resolved, which means we get to see Blastoise back in the fray.
Yep. He's going to be back right here where you have freedom of actually choosing any of his abilities, unlike the previous month itself. Venusaur, it's going to be Venusaur. I thought he was using something else, but this time they have the Venusaur again, and they're going to be having a Mew as their last pick for Team Gon Liao.
So last game, I believe what we saw was the Giga Drain Paddle Dance.
Yep, correct.
Venusaur, so no long-range snipe capabilities, but
I do feel that they should have. I feel that they do have good front lines already to begin with.
Yeah,
but I
that's
think
what
they
I thought
just want
as
to.
well.
I think they want to build up around all that regeneration.
Death ball, right?
Yeah.
You want to be death balling. But I think this game, you know, they definitely have that because the Mew is in that composition, so you kind of have a good mix of front to back. I think this Traveler makes a big difference. I'm not sure where this Greedent stands because in Game 1, it was hard to see the impact due to the team just falling apart in RQs when they go up against RQ. But I would say Gon Liao does have a more balanced composition coming into Game 2. And they have some crowd control, finally.
Yep, that's true. And this time about, I am very curious. I feel that this is a much better draft compared to the previous one itself. Now they have double solar beams. They have that Trevenant who can actually stun on the front lines, being able to dish damage at the same time as well, sustain, and also CC a little bit to his opponent based on his skill builds as well. And we will see how things will transpire here in game number 2. So let's hop into the game, shall we? And go. This is going to be I thought, might as well, right? It's gonna don't say a word. Don't.
I will pretend I heard nothing, but it's the effort that counts. Okay,
Yeah,
Flava,
I agree. Thank you
Good
very
job.
much.
It's okay. It's just the start of the day.
Anyways, coming back in, so this is going to be the laning here. So we have the Greedents here in the top lane, setting up for Gon Liao, going up against this really hippie Squirtle here in the top lane. He's going to be building up into a Blastoise at one point. And of course, we have Hoopa traveling from top lane to the middle and going from behind for a little bit score. And of course, trying to find that Bulbasaur. So they're actually taking out the Bulbasaur in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the few, the Squirtle, or the Water Turtle, is one of the few Pokemon that can kind of hold its own in the lane, right? So in this case, you're up against a Clefairy and a Greedent. You're not to worry. Oh, Zoe actually stole the buff! Uh-oh, that is not good news. This could be the first KO for RQ. They did get Genkai out, but bad news for Zhao.
Wow, that was very fortunate that able to actually make an escape from there. But here comes Ivysaur here at the top lane. So he's able to actually get online real fast, able to do that really easy together with the usage of Razor Leaf. Huge damage output here, hitting up on that Swablu family here on the top lane. Of course, insane ability, but not be able to actually take out anyone here coming from the side. Just a little bit of assistance, I would say.
There's an invade on the mid side also. Eeyore and Zoe, they are both heading towards there. This could be kind of the RQ looking for some KOs. So they were able to send Eeyore back. No problem. You have a Hoopa. You can always kind of teleport your teammates around. It's a good attempt. You want to put pressure on this Venusaur as much as possible. They do get the KO. Now boss, I believe, onto Calamity. As Necro, he was able to get the buff just for that extra injection of XP. Now he's a Water Turtle. And that's kind of what you're looking for. The Mew in danger. Doesn't get the Citrus Berry in time right now. RQ cashes in some points.
Look at the damage from this Dodrio. Eeyore is doing wonders here at the bottom. They'll be able to score yet again and again in the faces of Gon Liao here at their goalpost. And of course, we have the Traveling here to get a Blissey and the Ivysaur not be able to catch up to anyone.
Eeyore is level 8 on this dojo. He is. If you compare it to Zhao on the Venusaur, well, he's only level 6. He's 2 levels behind his dojo.
He's still an Ivysaur. Yeah, he's
still an Ivysaur. This could snowball to be an unstoppable issue, right? Because again, Dojo in the lead, he's gonna be scoring. He will be rotating around the map, and he would basically just look to one-shot your teammates that does not have any healing with them. In the contest for the Swablu family,
yep,
they were kind of goes in the favor of Gon Liao because they did have the solar beam. And one of the few things you want to do when you're up against Husskkiee, you want to be taking down the first goal zone as much as possible. Easier said than done though. 7 minutes in, a Registeel contested by RRQ.
Wow, this is going to be insane. It's going to be a Registeel here. It seems that the attempt is going to be by the side of Rex or Keon here at the bottom lane. And they're going to get it. Oh, yes, they will. Delphos managed to exit, land that 5 bullet. It's secure. That really is. Unfortunately, Chamberlain tries to dive into the bottom lane, gets taken down instead in the hands of Delphos, and it's going to be a 2-game streak in the hands of Dodrio as well. An amazing start for RRQ.
Yeah, over dunking by 28 also. And you saw Zoe again, he forces the rest of his team up top, so Gonlao can't even attempt to contest the Regieleki, right? There's just no safe ways for Gonlao to do anything in this situation. And this will continue to be a thing.
Yep.
I feel like ideally you want, as Gonlao, you want to be sticking together, you want to get this one good team fight and break one of the tier 1 goal zones so that this Husskkiee will be a bit less effective, but they themselves end up losing the top first goal zone as well. As Zhao is desperately trying to score some points, get some XP down bot, but RRQ, they'll get this Regieleki, and Gonlao will now need to defend against this heavy push again.
Wow, following up to all that, they managed to get that Regieleki as well. Now things are not off to a good start for Team Gonlao. They need to go in for the defense, giving space for Team Rex and Keon to actually get experience from the middle, bottom as well as the top. Of course, leaving out at bottom is going to be that Delphox, Dodrio as well as the Blastoise, putting a little bit of pressure as well as pushing through at that bottom lane here.
Yep.
And they probably Dodrio was able to actually score a little bit to them, but of course Revenant goes in for the defense. And still, things look more or less similar like the previous game right here. The score is 210 to 88, siding more towards RRQ.
Main difference is that Gonlao was finally able to defend that goal zone. They got rid of the Regieleki, so now they still have some semblance of control over the top side of the map, which they didn't have in game number 1. That means they will have better avenues to stop RRQ if RRQ wants to go for a cheeky backdoor, which was what Zoe has been doing for most of the game. And now you have Necro just in the midst of things with this rapid spin. They can't keep him in place, and Gonlao, they don't have a way to face check the push. They need Calamity to do so, but the Hydro Typhoon from Necro catches the Venusaur of all people off guard, and Rex Ranger Keon just wipes the floor. Well, they do end up losing Necro. Genkai was able to get the KO, but you look at RRQ, they're attacking bot side, they're attacking top side, they have the Chains Unbound also, so RRQ still ends up getting a big win.
Well, they were not able to actually do much right here. Of course, a little bit from Necro at the bottom lane as well. A little bit too late for Venusaur to attack. It seems like when we look at the top lane, it still seems that they're trying to screen out these guys, but they're not able to actually do anything. Delphos tries to make an escape. And of course, Zoe, a little bit more. Goes up from behind and tries to actually go to, like, not able to make an escape. And of course, that Solar Beam did manage to not hit the Dodrio, but of course, he still gets taken down still in the hands of the Mew at the top lane. And this is going to be the first goal post being taken down by Gonlao.
Cheeky move from Zoe, trying to use Eeyore as a shield to block the damage. That would have saved him for sure. But
I think he didn't use them.
Yeah, he did try. It was a good attempt. Gonlao getting the Regieleki finally, and that will slow down RRQ. Again, you take out that first goal post early on the top side. It does reduce the efficiency of the school, but just by a little bit. But they did have to end up conceding the Regice over to RRQ. But the gap isn't too big this time. RRQ can't pull any fancy stunts like they did in game 1. Now that Rayquaza is actually very crucial for RRQ to contest.
Yep, I agree. And of course, coming up next is definitely going to be a Regirock. The only Regi is still missing here in game number 2. We look forward to it coming on in the next 1 minute. Focusing on back to what we have right here. Basically, both sides are currently in a stale right now. Gonlao is still looking for opportunities to go in for a score. The only chance that they have is definitely that bottom lane here, which is currently being defended by the Hoopa together with the Slowbro. Pretty true as well. We see they have the same Venusaur still playing with the Petal Dance as well as the Giga Drain. So they're not playing double Solar Beam. Of course, not for the fun of it. Here, yeah, I think they have sufficient Solar Beam damage coming from the Mii already.
Yeah, and that means that Gonlao can easily go for objective steals, right?
Yep.
This Solar Beam does massive damage, so taking Rayquaza while the Mew is around is always going to be a dangerous feat for RRQ. The coin flip potential is there. We have seen just our fair share of Solar Beam steals for the past few months.
Oh, yes.
Those were insane.
Very good secure ability, I would say. High damage output. This guy is, that's why, I think it's for Venusaur specifically. He's an S tier attack, so his attack, special attack is actually S tier. Which is one of the highest in the game, and of course it's not that easy. I think people just prop for Petal Dance because of mobility, honestly.
You have the sustains in the team.
Yeah, sustain as well as mobility, because the thing about Venusaur, you can easily go behind his back and actually go in for a takedown, so you want to prevent all that, you take the Petal Dance.
Gone might seems like they might be setting up for some sort of pincer maneuver though. You have the Trevenant Calamity on the bottom side, Genkai Greedent on top, and of course this Mew is going to constantly pelt the members of RQ. The Solar Beam, Calamity does get pushed back. You don't want to lose that passive right now, because you need it for these fights. You need to stay in these fights for as long as possible. But Genkai, he's carry stealing away all the berries. And he might be going for a score, yeah. Genkai, he's going for some sort of sneaky point, and that is a good move. He doesn't have enough just yet. It's just a measly 30 points.
Yeah, 50-30. If he held the 50, that would have scared RRQ a little bit.
That would have scared us.
That would have scared us, yeah.
But RRQ, again, they're keeping Gonliao away from the Rayquaza, and that's all they need to do, right? You don't need to force anything. Gonliao are the one that is in a bad spot. What a Phantom Forest hitting tree, but no follow-up from Gonliao. That was an opportunity, but Calamity's gonna go in, Wood Hammer, push back, rapid spin from Necro in the midst of things. Watch out for the Hydro Typhoon, because it's coming right through, baby! Right onto two of the members of Gonliao. That backline is donezo. RRQ making quick work of the Mew. Zhao, yeah, he's trying to kick a drain up everyone, but you have Zoe with you. He's gonna get slapped in the face. RRQ, they did lose the Delphox, but they have bought so much time. Necro shows right back up because he is healthy. Zoe is still around being super annoying. Gonliao can't get anything done. They might just lose the Trevenant, and they do. Big stir. And Zoe was like, right guys, let's head back home. Let's pack this up. Time is almost over. And I'm sorry to tell you, Flava, Gonliao is Gonliao for sure.
You were waiting for that, but that was very fortunate. They lost. That Blastoise managed to sustain all that, being able to actually be in the front line, screening out the team members. Amazing Hydro Typhoon being used out, hitting multiple members from Team Gonliao. And yes, as you mentioned, Gonliao is Gonliao from the competition here in the losers bracket round number 2. Congratulations to RRQ for the win on game number 2 and making them the winner for this first series of the day, doing commentaries here for you. 362 to 245.
Oh yes. Don't worry. They might have been eliminated from May, but they're still June, right? So hopefully we get to see Gonliao back next month for our last chance qualifiers. And again, right, for APAC West, we are looking for 3 teams next month instead of 2. And we did go through that early on in the pre-show. So there's plenty of chances for Gonliao. We had multiple amazing teams who were able to make it the top 16 yesterday, but just were not able to go far enough today. So I hope to see all those teams return. But for now, RRQ survives in the lower bracket once more.
Yeah, and of course, remember, they only have one lifeline here being in the lower bracket themselves. That means that they can't afford to actually lose out any series in the loser bracket until they manage to get themselves into the loser bracket final, which secures their place as top 3 in the May qualifiers here for APAC West. And looking at here right now, exceptional gameplay being played by Rex, Dragon, Keon. This time about, as you mentioned just now, they knew that mathematically and geographically, they knew that they were not in a position to actually do any form of nasty plays behind Gonliao's backs, and just focus on just defending that Rayquaza from being taken by Team Gonliao in any way. There were some shifts and changes when it comes to draft and playstyles coming from Gonliao, but unfortunately, the results sided more towards Rex, Rick, and Kion this time about. But still, thank you so much to Gonliao for your amazing plays throughout the whole competition, and we do hope to see them in the upcoming June qualifiers.
Yeah, there are actually a lot of people playing Pokémon UNITE and want to have a shot at the qualifiers. Yesterday I was hanging out with some friends and I found out that one of them is competing today. Though I don't know which IGN.
You don't know which
but
IGN?
I know the person is competing. My point is we have a lot of players out there.
I'm doubting the friend part now, but
that person exists. I've seen him in the flesh. I just did not have much time to talk to him because I had something else to attend to. If it's here, he'll probably let me know. Anyways, game 2 was a bit of a closer one, right, between
Yeah,
Gonliao
it
and
is.
RRQ. They were able to secure some objectives. They were able to defend their goal zone. But once more, it was those team fight moments that RRQ won out. And the final one at Rayquaza, that one was the most important one because I feel like Gonliao had to do something, right? You need to have Calamity on this Trevenant, start a team fight with the Phantom Forest, and there has to be a follow-up. We saw a big Unite move from the Trevenant. There was no follow-up, and they just did not have enough gas to pull through. And their Mew got caught out.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I think the set coming from RRQ, everybody knew that the Blastoise was coming with Hydro. They were just waiting for the right time here, just hiding in the bushes, and just goes in for the execute. And in the midst of all that, he was also able to hold on in position nearby the Rayquaza area, and of course go in for a chase to all the members in Gonliao in the last few seconds into the game.
I'm just happy to see this moment. So we tried to use Eeyore as a shield. This was the final moment that I think was the most interesting one. Calamity got caught out, turns around for a big Phantom Forest, and his team was not ready.
It's like, hey guys, yeah, so this was it. Yeah, I think this was one of the big sets here. He was waiting for everyone to get in position. Necro, amazing Hydro Typhoon coming up. And yeah, this was the one that ends it all for Gonliao, I'd say.
And also target selection, right? We actually saw Illuna, he just walked up forward and used the slow beam on the Mew, and then the Mew got hit by a Hydro Typhoon into a Surf. Essentially got KO by 2 front lines. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, if you are not a big fan of Slowbro just yet, you better be a big fan of Slowbro. Well, actually no Slowbro, Blastoise.
Yeah.
Because that Pokemon deals ridiculous amount of damage.
Both of them, yeah.
Yeah, but Slowbro with Surf, not as much.
Yeah,
Slowbro with Skull, oh, that burns.
Yeah, that hurts right here. But I guess that's the great thing about Pokemon Unite. You have the flexibility, you have to choose accordingly depending on the situation, depending on the draft as well. So sometimes people play up with Scowl, some people play up with Surf, and of course different play styles. Sometimes we do see Venusaurs. I know it's not preferable in competitive to actually play with together with Acid and as well as Solar Beam, but situationally, there are situations where you're able to actually play those kind of play styles. Because you can play Glass Cannon if you like, but just be a little bit careful. If your draft revolves around having a really good tank in your draft already, you can actually play that play style and just play him out as a pure attacker, S tier, most definitely.
Definitely listen to Flava.
I
know you play a lot of Venusaur.
Yeah, so I had to learn it the hard way because I love playing Glass Cannon, because who doesn't enjoy hitting a full-on Solar Beam in the face of your enemy? But at the same time as well, experienced players would capitalize on that situation where they can just go rotate behind you and just capture it. And at that point, you don't have the mobility to escape, even if you have X speed, or even if you actually manage to actually make your way out. Unfortunately, after that, you still don't have sufficient mobility to actually make an escape. Just be careful.
Let me introduce you to another Glass Cannon. How about the Decidueye?
Ooh, Decidueye. Wow! Are we bringing up the Decidueye discussion back again?
So I don't know if we will see Decidueye today because Glaceon is so sought after thanks to recent patches, and we're seeing Venusaur and Mew again. And to be very fair, the Decidueye specialists, they've already qualified for regional, right? So we're not going to see them play for another month and a half. But I just wonder if that would be a case, because it's interesting. And also the Zoroark, because you know, RRQ's 75% pick rate on this Pokemon. It did receive some pretty sweet number increment, but I'm looking for a team that has perfected the Zoroark.
Oh wow, that's going to be interesting. But of course, for those who do not know, like Zoroark had some really good buffs, knowing that he has a good Holloway to follow up with that, and of course didn't have much going on in the recent patch as well, so there's a very high chance we might be seeing some Zoroark games happening. But before we got more details in regards to what's going on in the patches and all that, let's have a look at the current tournament bracket after concluding the first lower bracket matches now between RRQ versus Gonliao. Since Gonliao is now gone, RRQ moves forward to the lower bracket semi-finals, and of course coming up next, we're going to be witnessing the match between Team Night Knight versus with Moon 9. Ooh, I managed to do that without
good job,
messing
Flava.
up.
Good job.
Thank you. I'll take that.
So RRQ winning this series puts them in the same spot that they were last month, right? Because they did end up losing the lower semi-finals, I believe, to no Lucario. So that was kind of a heartbreak for RRQ fans. Now they're back in the same spot again. But it's not going to be easy because when you look at the upper, the second lower bracket, you know, Night Knight and Moon Knight, I'm pretty sure they also have something up their sleeves. And I think the best part is also we are looking at teams that for example, RRQ, you have an organization backing you, and then you are going up against teams that are just formed. They have no official backings. But for example, Night, they did take out RRQ 2-0 before dropping to the lower bracket themselves. So this is not over just yet.
Yep.
RRQ's journey has just begun.
Yep, and we might just witness. I mean, we don't know. We still have to wait to see what was the outcome from a match between Night versus with Moon 9. And honestly, it sounds like both are Night, right? It's actually 9 and 9. We still have to see what the outcome will be and see whether we'll be witnessing a rematch in between Night versus with RRQ here in the lower bracket semifinals. Now, it's going to be tough for RRQ because they don't want to have the same outcome as they did last time when they got in 4th place. They definitely want to get minimum that 3rd place spots in the lower bracket finals so that they can actually have the slot to the regionals, or even better, just proceed on to become the champion of competition. But of course, they have to meet with one of these 2 teams who will be going up against one another coming up next.
Yeah, very interested to see what Night and Moon Knight have to bring to the competition, because if you took down RRQ 2-0 in the upper bracket, that says something about you. You know, the expectations have risen just a little bit for Night. And I think it's also it's also worth mentioning that these players, they dedicate a lot of time to the game, right? To get to this top 8 is not easy at all. So we're kind of looking at the best from the West, edition 2.0.
Yeah,
because the true best of the West have actually qualified. So this is the second batch.
Yeah, this is the second batch coming in. So if you remember, you only have 3 batches going in. And Husskkiee has mentioned this multiple times that you don't want to go in late because you don't know who's going to rise. We have new and more Pokemon Unite teams appearing in all these qualifiers, and it might just take up those spots and not allow you to actually do so.
Yeah, let's take a look at our upcoming matchup. You think we're going to go for a break? Breaks are for losers. We're looking at the winners, okay?
We're not going to give you a break,
We're
Husskkiee.
not going to give you. We're not going to give anyone a break because Pokemon Unite action is pivotal to the survival of mankind. Night against Moon 9. We have Sophia's Flip X3 or Flip with Angry Mew, with Guardia, Mercy Please on Night side. For Moon 9 with Yito, with Chuberg, Ruvis, Wraith, and Bongo.
I like the way you say flip. that was very enjoyable. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the lineup for these 2 teams here. Night versus Moon Knight. I think I don't have much information about Moon Knight, but as mentioned just now, Husskkiee mentioned that Night did manage to 2-0 on RRQ, which says something. Do wonder that what they're going to be bringing here in the lower bracket match for round number 2 against Team Moon Knight. And remember, since this is lower bracket, they only have 1 lifeline left, meaning that anyone who loses out the series will be eliminated from the competition, and the winner will be moving forward and will be meeting with RRQ in the lower bracket semi-finals.
And I believe I saw a very familiar name, Wraith, on the side of Moon 9.
Wraith. Oh, is it Wraith? R-A-I-T-H-E, yeah. Is that your friend?
No.
Your imaginary friend?
No.
Okay.
He's a real person, okay? Show some respect, Flava.
Drop in the comments if you think that Husskiee's so-called friend is imaginary or real.
Look. I have imaginary friends.
You don't even know his IGN. What kind of a friend are you?
Because we have seen Ray before, Flava. He was in No Lucario last time. We talked about No Lucario. They're no longer together, but some of their players are playing on other teams. Well, we're seeing one of them right now in the lower bracket.
Yep, we'll try to verify if that is the same Ray.
It is the same Ray, Flava. It is the same.
Okay, if it's the same, I
You are
guess.
doubting me so much.
No, I mean, yeah.
I demand an apology, Flava.
Yeah, every time I hear friends and people I just doubt. My apologies. I feel that the community feels the same as well. Yeah, so let's start off with Team Night. All right, so there's the first team here starting on the purple side. Looking at the amount of data being picked up from them, pick rate 82% on the Slowbro and 55% on the Zoroark, capitalizing on that meta. And of course, some of them 45% on the Alolan Ninetales. We have that Eldegoss at 45% as well, together with Hoopa and the Mew.
Yeah. And again, right, when we look at RRQ's stat early on, we did see the Alolan Ninetales, and I wonder how does this Pokemon fit into a normal composition, because I think 3-4 attackers we saw were Mew, Delphox, Venusaur, and Glaceon. We haven't seen the Alolan Ninetales yet. Yes.
Not yet?
Yeah, no, still moving down the list. the Elder Gods also, and the Elder Gods was a Pokemon that I believe that RQ did like to run when they were Team Rise, and right now they did stray away from that. They are running a Hoopa a lot more often, and Night, they feel the same with the Hoopa. I can never get tired of Hoopa.
You can never get there. I think as a Pokemon, it's quite a unique mon in the game where you're able to actually teleport not just yourself but also your teammates through a portal. To say which kind of sometimes it surprises your opponents, but of course I think knowing that the teams that are actually been playing here are quite experienced, they do expect these kind of things do happen, so they get themselves in place so that the enemy is not able to actually surprise them with any way when it comes to playing Hoopa. Interesting enough, when it comes to the pick, of course they want to capitalize on that Zoroark as well as Slowbro. They're very good meta picks. Slowbro is one of the hot tanky Pokemons in the game itself. Whenever any teams have the ability to actually pick them, they will definitely pick them. And of course Zoroark with a really nice buff and together with that amazing Hollow-Wear gets one really good high favorite for them. Now let's jump into the next one. Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, I mean if you have the Hollow-Wear for Zoroark, you win your games. That's all I'm saying. Let's talk about Moon Knight. Cinderace, 58%. Hold on, okay. Maybe my fantasy would be is coming true, but we talked about Wraith, formerly known Lucario, but there's also one guy from the old times that we need to talk about from Moon Knight. The guy is Ruvis, ex-Renaissance player.
Ooh,
so Renaissance they've been to London before last year. So you have players who have been on the world stage, veteran souls on this team. Cinderace, Clefable, Blissey, Lapras, my favorite Urshifu, and also Glaceon. I was heartbroken when they toned down the numbers of Urshifu. Okay, they did a number on my water bear.
Yeah, Water Bear. Yeah, I think it's still a viable pick, I would say, coming onto the game. We've seen loads of Urshifu before this in the past few months as well.
Yeah. Thank goodness I moved on to Sableye before that happened. So Sableye is my new friend.
Okay.
It's my new favorite child.
Yeah, ban Sableye, please. I just don't want to see it.
Sableye is not going to get banned. No one picks Sableye here, okay? Sableye would not get banned.
Yeah, hold on, come on, give some respect. There are picks. There's a reason why it was banned twice in the previous matches.
And it was banned twice because it was like 80% pick rate for one of the teams, okay, Flava? Lapras is going to get banned for sure.
Oh, please, I do hope Lapras is allowed to be played because yes, he gets a small nerf. I think it was on the Water Pulse because it was the most, one of the hot abilities, I would say, for Lapras.
He's allowed to be played, just that the teams don't want him to be played, okay? There's a difference. You know what is not allowed to be played? Zacian.
Oh yes, that's not allowed, unfortunately. Still a bit too OP for me and most of the community members here because people do just abuse Zacian in games. And of course, there were also times when there was a time where everybody was just doing Zacian all the way because it is just insane amount of healing, able to sustain in team fights, and at the same time they shot loads and loads of damage. So no Zacian for you guys this time.
I don't want to be the guy to say it, but I've beaten Zacian more than I've lost to Zacian. Anyways, I want to see Lapras, I want to see Sableye, and I also am excited to see what Night has to bring because they did 2-0 RQ in the upper bracket. But at the same time, I also want to see what Moon Knight has to offer because we have veteran players on the team. And remember, right, Wraith, formerly known Lucario, they did finish top 3 before they broke apart. So now he's back for another run to see if he can gain that qualification slot again.
I've been there.
I'll do it again.
I'll do it again. Come on.
And then you have Ruvis, right? Ex-Renaissance.
Yeah.
And, this man has been to London before, has seen the best of the best, and he has beaten a lot of international teams. That experience can translate into this qualifiers, which is very important when you're running a lower bracket run.
I agree, and of course, this also serves as an opportunity for Team 99 to actually to have a taste on what the world stage feels like, and opportunity to actually take down some of these players, and prevent them from going to the world stage themselves. Like this is a great platform for you to be here in the competition. You have a taste of the world stage at the same time, so have the opportunity to actually beat these guys. Okay. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And if anyone out there wants to have the same opportunities, there's always our challenge day happening in June. We did to mention about it during the pre-show. You can always roll back to know more about it. But I would say that it's good to see the ecosystem constantly evolving. We're getting more and more players into Pokémon Unite. We're seeing more and more pro teams. We're seeing higher and higher levels of Pokémon Unite plays. And of course, we're getting more and more Pokémons into the game.
Yeah.
So it's
which makes it more interesting.
It's a big family.
Yeah, it's a really big family.
I remember back in my days,
How long ago? 10 years ago?
When it was first released, I played it on release.
The way you said it back in my days, like
Back in last year September 20,
Okay, not that
September
long ago.
21st, I think.
Okay.
Was the date? No, actually no. September 21st, 2 years ago. All right,
Okay.
was when Pokemon UNITE was released. Either 21st or 14th. Point is, I played it on release, and at that time, I think like we had what, less than 20 Pokemon.
yes, we had very little amount.
I was a big fan of Venusaur
Same, yeah.
and Cinderace.
Oh, okay.
But-
because Cinderace was also one of the early Battle Pass Holo variant.
And interestingly enough, I do not play any of those. I played Slowbro the most.
Ah, okay. Because I was maining Slowbro and Venusaur at that time, and people would just enjoy playing. I think was it Zora? Sorry, I think it was.
What is Zora? No, it's not Zora.
It's not Zora. It's what do you call that?
We'll figure it out in a bit.
Lightning Cat. Ah, damn it, I forgot.
Lightning-
Zeraora. My bad. It's Zeraora.
Lightning Cat.
Lightning Cat. Yeah.
Lightning
Zeraora.
Cat.
Yeah. Everybody was just.
Zeraora.
Yeah, Zeraora. Yeah,
Zeraora.
Zora against Zeraora. Yeah, so
You know,
everybody was just.
So
going.
we have a lightning mouse with Pikachu. We have a lightning.
Yeah, Lightning Cat. Okay.
You're
take it from
nicknaming
me.
all the Pokemon. So what is Hoopa?
I don't know,
Hoopa
man.
is a ring guy.
A ring guy.
So
yeah.
Lapras and Glaceon
Circuit.
ban out. Hoopa pick first.
Slowbro still available right now. So you're going with a Blastoise pick. So it's going to be a 1-2 pick here. So we'll see. Yep. As mentioned, it's going to be a Slowbro, an opportunity. And they are still going with the Blastoise. So the first 2 picks goes in is going to be the Blastoise and the Slowbro for Team UNITE, which is going to be on the orange side. So this time, they banned the... I would understand the bans. I would understand. And as mentioned just now, Lapras would be a permanent ban to a certain level unless one of the teams decide to allow it.
There it is.
And of course,
Zoroark.
Zoroark and Alolan Ninetales?
Yeah, and Alolan Ninetales. First time we will be seeing it, at least, well, here in APAC West, on broadcast. I'm pretty sure they played plenty of times behind the scenes. So I am already excited because not only this is the team that beat RQ 2-0, but we are also seeing something that we didn't get to see, even see, I think, the past few months. Azumarill also picked up for the Silent Moon 9. We are in for a treat, Flava.
Oh, wow. Azumarill. I think that we did see this big pick once in the previous APAC West in the month of April, and then no more. And this time we're going to be seeing
Chandelier?
Chandelier? Chandelier? Okay. Yeah,
Lock that in, lock that in.
Lock that in. No,
Okay.
they're going with Cinderace probably.
What is the thing with Cinderace?
Cinderace has one of the best buffs in the current patch. So, I mean, there's no reason not to pick him as well because his cooldown reduction on his Unite move. He is now invulnerable while doing his Unite move at the same time as well, which is something new.
That is the best part of Cinderace because one of the big I wouldn't say flaws, weakness of Cinderace is that you can be in the midst of using a Unite move and still get KO'd.
Yeah, you can get interrupted. Yeah, I think it's also one of the ways for you to just escape getting taken down by just using the Unite move. Yeah. So
Not fun at all.
Not fun at all.
You know how many times I play Cinderace, I use the Unite move, and before I could...
and you still use the Eos energy.
And you still use your Eos energy. That is it's
no.
always feels bad. And we see the Buzzwole and the Elder Goss for a Night also. So a lot of things that we didn't get to see finally show on the table. I mean, Cinderace is probably the most surprising one. Which one do you prefer?
At this current moment, I think I'm still favoring on Night and when it comes to the draft. I'm a little bit 50-50 just because there's a Slowbro big playing on the other side. Paired it up together with the Blissey, and you also have that Azumarill. I don't know. I think it's quite a rare card playing over there. So I don't know how well it's gonna fit into everything. But I still favor towards Team Night draft, I would say.
Well, we'll see if that is going to be the case because Game 1 of this second lower bracket round has just begun, and we have seen, we're seeing so many Pokemon that would have been troll picks, a few months ago. The Azora, we are seeing the Alolan Ninetales, we're seeing the Azumarill, we're seeing the Cinderace of all things. Cinderace is a nightmare in pub games.
Yep, it's a nightmare to play the gun in, but this time, hopefully it becomes a blessing because
Oh no,
he's trying! Oh, he didn't manage to actually go in for a score, but right now he's very, very low in HP.
I can KO.
Oh, he didn't manage to get it, and tries to go in for the escape!
Wow, saved by Mercy, please. They're still chasing him down. The wake up slap is there.
That's
Well,
not luck.
that's not a wake up slap. That's just a normal slap from Rufus. Okay.
Oh wow, that's not luck up there. That's skills. He calculated every. Oh, Buzzwole managed to take down that Azumarill, I would say, in the bottom lane.
And by the way, so this Zoroark at the very start, you can see the idea, right? He's taking all the resources up top because you look at the composition that is being run by Night Knight. You have the Buzzwole, Fuba, and Eldegoss down bot side. This Buzzwole is going to be kind of the brick wall for Night Knight, but at the same time, if you're the Hoopa, you don't really care too much about getting the experience, so you just bring the Zoroark up top, let him get the experience, and you get that backflip from Guardia, and another KO onto Azurill.
We got some WWE WrestleMania action going off in the top lane here, and things are looking great for Team Night Knight in terms of experience. Not so much when it comes to the scores right now. Still too early coming in. Of course, Mercy Please makes an escape right here, and a takedown on top lane. Goes off towards the Chansey by this Zoroark.
And watch out, if the Zoroark comes online early, it will be a big problem for Moon Knight because he deals ridiculous amount of damage. Wraith, not only 2-5, but you have the double dash. Remember, that dash can allow the Zoroark to close a lot of that gap. And that is how he took down the Squirtle. And Night Knight already off to a very good start, especially for the Zoroark itself. But on the other hand, on Moon Knight, the Cinderace, he's at the highest level right now. He's going to be the late game carry that Moon Knight is looking for. And you have a flip ×3. He's going to get the reset with the help of the Hoopa.
Yep, and of course, right now things are looking great for Team Night Knight here. We have Tree coming in from Team Night Knight at the top lane. We have Tree going off at the bot for Moon Knight. At the bottom lane here, at the end of the time, it's going to be a slow bro gets taken down in the hands of the Eldegoss. And a 4-mon movement at the bottom lane. All of them going to be dunking in, registering all their points in the face of Moon Knight and the first goalpost here. Look at that, 100 points for Night Knight and only 4 for Moon Knight right now.
Mercy Please, he went back home just in time. Went back to the Pokemon Center just in time before he got KO. But taking down the goalpost on the bot side allows Night Knight to go for the Reggie. I get Wraith in return. You have the Egg Bomb. Wraith getting chased now again. Flip Flame is gonna be able to charge up all that stacks from the skills. Hasn't unleashed it just yet. Mercy Please is going to be right there. Rapid spin from the Blastoise. Backline, unfortunately exposed for Moon Knight. And they just get ran over.
Yeah, Rapid spin duration was over, giving opportunity for Night Knight to actually take him down instead. Not looking good for this Water though, while he was still a Squirrel, gets taken down once as well in the hands of that Zoroark. And yet again, Water probably has a better chance towards a Blastoise in the next round right here. And this time we look at Regieleki in the hands of Night Knight, but unfortunately it's going to be Azumarill takedown. Azumarill gets taken down instead. It's a 1-1 right now, and of course the Water goes down at the same time. And this time going up for a chase, it is going on the Buzzwole. Here comes Zoroark! And going up for damage. Damage was still insufficient. They managed to get on that Cinderace. Eldegoss gets the last hit in. And going up chasing from behind. The Buzzwole, Zoroark still coming from behind. They're still doing it. Going up for play, and it's going to be taken down. In front on the Blissey.
They can't do
it. Once again with slow bro.
They just do not have enough resource to hold on, and this Zoroark is out of control right now. He is basically ravaging through Moon Knight. Again, Cinderace is going to be the main carry, but you can't face check like that. You cannot just run into the bushes like that. Not when you're a Cinderace.
I agree with you, Husskkiee. That was insane. They've just respawned back. They've just met Miss Joy, and right now they're going to be returning back with Miss Joy again for round number 2 after get taken down by the Buzzwole together with the Zoroark combo here. And of course, yet Blissey gets caught off. Look at all that CC damage coming in from Night Knight. Unfortunately, Hydro Typhoon not be able to do much. They did manage to get one. They did manage to get that Buzzwole, but here comes Zoroark entering back into the battle. And they managed to take down the Cinderace, goes up for more.
Find him?
Flip, making an escape. Azumarill getting it down yet once again in terms of the Eldegoss, making it a double KO streak together with that slow bro.
Man, the Night Slash from this Zoroark is absolutely lethal from Night Knight. Just so much mobility. You cut right through the back, and if this Cinderace is KO early on, you essentially lose most of your damage if you're Moon Knight. And they just lost the Blastoise. I believe almost solo KO by the Hoopa. And that is bad news for Moonlight. Sophia's walk on forward. The Elder God gets a KO. More people. Flip, flip, flip. Does have the nice life again. You need to looking to use it, but gets sent back home. They're gonna reset. This Hoopa is such a big utility support for the team. And the Cinderace even used the Unite move, and even then, it didn't matter much.
Yep, that's true. Somebody please stop Night. They're just snowballing through this game number 1 in the face of Moon Knight. It's not over yet.
They can't stop it.
Just flipping over things. Going over the top, they managed to secure yet another takedown here. And it's going to be the senior ace yet again. As what Husskkiee mentioned, this is not something that Moon Knight wants. And yet a triple takedown. It's going to be a slow bro. And of course, it's going to be the Blastoise at the top lane. What is going on, Husskkiee?
It is total domination by Night right now. The points are still fairly close for Moon Knight. They just broke the tier 1 goalpost on that top side. This round is definitely not over yet. Ruvis, he's gonna try and buy as much time as possible, but ends up getting KO. Meanwhile, they lost their Azumarill, getting absolutely clobbered by the Guardian, but they were at least able to trade both the Hoopa and the Zoroark back, so some stabilization there from Moon Knight. Also get rid of the Regieleki. Well, almost just a minute away from Rayquaza.
Wow, okay, good news is Night was not able to capitalize on all those takedowns upon Moon Knight's score. So I think objectively they were not able to do anything, but they're doing well in terms of experience. They're doing well. There's a momentum right now. They just need to go for objectives. And yet another one right here. Buzzwole goes in. We're not able to see much, but Cinderace gets taken down yet again. Managed to catch on the slow bro. Eldegoss, is there going to be anyone? Blastoise, Rapid Spin, not be able to actually do much as well. These guys just returning back to base, coming back into battle, going back to base again, yet again, and doing wonders for the team. And this time about, it's going to be a Registeel attempt.
It's very hard for Moon Knight to just walk into any bushes without the danger, the risk of getting caught by the Buzzwole with the superpower, with the kind of the RKO, or you also are in risk of potentially getting tagged out by this Alolan Ninetales. Moon Knight, they're gonna clumped up in this bush.
They need a Rayquaza miracle right now. They need to not only able to actually catch Rayquaza, but at the same time survive. Yeah, they need to survive this team fight, being able to actually chime in all those points in Night's goalpost right now.
Yeah, I mean the Cinderace needs to survive. They have to somehow keep Cinderace safe from this Zoroark, because if Flip gets on top of the Cinderace, it's an instant KO, right? He also has the Nightfall days. Remember, all these AoEs, if you try to jump on the Zoroark and he uses that Unite move, he can turn it around pretty fast if you don't KO him instantaneously. This standstill is always going to be in favor of Night.
Wow.
Moon Knight needs to break the stalemate.
Wow, they found
the Cinderace.
This silence is so loud right now. Everybody's on standby. We have everyone. They're going in. It's going to be the slow bro. But he doesn't much to sustain right now. He doesn't have much and gets taken down right in the hands of the Buzzwole.
They saw it!
They got it! They did it! Moon Knight gets Rayquaza. Can they register? Can they cash in all these points, Husskkiee? That's 100 from the Blastoise at the bottom. It's going to be a Blissey at the top lane as well.
They just took over.
Oh, Zoroark is there at the top lane. It's not be able to measure return. That is it. It's a return. 360
They might not have enough points. Night, if they can somehow sneak 50 in, if they can somehow sneak that double, that 100 in, then they can win. Easier said than done. Both goalposts are tier 2s on the side of Moon Knight. Night, they might just need to try and brute force through one of the goal zones to have a chance. That is the only way they can do so. But because you see Moon Knight, they have someone in the base. They are going to start defending all these zones as well. Hoopa makes it to the boss side, but they don't have enough time. Flava, Moon Knight, they can easily defend this. They can use the Zoroark to try and create some interference, but time is ticking. Night, can you score anything at this point? It seems like that is not possible. Moon Knight flips Rayquaza, and that is game number 1.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Moon Knight. Wow. Night. Maybe, just maybe, they should have been more focused objectively on what's important here, because they were just going. They knew they were winning in team fights. They were just punishing and crushing Moon Knight over and over and over again throughout the whole match. And yet, a single Rayquaza flip towards Moon Knight.
And I believe they caught Bongo, they caught the Slowbro, they took a while to KO him, but while that was happening, Rayquaza was getting started by both teams. They were fighting in the Rayquaza pit, so all these damage are being transferred over to the Rayquaza. You have Cinderace Ito, he was uncontested, so he was dishing out massive damage. And towards the very end, Wraith with one massive Hydro Typhoon. I believe he hit
just one.
I believe he hit like what, 4 players on the side of Night Knight, and that kind of was it. Night Knight ran out of gas.
Oh man, I'm just a bit shocked that, you know, that was quite a flip that actually happened. I think Night Knight must be quite devastated because they have a huge lead. They were dominating from start to end. I would say towards almost the very end, but that Rayquaza attempt, I feel that they should have just went in for a team fight together with Moon Knight because they were already leading in terms of experience. They were leading in terms of levels. They knew they could actually take on a team fight. But having the team fight within Rayquaza was very risky because you don't know which ability it was going to secure the Rayquaza, and then inside it towards Moon Knight. So that's game 1, Husskkiee.
That is game 1. We have just witnessed our very first Rayquaza flip today.
Yeah.
But I mean, Moon Knight, they really had to work for it, right? Because a lot of things have to go in their favor. You have to steal the Rayquaza, but getting through to Night Knight isn't easy. You have to protect the Cinderace. You have to make sure that your front lines are always there to kind of mess around with Night Knight. And I think the turning factor was definitely just Wraith landing that big Hydro Typhoon. That was the game changer.
Yeah, they very good communications. Yes, they sacrificed that Slowbro. Bongo going in. He was able to sustain all that damage to a certain point. Yes, he gets taken down in the match right here in the hands of Night Knight. But what's important is that, as mentioned by Husskkiee so many times right now, Cinderace needs to survive. He needs to be there, be able to actually dish out damage. I think without his presence, they were not able to probably secure that Rayquaza right there. And yeah, everybody played a role and everybody was laser focused in what was important in front of them here at game number 1. But this is a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. It is still not over yet for Team Night Knight. Moon Knight still one step away from getting into the lower bracket semifinals. Night Knight, they need to win every single match here in this series to place a spot in the next round.
To face off against RRQ, which they to get that rematch, right? To beat the team or attempt to beat the team that they beat early on. But the one good thing is that we got to saw some pretty interesting team compositions. We got to saw Pokemons that we wouldn't have expected to see. So that for me is some sort of a guilty pleasure. Yeah. Zora, we see the Zoomeril, we see the applications of how this Pokemon functions, but I think towards the very end, it's very fair to say that the more meta Pokemons are the biggest game changers. In this case, it is the Blastoise, but it's good to see both teams having a very unique take towards the game of Pokemon Unite and how they approach it.
Yeah, I would definitely second you on that. And of course, with it, with some amazing plays from Night Knight. I wouldn't say the same for Moon Knight because I believe throughout the whole match, 80% of the time, they were struggling really, really hard because this Zoroark was just snowballing out of control. He was just taking on Mons after Mons after Mons. Every time you see him, just pray that you're able to survive the whole onslaught of things coming from Night Knight. And look at this guy. He's able to place himself, escape, and also return back into team fights, and still able to not only dish out damage, but also taking down mons from the opposing side.
You're looking at a composition that just wants to keep snowballing, right? You get the snowball rolling, it turns into an avalanche, and then it destroys your house. That's kind of what Night Knight was going for, and they did do that. They were in the lead the entire time. And at one point, you look at this juncture, 5 minutes in, this Zoroark is level 11. He has reached critical mass so early on that no one from Moon Knight can effectively deal with him. And yet, when you talk about Pokemon Unite, you always have to keep in mind that it is not over until Rayquaza is taken. And in this case, Moon Knight steals the Rayquaza away. We are going to see that big moment right here, I believe, where they caught the Slowbro, the Buzzwole, the superpower, gets the backflip. They took them quite a long time to KO the slow bro, but
Look, everybody's so focused on the Rayquaza and just ignoring
Moon Knight,
it.
then Moon Knight just went straight for Rayquaza as Night Knight was busy dealing with the slow bro, and after when Night Knight turned their attention to Moon Knight, got hit with Ray's biggest Hydro Typhoon in the Pokemon Unite history, and that was it.
Yep, that was it, and that was game number 1. Quite an interesting match, I would say. Congratulations to Team Moon Knight for winning the game number 1. And of course, coming up next is definitely going to be game number 2. It will decide whether or not it will be the last game of that particular series, or will it be just a stepping stone for Team Night Knight to move forward and forcing a game number 3 upon Team Moon Knight. We will know that in a bit. So far, interesting enough. That's as mentioned just now by Husskkiee. That was the first Rayquaza flip that we've witnessed here for the May qualifiers here, the ones that are being live streamed, I would say, been broadcasted together with us. And curious to see, I feel that that was kind of like a wake-up call to Team Night Knight. Like, hey guys, okay, we need to be more objective towards things. We need to focus. I was surprised at one point when all that was going on. The thing is, the difference in points between both teams were not much, despite all those takedowns coming on from Team Night Knight. I think they were just they kind of forgot, and somebody needed to tap down on their backs like, hey guys, we need to score some points. If not, all this means nothing at the end of the whole match.
Yeah. I mean, objectives at the end, right? Rayquaza, always important. We're going to take a look at Sophia's from the side of Night Knight from this game number 1. And on the Zora, nothing much needs to be said. It's pretty self-explanatory. Played the Zora completely, dominated the entire game. And I would say towards the very end, Zora, you do run out of steam. All these speedsters, they do a lot of damage.
Yep.
But at the same time, they can throw a punch, but they can hardly take it, right? You can easily KO them. They don't have the highest defense, resistance, or health pool. And towards the very end, that lead, ideally, you want to be able to translate it into a win, right? Your team takes advantage of your experience advantage. You go around getting all these KOs, scoring as much points as possible, and eventually have a good enough lead to kind of avert much risk. But in this case, they were able to get some decent lead, but they still needed to keep Rayquaza under their control, and they just couldn't do it.
Yep. Looking at that particular match, I have this gutsy feeling that probably it will be a respect band coming up next. Not sure about how well they can actually play out with mons like Lapras or even a Glaceon, but I do have a feeling by witnessing the amount of insane snowballing coming out from this mon, Zophias might just foresee a ban coming in from the side of Moon Knight. I don't think they would want to risk and want a Rayquaza flip to actually happen to side with them this time about as well. And this time we're looking at Team Moon Knight, of course, Ruvis, of course, quite a good balance between the picks of Blissey and together with Clefable here.
Yeah,
himself.
one of the few veterans that we have seen so far, on this broadcast. This guy again has been to London, has played under Renaissance. You know how the game goes. One of the old guards, and coming back, not only him, he also has Wraith beside him as well. And then you see the rest of Moon Knight, I think, under the leadership, that those experience that is really showing through. And it's not about how you win that first 8 minutes, right? It's about the bounce back. And I think Moon Knight, they were able to keep their composure until the very end and just find that one moment to strike right back. They're willing to go for sacrifices. I think Bongo also did a great job, even though he was the first one to get KO. But in that process, Moon Knight was able to make the call and just go straight for Rayquaza.
Yeah, Bongo definitely put faith inside his team, and his team definitely puts the same amount of faith towards him as well, which resulted in a win for them here in game number 1, which is very much needed here. And I assure you, this game number 2 is definitely something to look forward to, because Night Knight is definitely not going to allow such things to happen again to them. I think that was definitely a huge wake-up call for them. They're definitely going to say Night Knight to Moon Knight instead in this next round here, trying to secure this match, or we'll be seeing Moon Knight trying to get this win. Let's get things over with and jump into the draft, shall we? It seems that things are ready for both sides. Let us begin together with the banning phase for Team Moon Knight and Team Night Knight.
I was waiting for you to have it, Flava.
Yeah,
you almost missed it. You almost missed it.
No, not yet. It's not yet. I thought it was in game.
Here we are.
I think we're waiting for the go, right?
I was purposely waiting.
Oh, okay. I didn't say that during the draft.
We are in.
I hope Danelie didn't hear that. I'm just saying.
Oh, Danelie is right there. What are you talking about?
I think she must be praying that I don't say that in the next match.
Well, yeah. You guys are.
Probably I just do it just for the fun of it. Yeah.
You're getting very weird looks, Flava.
Oh no, we're still seeing the same band. So it's going to be Lapras together with Glaceon. Now, does that mean we're going to see yet another Zoroark here on the side of Team Night? We will see in just a bit. Wow. So similar bands. The bands probably this will allow Zoroark to be picked yet again. Still not sure.
I mean, if we get to see the Zoroark again, I would be very delighted because
I'll be scared. If I was Moon Knight, I'll be scared. I know it's in the hands of a true master there.
I play against Xingdi Zoroark. Okay, nothing scares me more than that.
Oh, I get scared of Xingdi anything. It's not. There's no such thing as a Xingdi Zoroark, Xingdi Glaceon. I see Xingdi, I get scared. That's all.
Yeah, but have you seen him in real life? He's a sweet guy.
Oh yeah, he's a very sweet guy.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah.
We do have some issues, and we're gonna iron that out to make sure that nothing goes wrong in the draft. But I definitely think that the bans are most likely going to be the same. We would still see the Lapras getting banned out. In fact, there is a chance that Lapras gets 100% banned today, and I wouldn't be surprised.
It seems like a similar case like when Zacian was previously not banned, but then it had to be banned in the banning phase.
Because Zacian was
very
strong.
was insane. Like
Such a good spot.
Yeah, if you're second pick, just ban him. Yeah, anyways, I believe that we kind of missed out on the early stages of the draft during the pick phase, but here we go. We're almost done with the whole draft itself. As mentioned just now, it's going to be a Glaceon band together with the Lapras, Hoopa, Luna 90s, Buzzwole, Zoroark yet again by Flip. Wow, and it is going to be a Dodrio this time. And we're looking at Moon Knight still trying to finalize their draft. They have the Slowbro. They have the Blastoise yet again, game-changing Mon right here on their end, and this time they're gonna be playing with a
we have the Urshifu, okay?
Ooh.
That's what I care about. Moon Knight is gonna win this.
Water Bear.
Anyone who picks Urshifu wins games. I can attest to that because I only play Urshifu.
Oh, because what happened to the other
prior to Sableye? Okay, I played
Sableye.
Urshifu all the way up to the top. So Urshifu, it's good to see this Mon again. Going to be in the jungle for sure, but we're also seeing two very distinct, very different compositions, right? For Night, you don't really have a dedicated defender, frontline.
Yes.
For Moon Knight, you don't have a dedicated attacker.
Yeah, so defense versus offense. I would say fully defense. I would say, but I think a very focused on offense coming up from Team Night, and Moon Knight. You have leaning more towards defense rather than offense for there, and try to scale balance between them, let's say. Yeah,
And I think for the side of Moon Knight, it's all about being in Night-Night's face, right? You have the Machamp, you have the Urshifu, you have the Blastoise, you're gonna run in, and we are going to just outlast Night in these team fights because we do have a Clefable with the Moonlight to kind of keep us topped up. Whereas for the side of Night, they don't have those in the moment sustain, but what they do have is the Hoopa that can always send you back to the base, get you topped up, and get you back in the fight as soon as possible. While Game 2 has just begun, Night against Moon Knight, and Moon Knight, if they win this one, Night will be out.
Yep, that's true. And I think based on what you mentioned just now, I think they're just comfortable with this kind of play. And of course, we're going to be seeing yet another attempt here. But they're ready for him. They knew it was coming. But this time, they're not able to stop him as fast as before because it's going to be a trade-off. It is going to be the Squirtle trying to score on this side. About a little bit too late, but the Hoopa trying to do anything about it. Going on Chuberk. And Chuberk pushing off from behind. Look at the headbutt. Missing out on everyone. He's trying to push off from behind.
So much damage from Mercy. Please, this Hoopa early on. Was able kind of forcing the Squirtle back as well, but again for the Zora, one thing you want to do, you get him a hit, let him hit level 5 as soon as possible. That's the point where he can start dealing some early damage. Oh, you get a double KO down bottom. This Dojo flip with the amazing clear. They get to cash in on some points, but you have the Urshifu. He's already on the top side. They could set up something.
Yep, gotta be careful, Slowpoke. You knew that they were gonna rotate that Dojo either to the top or the bottom, and it's gonna be bottom and get taken down right here. Of course, going for the swap to take out right here at the top lane. It goes a jump. It is going to be that Urshifu. Unfortunately, didn't manage to take out on anyone. Enter the goal post zone, not be able to score anything here.
Very, very unfortunate. That was kind of the opening that Moon Knight was hoping to be able to capitalize on if you get that KO.
Because Dojo went bottom already?
Yeah. But you had the Hoopa, right? So the Dojo, I believe, went bottom and then walked up back top. And now your Zora also hits level 5. And that is where it is going to get a bit scary for Moon Knight. Dojo and Zora You know, a lot of snowball
Schubert.
potential. I mean, Zophias, he just punishing Schubert.
Previously, we have witnessed this multiple times in the previous game. Basically, Zolias just punishing Schubert over and over again in the previous one. But I think that was previously that was a hands-off flip. So I think it was a little bit different. So yeah, this time about Squirtle doesn't get bullied, still able to actually sustain in the lane, doesn't get taken down. So far, quite an okay start to his Night. 61 to 17, and Zoroark not snowballing hard again. This about our bottom lane. Dojo managed to get that hit on the Machamp, and this time charging through, and they're gonna get yet again this time on the Defable.
Yeah, Ruvis also ends up getting KO. 9-9, 4-man strong. Guardian will go for the reset. As Flip starts cashing in, they're gonna overdunk this one for sure. Meanwhile, Zophias is also punishing this water as much as possible. Steals the Citrus Berry away. Has too much points to score in the situation, and he might get KO actually. Moon Knight coming in for the pincer. Zophias Night Slash to gain distance once more. They could not get him.
Yeah, being able to actually make an escape and not be able to take out anyone from Moon Knight. Things are not that easy for them, but I think the only reason is because this time they're not running him. They're just not running him that well. That's how they're focusing more towards the drill. Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
Macho gets choked out at top lane. This time about, not able to do anything. They got the Reggie. They got the Reggie Rock at the bottom. That's additional defense and special defense for the whole family of Moon 9.
At the
I think was it Moon 9 or was it 99? I think it was in the hands of Buzzwole.
wasn't a hand of Buzzwole.
Oh yeah, so it was in the hand of 99. Yeah, my apologies. Ito, right.
Almost gets frozen.
Citrus Berries are back online for Moon Knight right here on behind the goalposts. Ito able to actually recover back.
And Moon Knight right now, they definitely have a lot more tools to kind of fight Night head on, the Urshifu. But the thing is, he is put behind just by a little bit, and oh my goodness, that's a Fable.
Underestimating damage.
Just instantly KO by Dojo, and this Urshifu can't really help out as well. Guardian shows up and just gives him that good old slam. And Night, they're gonna break this goalpost.
Yep, we're definitely seeing a very different Night here. More objective driven right now. They're at 185 versus 43. 5 minutes and 50 seconds left into the game right here, and going for this Reggie Lucky attempt at the top lane. The hands of Blue of the Ninetales for Team 99. Of course,
they actually snuck in a 40. That is big.
Wow.
If you are
was it bottom?
Yeah, they snuck in a bottom 40 in the bottom side. They lose the Zoroark as a result of that, but it's a lot of value, right? Because 9-9, they're going to try and crash this Reggie Lucky up top. You can see that they will go for the reset with the Koopa also. Big close combat. Flip, tries to get away. Chased down by Yito. Of all Pokemons, Moon Knight was able to stop 9-9 from crashing the Reggie Lucky. And they might also lose Guardian. Actually gets the shield in the last second. And they take out the Machamp. But Moon Knight, well, they stopped the Reggie Lucky.
Yeah, Moon Knight is still in the game right here, but point difference is bigger compared to the first game here, as 9-9 is more focused on going on for the scores right here. They will not allow what happened in game number 1 to happen yet again in here in the following games. They're still trying to find space and probably looking forward towards the next Reggie, which is coming out very soon right here. It's going to be a Reggie Rock attempt. We're having a head start here from 9-9 to get the Lone and Ninetales. Here comes the entry. It's going to be the Buzzwole from behind, but unfortunately he gets caught up and he gets taken down instead. Hand off the Machamp. As Robro, they're going on full on towards the Reggie Rock, trying to get this defense buff from them. Lole Ninetales are making an escape from behind, returning to behind the goalpost for Team 9-9, and here it comes the score. Whoa, that Surfish behind, but they're able to actually score still for Moon Knight.
Yeah, good attempt from 9-9 to cancel that, but it was just way too hard. You see Moon Knight coming online. They even used the Hydro Typhoon just to secure the KO on this Buzzwole.
That Surf caught me off guard a little bit. Just a little bit. It did surprise me a little bit, Surf.
Yeah. So 1v Slowpoke running Surf again. You have, again, for the side of Moon Knight, it's starting to be a bit deadly. But 9-9, they're gonna just use everything on this Urshifu. Flip just walks out of that.
That CC holding him in place, not be able to actually do much for himself, getting it down. That's gonna be Urshifu down here top lane. Another Reggie Lucky attempt as well, and it seems that it's gonna be uncontested. 9-9 is gonna be getting it. Of course, from behind, yet another CC here. Of course, Hydro Typhoon hitting up on 4. Where's the full one from behind? And Blastoise getting down still right here, and Oh, Buzz will still manage to get in that. Regieleki, Urshifu is in trouble, and he definitely is. He gets taken down as well.
No follow-up from Moon Knight. Big Hydro Typhoon, but the rest of Moon Knight not in the fight. You have this Guardian Buzzwole being just a big pain. He is harassing the members of Moon Knight. The superpower, a big tool for him to keep displacing all these members, right? And you know, it's one of those few abilities that doesn't really care if you're immune to hindrances, and you have that close combat from Rave. You solo kill the Zoroark, and now critical mass has already passed, right? The Machamp can easily solo kill the Zoroark if he wants to. Rave up against Guardia. Guardia doesn't want to fight this.
Yep, he tries to actually go in it, and both decided to actually make their own way back into the base here in the top lane. Goes in for a score on the build. Unfortunately, they managed to stop the Slowbro from following suit here. Here comes the Buzzwole. It is going to be taken down on the Blastoise. He doesn't have anything in his mind and gets it down instead. And down goes the Blissey as well. Next target is going to be the Slowbro. Goes on for the serve, tries to make an escape, hitting off onto Amnesia himself. He gets confused. Everybody's confused. But unfortunately, he's still surviving through. He still has the shields off. Look at this, Bungo still surviving. Can he do this?
His teammates are back. Amnesia.
He managed to skip
Slow Beam!
Slow Beam is there, holding him in place. Managed to put all his teammates in place. This is the turnaround.
This is a chance. The Zoroark used the Nightfall Days but got taken out while channeling it. Moon Knight's gonna rush down. Good old Ray. Dojo coming right through, shooting straight into the middle. The Buzzwole is gone. Hydro Typhoon from Ray. Can they get this? They have gotten it. Moon Knight under the moonlight are about to go for another Ray flip comeback. And they are just cashing in on those sweet AL's energy. Bongo, he did lose the shield though, but bottom side, Night, can you get that time? Rave, just a bit more! And they can't get it in time. Oh no, Guardia a bit too late. Moon Knight takes the lead.
Yeah, Machamp scoring in style in his Hawaiian pants. Very cool, scoring 100 in the face, and currently in the lead, 53 points ahead. And Spy taking out Machamp. Do they have enough?
It's
in
winnable.
their answer? It is. It's definitely winnable.
It is very winnable.
They are able to do so. Look at this. Zoroark pushing through. Look at that Urshifu getting on
Blastoise
standby.
also.
He's supposed to go in.
They're gonna move right now.
They have to go in for a jump. Will they do it? Slowbro jumps in to the bottom.
They are
He is
200
there.
points. Flava, look at that. They're gonna cash in.
It's gonna cash in 200.
A backdoor 200 point from Moon Knight. Night. They break the goalpost, but they need to hit bottom side right now. They need to get more than 100 points, but I don't think they can do this though.
They don't have enough. Zoroark has 26. We have a Alolan 19.
No Unite moves. There are no Unite moves to brute force through Moon Knight. They're gonna try though. Moon Knight, Yito, Big Bad Karate, Kung Fu, Panda, Water Bear showing through. And Moon Knight, I think they've gotten this, Flava. Another Rayquaza flip towards the very end.
Oh no, I think Knight's gonna regret chasing down that Slowbro all the way from the top lane through the Rayquaza path all the way into the forest.
And this is Moon Knight.
Moon Knight.
It is Night for Night for sure. They will be forced to go quietly into the rest of the night. Moon Knight with 2 matches in a row, bouncing back at the very end. And, well, they get to move on and to attempt to finish what Night couldn't, which is RRQ.
What a roller coaster ride it has been here in the lower bracket round 2 game, series number 2 here in game number 2, as well as game number 1. I would say. But wow, look at this, guys. Moon Knight, who are you? They must be celebrating crazily over there back in wherever they are. They are, wow. They have to stop doing this. They have to stop doing this.
You have veteran players again, right? I mean, this is definitely a roster to look out for. Rubis, look at this. 106,000 recovery.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't know who the MVP is going to be awarded to, but Bongo, this guy does not want to go down.
Do you?
The whole
Both games.
He's like playing Resident Evil where the whole village is chasing him down, but he just doesn't want to go down. He is.
You know, both games, Night lost the Rayquaza because they chased Bongo.
Yeah, exactly.
Both
Stop
games.
it. Stop looking at Bongo. I mean, it doesn't matter how good looking he is in a Slowbro, but man, he's MVP. I just
He's called Slowbro, but you know what else is slower? Actually trying to KO him. That
And he wasn't slow. He was juking. He was
fast.
He was juking. He was running away. Hey, imagine a flock of zombies trying to chase over you. Everybody wants you to go down, but he doesn't give up. He rises up from the ashes, the shields, the jukes, and then by the time it was close, it so happens it was so close to the time in the Rayquaza that they managed the whole team. His teammates were in place and making it a turnaround, taking out 2 Mons from Night Knight and making it a Rayquaza attempt, siding towards them. Moon Knight, they have to stop doing this. You're giving the viewers and the commentators a heart attack.
And right now, Moon Knight, they are also 1 step away from qualifying to regionals in June.
Yeah.
But they gotta go through RRQ, right? That is the final boss.
Yeah, final boss. Okay, Moon Knight is the final boss to RRQ because RRQ has been there before, and they don't wanna. Imagine going back and telling back their friends, yeah, we got 4th again.
So that's the interesting part, right? Because 4th in ACL, 4th in April qualifiers, and now guaranteed top 4 in May, and it seems like it's a 4th place curse for RRQ. We'll have to see how they duke it out in the lower bracket later on. But for now, Moon Knight, hats off to just an amazing performance in both games, bouncing back from a deficit, right? Just playing that late game phase incredibly well. Both games winning by a Rayquaza. The first one was a flip. The second one was less of a flip, but good macro. The back cap at the very end from both the Blastoise and the Clefable, both Wraith and Ruvis, both veteran souls. They ended the game.
Yep, I have to agree. I'm still lost for words here by what has transpired between the match between Moon Knight and Night Knight. It's very unfortunate. I guess Night Knight is not able to actually meet with RRQ. I think RRQ will be surprised. Wait, we're not meeting the guy who beat us 2-0 in the upper bracket, and this time we're meeting the guy who beat them? And it's
a triangle effect. It's rock, paper, scissors,
Yeah, it's a triangle effect, most definitely here. It was a very close call, as usual. Night Knight just dominating the both games in the early and the middle stage, but unfortunately in the back, yeah. This is also very bad for Moon Knight because, as Husskkiee mentioned just now, it was a very good set. Very, very good Hydro Typhoon coming up from the Blasters. Unfortunately, there was no follow-up coming up from teammates from Moon Knight.
I was definitely rooting for Night Knight with the lead that they got, but you look at how Moon Knight was able to close out all these the second round. They just saw the opportunity, and I think the most painful part was this one.
Yeah.
Right? Wraith was just half a second.
If he made it in time, it would have been a different outcome.
Yeah, half a second difference.
I think you're right. Yeah, if Machamp didn't score that 50 and doubling it up because of the 2-minute timer at the end, basically it would have sided towards Team Night Knight, and we will be witnessing in game number 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that 0.5 second difference, as Husskkiee mentioned, was that's. Welcome to Pokémon UNITE.
Welcome to Pokémon UNITE. We have actually, I think this is the second time that half a second made a difference. You know when was the first time that happened? At least when we saw ACL, RRQ.
Oh yeah.
When they took on the Japanese representative T2.
Yeah, T2.
That one was also a 0.5 second difference. And guess what? Well, these two teams, they're going to be facing off in the next lower bracket series. How poetic.
Yes, very poetic indeed, and I would say genuinely, I think not just us here at the desk, but also everyone who have just bear witness to history going down here is definitely can't wait to witness the upcoming match, which is definitely going to be something exciting. It's going to be the lower bracket semi-finals. But anyways, let's have a look at the bracket, shall we? Just to refresh back our memories on our journey here through the tournament itself. So I think that people are curious to see what's going to be showing up next. Are we going to be witnessing the lower bracket semifinals? Oh, so unfortunately that has to be put on hold because after this we have to watch the upper bracket final first.
Yeah, we have to watch the upper bracket, and that means we don't get to see RQ play the lower bracket again. Last time we also don't get to see them play it.
Oh yes, that's true.
Avert your eyes. So RQ, they will have to do this behind the scenes.
Oh no!
We're going to be turning our attention over to the upper bracket final. It's Kakalot against Outwit. And Outwit was one of the up-and-coming teams coming into this tournament, right? They 2-1 Moon Knight, they 2-0 Gonliao, and now they are in the upper bracket finals. And this is the same scenario. And well, they've already guaranteed their spot in the regionals.
Yep, that's true. So
Both teams have
both
done
teams
so.
have made it. Yeah, it all boils down to which one is going to go straight to grand finals and which one's going to be kicked down to the lower bracket finals. I'm sad, Husskkiee. I feel
I am
that
very sad.
I think
Both
we're missing out. We're missing out.
Last time I want to see RRQ, we didn't get to see it. This time we want to see RRQ, we didn't get to see it.
We miscalculated.
It's okay.
We would like to apologize. Like now coming back to Mats, okay? We miscalculated. We thought we were gonna witness, like we were all gonna witness the match between RRQ together with the opponents there. But oh man, that.
I mean,
I guess
it's
we'll-
okay. We will just
No,
have
it's
to
not.
we'll just have to leave it up to RRQ themselves to see if they can make it through. Upper bracket finals coming up in a bit. We're gonna take a short break. More Pokemon Unite actions coming up in a bit. They will go for the reset with the Koopa also. Big big close combat. Flip, tries to get away. Chased down by Yito of all Pokemons.
Here top lane. Another Regieleki attempt as well, and it seems that it's going to be uncontested. Nina is going to be getting it. Of course, from behind. Yet another CC here. Of course, Hydro Typhoon hitting up on 4. Where's the full one from behind? And Blastoise getting down still right here. And Blastoise will still manage to get in that Regieleki. Urshifu is in trouble.
Now, good old Ray. Dojo coming right through, shooting straight into the middle. The Blastoise is gone. Hydro Typhoon from Ray. Can they get this? They have energy. Bongo, he did lose the shield though, but bottom side, 9-9. Can you get the entire wave? Just a bit more. And they can't get it in time. Oh no, Guardia.
Yep, it's a nightmare to have played and got in. But this time, hopefully it becomes a blessing because oh no, he's trying. Oh, he didn't manage to actually go in for a score. But right now he's back for Moon Knight. And the bottom lane hitting here. And yeah, another time. And it's going to be a slow bro get taken down in the hands of the Elder Gods. And a 4-mon movement at the bottom lane. All of them going to be dunked in.
Could even charge up all that stacks from the skills. Hasn't unleashed it just yet. Where's he basically be right there? Rapid spin from the Blastoise. Backline unfortunately exposed for.
He has a better chance with the Blastoise in the next round right here. And this time we look at Regieleki in the hands of 99. But unfortunately, it's going to be Azumarill takes down. Azumarill gets taken down instead. It's a 1-1 right now. And of course, the Warrior goes down at the same time. And this time going off for a chase. It is going on the Buzzwole. Here comes Zoro. And going up for damage. Damage was still insufficient from behind. The Buzzwole, Zoroark still coming from behind. They're still doing it. Going up for play. And it's going to be taken down. They confront on the Blissey.
They can't do
it. Once again with slow bro.
They just do not have enough
Buzzwole. But here comes Zoroark entering back into the battle. And they managed to take down the Cinder Ace. Goes up for more. Flip. Making an escape. Azumarill gets taken down yet once again into the Elder Gods. Making an 8-down. Going up in the top. They managed to secure yet another takedown here. And it's going to be the Cinder Ace yet again. As what Husskkiee mentioned, this is not something that Moon Knight wants. And yet a triple take. It's so loud right now. Everybody's on standby. We have everyone. They're going in. It's going to be the slow bro. But he doesn't have much to sustain right now. He doesn't have much and gets taken down. Right in the hands of the Buzzwole.
They slow in.
They got it. They did it. Moon Knight gets Rayquaza. Can they Blastoise at the bottom? It's going to be a Blissey at the top lane as well.
They just took over.
Oh, Zoroark is there at the top lane. Some people measure return. That is it. It's with this kind of play. And of course, we're going to be seeing yet another attempt here. But they're ready for him. They knew it was coming. But this time, they're not able to stop him as fast as before. Because bottom lane, Dojo managed to get that hit on the Machamp. And this time, charging through. And they're going to get yet again, this time on the Defable.
Yeah, Ruvis also and
they're focusing more towards the drill. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Macho gets choked down at top lane. This time about not able to do anything. They got the Reggie.
Dojo and this Urshifu can't really help out as well. Guardian shows up and just gives him that good old slam. And 9-9, they're going to break this goalpost.
Yep, we're definitely seeing a very different 9-9 here. More
crashes Regieleki up top. You can see that they will go for the reset with the Koopa also. Big close combat. Flip, tries to get away. Chased down by Yito of all Pokemons.
Here top lane. Another Regieleki attempt as well, and it seems that it's going to be uncontested. Nina is going to be getting it. Of course, from behind. Yet another CC here. Of course, Hydro Typhoon hitting up on 4. Where's the full one from behind? And Blastoise getting down still right here. And Blastoise will still manage to get in that Regieleki. Urshifu is in trouble.
Now, good old Ray. Dojo coming right through, shooting straight into the middle. The Blastoise is gone. Hydro Typhoon from Ray. Can they get this? They have energy. Bongo, he did lose the shield though, but bottom side, 9-9. Can you get the entire wave? Just a bit more. And they can't get it in time. Oh no, Guardia.
Yep, it's a nightmare to have played and got in. But this time, hopefully it becomes a blessing because oh no, he's trying. Oh, he didn't manage to actually go in for a score. But right now he's back for Moon Knight. And the bottom lane hitting here. And yeah, another time. It's going to be a slow bro get taken down in the hands of the Elder Gods. And a 4-mon movement at the bottom lane. All of them going to be dunked in.
Could even charge up all that stacks from the skills. Hasn't unleashed it just yet. Where's he basically be right there? Rapid spin from the Blastoise. Backline unfortunately exposed for.
He has a better chance with the Blastoise in the next round right here. And this time we look at Regieleki in the hands of 99. But unfortunately, it's going to be Azumarill takes down. Azumarill gets taken down instead. It's a 1-1 right now. And of course, the Warrior goes down at the same time. And this time going off for a chase. It is going on the Buzzwole. Here comes Zoro. and going up for damage. Damage was still insufficient from behind. The Buzzwolves or War still coming from behind. They're still doing it. Going up for May, and it's going to be taken down. In front on the Blissey.
They can't do
They
it.
want to get one slow bro.
They just do not have enough.
Buzzwolf, but here comes the Warg entering back into the battle. And eventually taking down the Cinder Ace, goes up
They
for
can't
more.
find him.
Flip, making an escape. A Sumeral getting it down yet once again in terms of the Eldegoss, making it 8 down. Going up the top, they managed to secure yet another takedown here. And it's going to be the Cinder Ace yet again, as what Husskkiee mentioned. This is not something that Moon Knight wants. And yet a triple takedown. So loud right now. Everybody's on standby. We have
call it.
everyone. They're going in. It's going to be the slow bro.
He
But
has
he
no
doesn't
help.
much to sustain right now. He doesn't have much and gets taken down. Right in the hands of the Buzzwolf.
Hydro Typhoon. They saw it.
They got it. They did it. Moon Knight gets Rayquaza. Can they last noise at the bottom? It's going to be a Blissey at the top lane as well.
They
Who
just
is
took
next?
over.
Oh, Zoroark is there at the top lane. Some people measure return. That is it. It's with this kind of play. And of course, we're going to be seeing yet another attempt here. But they're ready for him. They knew it was coming. But this time, they're not able to stop him as fast as before. Because bottom lane, Dojo managed to get that hit on the Machamp. And this time, charging through. And they're going to get yet again, this time on the Defable.
Yeah, Ruvis also and
They're focusing more towards the drill. Oh no.
oh my goodness.
Macho gets choked down at top lane. This time about not able to do anything. They got the Reggie.
Dojo and this Urshifu can't really help out as well. Garnet shows up and just gives him that good old slam. And Night, they're gonna break this goalpost.
Yep, we're definitely seeing a very different 9-9 here. More
Crashes Reggie Lecky up top. You can see that they will go for the reset with the Koopa. Also, big close combat. Flip, tries to get away.
Oh.
Chased down by Yito of all Pokemons.
here top lane. Another Regieleki attempt as well, and it seems that it's going to be uncontested. 9-9 is going to be getting it. Of course, from behind. Yet another CC here. Of course, Hydro Typhoon hitting up on 4. Where's the full one from behind? And Blastoise getting down still right here. And oh, Buzz will still manage to get in that Regieleki. Urshifu is in trouble.
Now, good old Ray. Dojo coming right through, shouting straight into the middle. The Blastoise is gone. Hydro Typhoon from Ray. Can they get this? They have energy. Bongo, he did lose the shield though, but bottom side, 9-9. Can you get the entire wave? Just a bit more. And they can't get it in time. Oh no, Guardia.
Yep, it's a nightmare to play the gun in, but this time, hopefully it becomes a blessing because, oh no, he's trying. Oh, he didn't manage to actually go in for a score. But right now, he's ready for Moon Knight. And the bottom lane hitting here, and yeah, another time, it's going to be a slow bro gets taken down in the hands of the Eldegoss. And a 4-mon movement at the bottom lane. All of them going to be dunking in.
Could even charge up all that stacks from the skills. Hasn't unleashed it just yet. Mercy Face is going to be right there. Rapid spin from the Blastoise.
Oh,
Backline,
no.
unfortunately, exposed for...
He has a better chance with a Blastoise in the next round right here. And this time we look at Regieleki in the hands of 9-9, but unfortunately it's going to be Azumarill takes down. Azumarill gets taken down instead. It's a 1-1 right now, and of course the Warrior goes down at the same time. And this time going up for a chase. It is going on the Buzzwolf. Here comes Zoro! And going up for damage. Damage was still insufficient from behind. The Buzzwolves, Zoroark still coming from behind. They're still doing it. Going up for May, and it's going to be taken down. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series. My name is Flava. For joining in together is the all-magical Danelie.
Magical! I didn't realize I had magical powers, but thank you, Flava. It's so good to cast with you again. I mean, it's been, what, a month since we last cast together?
Yes, for the month of April, to be exact. Yes. And of course, here we are doing some commentaries on the May qualifiers after witnessing some amazing Pokemon UNITE matches. We're back here. And of course, we're going to be doing some commentaries on the upper bracket matches. And to be specific, it's going to be the finals.
Yes, it's upper bracket finals. I'm really excited because we have had a really interesting day for Pokemon UNITE. Some unexpected stuff happened. I think a lot of people have been tweeting about it, where there was a lot of anticipation for RRQ to be in that upper bracket, but they are currently playing the lower bracket gauntlet run, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see that during this round, which I don't
want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that.
I know, but what we can talk about is what's happening in the upper bracket, right?
Yes.
And we have 2 teams that we did not see participate in April. So this is going to be new for me. It's going to be new for you. And
It's going to be new for everyone.
Exactly. And I'm really excited to see how these teams play. What kind of Pokemon do they like to prioritize? And I guess what's the style that is the flavor of the day? I was going to say the month, but a lot's happened in the form of a month.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, we do have some data to show for you for both these teams being featured here at the finals themselves that we can't wait to share with you in just a few short moments. And as mentioned just now, these two teams, really new entries. We witnessed 8 amazing teams in the previous April qualifiers, and this time about, I'm very surprised that we're witnessing 2 teams who has never been featured in a previous broadcast before to be here at the finals, meaning that they have managed to topple over some of the top teams which was in the previous qualifiers, and right now, like, they basically managed to topple over teams like RRQ, which was taken down by one of the team, which was team...
Is it Lock? Is that the...
No,
the
I think
team
RRQ
name?
was taken down by... Actually, RRQ was taken down in the first round
Yes.
of semifinals. Sorry, in the upper bracket, unfortunately. So
We can take a look at the brackets later
these
on,
guys beat the
right?
team that beat RRQ. Yeah, so, yeah, so that's how we put it. So let's start with the first team, shall we? Let me take on this one, shall I? So let's start with Lock. On the purple side, we have Sunzage, we have Levi's, we have Naudiza, Margot, and PSL9.
And then on the orange side, we have Outwit. We've got Joker, Faker, Dreamlight, Abandon Hope, and Tricker. Now, again, we haven't seen these teams play on stream last month.
Yep.
Heck, we don't even know if they actually made it this far last month either. So again, it's going to be a new experience, and I think it's going to be really cool to see firstly who's going to make it through and what Pokemon do these teams like to play, because even for us, we don't have a lot of data to work with when it comes to what Pokemon these teams prefer to play.
Yep.
What's their meta? What we do know, there's one little inkling of information that we do know, is that if you take a look on the side of Cakelock, Mark God. Okay, the reason why this man has God in his name. He is one of the top 10 players right now on the Pokemon Unite leaderboard. I think he's sitting on about
Wow.
2.9k ranked MMR, which is a big deal. That's
Yep.
a lot of games played. That's a lot of games won. And I'm
Yep.
really keen to see how good this guy is in a competitive space.
Wow, that is an insane stat right there. Being top 10, I would say, in between so many players currently playing Pokemon Unite is quite a feat. And we get to witness one of the top players here in the whole Pokemon Unite playing here in the main qualifiers. And I believe that everyone can't wait to actually see that. So we're going to start with the information card with Team Outwit right here. Some of the top picks that they have is starting off with Dodrio at 64%. We have a Hoopa together with Lapras on the same amount at 55%. Clefable and Sylveon at 45%. Of course, we have Glaceon on 36%. More or less very meta mons here for Team Outwit based on the amount of data that was being gathered throughout the qualifiers, I would say.
Yes, this is information of the Pokemon that they've been playing, I believe, today alone. So
Yeah,
this
oh,
is
today
not
alone, yeah.
Yes, so it's not for the games that happened. Yes, that happened yesterday actually. Now, here's the interesting thing I've noticed, at least from the games that have been played on stream today, right? The meta, the Pokemon we are currently seeing for APAC West. Now, I think this is the first time we've actually seen Sylveon's card actually being shown up on APAC West, because I've been watching a few APAC East games and they are running some pretty interesting Pokemon. We've seen Lapras actually make it through
Ooh, which was
over
not been
there.
bad.
We've
Yeah.
seen Chandelure being played over in
Okay.
APAC East as well, which again hasn't been shown in APAC West. And then there are some Pokemon that have been left out, that haven't been chosen anymore. We haven't been seeing any Espeon. Espeon seems to have fallen out of favor in favor of Glaceon, right? The newly
Yeah.
buffed evolution.
One of them got buffed, one of them got nerfed. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. And then Dodrio. We've seen a lot of Dodrio today. So it just goes to show the differences between the teams and the metas from the two different regions. I haven't been watching Korea or Japan. That's also happening today at the same time. So I think after today, I'm going to go home and I want to see what is everybody playing, because there are definitely some major differences between the regions so far.
Yeah, I agree on that. And I think that is what makes the game interesting, because there's no one way or two way of playing it. There's so many ways that you play it, and there's a way for you to actually capitalize on this thing. Some people are just strong on certain ways of playing the styles. Probably they're just comfortable with the way that these kind of drugs are just working for that particular region. But I guess we saw a lot of Dodrios being played out as well. I think previously people were, when it comes to the evolutions, we see the Glaceon as well as the Espeon, but I think people were just alternating between those two because they deal huge amount of damage. But right now, Espeon, it has a slight nerf towards its damage output, but still a really good evolution, I would say. Still able to actually capture objectives easily. You can actually secure very nice as well, very huge damage output. But unfortunately, I believe it falls out a little bit compared to a Glaceon as well.
I think overall damage output, yes, I think Glaceon is going to be able to dish out more damage. But I guess the caveat for Espeon, the thing that still keeps it relevant for some of these teams, is the ability to secure objectives.
Yes.
Psyshock is just amazing if you can land it. I mean,
If
we've
you can
seen
land
it.
it, all of them. You can land all of them, yeah.
All of them. I mean, we've seen the power of Espeon at the Pokemon Unite ACL, right? Asia Champions League Finals. The fact that this Pokemon was so strong back then, I still think even with the nerf, it is still a viable Pokemon. It's just for some teams, the buffs to Glaceon are just a little bit too juicy.
Yeah, it's hard to pass on that Glaceon right there. And I think for Espeon, honestly, in a personal opinion, I think that even though damage output is actually quite high when it comes to burst, but the problem is not just anyone can just play an Espeon because it's not that easy to actually land his abilities. But once you land it, man, those damage are very juicy indeed.
It's very big.
It's very big, and you get scared. I get scared too. I mean, I play loads of tanky mons in the game, but when you get hit by an Espeon, it hits hard.
It's game over.
It's kind of game over in a few hits. I wouldn't say in one shot, but it's sufficient to put you in a very scary position. I would say just back off when you see him.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I'd probably do that too. You see, just go away. But I mean, we've got Glaceon to sort of deal with here, and we have seen some other Pokemon make an appearance today on the APAC West stream, right? We've seen Dullfox make an appearance, which again, this Pokemon hasn't received any buffs or nerfs recently.
Yeah.
I still think is a very strong Pokemon against certain compositions. We're still seeing a lot of Slowbro. I don't think we're ever going to say goodbye to Slowbro.
It's very tough. It's hard to pass on a Slowbro.
Yeah,
Too good. I think Dullfox is also, yes, in general, it's a very good mon as well. It can also be a situational mon to actually deal against a draft which is heavy towards healing as well.
Yes.
A really good response
anti-heals.
to that. Yet I think we did have a slight discussion before this in our waiting room that we have not yet witnessed I think a Cinder Ace getting the highlight of today, because I think Cinder Ace is the one that actually got most out of the recent patch.
Yes, I think it was a big buff to Pyro Ball.
Yes, Pyro Ball, and also its Unite move as well is now your invulnerable.
Was it Feint Attack as well? I think Feint Attack having a longer duration, shorter cooldown. I remember one of its
shorter
evasive.
cooldown, 9 to 7.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just I really want to see a team fully utilize a Cinderace to its full capacity, because he's starting to look like a very slippery Pokemon, and to have him not only hit very hard, his Unite move is actually pretty good at securing those objectives, but having the really short cooldown on Feint, it's going to allow him to slip and slide in those battles and even dodge some of those really big moves.
Yeah.
I feel like if someone really gets in there and knuckles down on mastering that Cinderace, this Pokemon might be due for a nerf again. So
It's like, hey, welcome to the buff. Okay, say bye-bye to the buff. We made a mistake. I'm sorry, guys. We need to take back on that buff and just bring it down a little bit. Just a little bit. But that buff is also insane. I do love the buff that I think the community has been requesting for a buff on Sirius for quite a while. One of the requests was, one of the big buffs is also based on his Unite move, that right now he is invulnerable when performing the Unite move, meaning that you can safely consume your Eos energy, which is right now reduced from 130,000 to only 100,000, and at the same time as well, reduction of cooldown, which means that you're going to be seeing a lot more Cinder Ace in team fights executing his Unite move. You can see him more in the face right now in both ranks as well as competitive.
Look, I mean, as hype as it is to see these buffs happen to not just Cinderace, but a whole variety. Alola Ninetales was also another one that got a couple of buffs in the latest patch. I'm not 100% sure if these buffs are really enough to bring these Pokemon back into the fold, because I think we do need to sort of address what's currently happened with the meta. And just based on observations from not just West but also East, teams are still really going for a lot of sustain on their lineups. Big tanky Pokemon. Having a lot of healing to make sure that you can survive those team fights, and to make sure that, well, okay, it doesn't matter if you're going to try and one-shot us, you can't.
You can't one-shot them anymore. I mean, back then, people were just enjoying the whole idea, hey, attack is the best defense, but now
it's like defense is the best attack.
Yes. So I was like, I think the logic it's very valid. Like, the longer you sustain team fights, the more damage you can actually dish out. But of course, it hurts because you're like, okay, it's either I play the one shot, which is fun. You can play glass cannon all you want, but right now, since the meta is like sustainability, it all boils down to, so it's healing, it's also amount of HP, the amount of shields you can actually obtain in team fights and all that. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So I guess that the more sustainability you are, I mean, you just want to win as a whole. Like, the moment, if you're a glass cannon, yes, you dish out damage, but at the same time as well, you are very exposed to all this surprise attacks, sneak attacks, which just one-shots you. And if you're not available in team fight, that creates a problem because you lose out a very important member who can actually dish out big damage.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I do believe we are going to be jumping into our matchup very soon, but thank you to everyone that's tuning into the stream. We do hope you guys enjoy yourselves as we jump into our next matchup. It's going to be so exciting as the draft is finally ready, Flava. Let's hop to it and see what Pokemon are going to be banned. And so far, what has been the choice bans for everybody? Do I even need to ask this question?
I don't think you have to. I think everybody can just guess them. You can just drop it in the comment section and let us know if we missed out on it.
And Sableye.
And Sable. Okay, Sable really? Okay. I mean,
I think Glaceon is absolutely
completely
different.
They're allowing Lapras. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're excited because it's been banned.
Oh, okay.
But look, Dodrio, I think this is a Pokemon you also cannot ignore. He's been such a pivotal Pokemon in APAC West. The mobility, the ability to burst Pokemon down, his scoring ability. I think there's just too much in Dodrio to ignore. So that means Lapras is going to go onto the other side.
Yeah, we're very lucky that Dodrio is still counterable. You just have to be really, really careful. Just watch out because once he builds up mobility, builds up movement speed, he can actually translate that into damage at the same time as well.
Interesting.
A Comfy as well as a Glaceon to respond to a Clefable as well as a Lapras coming on from Team Outwit.
So lots of burst so far on the side of Cakelock, right? You've got the Dodrio for your roam. You've got your burst coming in from that Glaceon. And for Outwit, it looks like for them, it's going to be back to sustain.
Back to sustain.
They're going for big, they're going for bulky, but this is sort of a good thing at the same time because one of the big counters to burst is just being able to survive it, right? So Lapras, lots of self-sustain. Greedent, if this gets picked, lots of self-sustain. You've got self-sustain as well on that Venusaur, but I'm wondering if this might be a Solar Beam Venusaur because so far there are no ranged, or at least like obvious ranged Pokemon for Outwit.
I mean, so super long. We have mid-range, but we're lacking super long range.
Yeah, so I'm kind of feeling this might be a Solar Beam Venusaur, but we will have to see.
They can still run a Petal Dance Giga Drain as well. So if you run it together with the Lapras, with the Clefable, and yeah, they could.
I mean, you could, but I feel like not having any ranged attackers, just having that Solar Beam being able to pierce in through the back lines, I think that's a missed opportunity. So you've got your front lines already, you've got to have that ranged attacker, so very likely Solar Beam Venusaur, but who knows, they might prove me wrong. It's going to come down to lanes.
It's going to come down to lanes, yeah, I agree. The only thing about the Venusaur with the Solar Beam as well as Giga Drain is positioning because you don't have that mobility. Like, Venusaur, his base mobility is actually very, very slow. So usually people just play out together with Petal Dance just to have that additional mobility coming in.
Actually, they might have mobility because they have Blissey as one of their supporters, right? It could be Helping Hand. Helping Hand can be that movement speed buff that you need for that Venusaur. So they do have that as an option, but again, it depends on whether that's going to be the choice of move for Outwit. But Flava, we're jumping into game number 1 here for the upper bracket finals. Lanes have been selected, and it looks like both teams are going to be going for a invade, or maybe the invaders will go against each other. No, Squovet's going into Cakelock central area, and Sableye is going into pressure Outwit.
Yeah, that's going to be both sides are just pressuring each other right here at the same time. Oh, he's trying to make an escape. Invasion might just backfire. He doesn't have any points. Let's go for score. Goes in for yet another berry, but of course, Comfy grabs the other one to prevent yet another takedown, and down goes the first one. Being taken down in the hands of Cakelock here. Very good start, of course. Score in it by the Fatum and the top lane. Not be able to actually do much right here by the Lapras.
Yeah. Although, I have to say, that was a pretty great move coming in from Outwit because you actually dragged your Doduo out of the central lane, which means it has delayed him taking that second buff. So he does finally hit that Dodrio, but it was a little bit on the slower end. But he is going to go into that top lane, and they're going to pressure that Lapras. You have to do this in a Lapras lane. If you pressure the Lapras early, it really slows down the pressure a Lapras is going to apply in that mid game. So great rotations from Kakalot.
Yep, I agree. So you don't want Lapras to build up levels. You don't want him to get online to level 6 where he's able to actually get both his main abilities right here. So I think it was very fortunate because Lapras was just one step closer into stepping into his goalpost to actually get into that shield in the bottom lane. Outwit losing out there. Cliffable here. Very good rotation coming in from Kakalot, and this time scoring after score coming in the face and not be able to do anything from the team Outwit.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to be able to contest a Comfey attached onto a Dodrio. Like, that burn is unknockoutable. I don't know if that's a word. So honestly, at this point, I think Outwit, they're sort of just going to have to sit on their heels because a lot of the pressure is coming in from Kakalot, who are now going into that central area, and Ivysaur just gets immediately knocked out. Both of the supporters as well, just getting shredded by all this burst damage from Kakalot's side. And
they're not done yet.
It might
Sable
just be the berry there.
Look at this Hunter in the night, chasing from behind despite grabbing those berries, still not able to sustain all those damage.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got Ivysaur to back you up, so even though Ivysaur could have been there, look at him. He's actually being pressured by these 3 Pokemon from Kakalot. You've got a Dodrio, you've got a Sableye, the Comfey attached as well. They do get the knockout, though, onto that Sableye. But here's the good stuff here for Kakalot. They are slowing down Faker's momentum so much. You want to be in Venusaur right now. He's still stuck at level 7 as this Ivysaur. And this is actually going to slow down Outwit's progression into that mid-game. If Kakalot can keep this up, keep rotating, keep pressuring, stealing their central lane Pokemon, this is going to be a great late game for Kakalot.
Yep, and this is definitely what Kakalot wants in this game right here. They just want to slow down the pace of their opponents and heighten the ones on their end. Of course, it's going to be the first Reggie break here. It's going to be a Reggie still providing that attack and special attack buff for the team. And it's going to be the hands of the Glaceon together with his teammates here. Definitely what they wanted. They are moving towards damage, and that is definitely the buff that they are looking for. And here up, we're looking at the top lane. Reggie lucky attempt, full shaping stop. Midway by the Trevenant here. Lapras attempt. The thing about Lapras is that he doesn't have much until his level 7, where he's able to actually have both Water Pulse as well as either in between Ice Beam and Bubble Beam. Oh no. Rotation once again.
Oh my
It's going to go again. Look at that burst. Ice Shards and the back, and of course Lapras again. This is what was being mentioned before.
The
Definitely not
burst.
something what you want. The burst was insane. Comfy Dodrio.
That early game pressure is paying off in dividends here for Kakalot, but they have to make sure they do not give themselves away. You cannot afford to lose your Pokemon. You'll be giving away experience if you do so. Venusaur goes down, but he's still going to be alive. He does finally go down there to that Clefable, but does it really matter though? Because you have the Glaceon shredding the objective all by itself. It's just insane why this Pokemon is allowed to be played.
Why is he even being buffed in the first place? We're gonna keep all the questions to later, okay? Like it has already happened anyway, so we just have to. Like,
We're embracing it.
Yeah, we're just embracing it, ladies and gentlemen.
Embrace the buffs. I mean, I think this must have been the solution because a lot of people are complaining about the fact that there's just so many tanky Pokemon. We're actually going to be using the Unite there on the Lapras as well. They did get one knockout onto that Glaceon, but they're going to keep on going though. Unfortunately, you've got 2 extremely fast Pokemon. There's no way Lapras catches up with no Lapras Express.
A Dodrio and a Sableye. Those little feet, it's just too fast. Look at this Sableye. He may be small, but he is fast. But of course, we were just talking about this. Faker is going with the pedal
look at
dash.
it get shredded.
All that mobility is still not being able to actually be fast enough to escape a Dodrio together with the Trevenant here. Also, gets taken down as well.
Oh my goodness.
Scoring first.
There's just nothing this Greedent can do. You know, this is supposedly a defender. We've seen this Pokemon get absolutely shredded. Husskkiee is running into the Lapras, but look at him just throwing out all those ice,
Doesn't
those
feel like
ice
a
shards.
defender. Doesn't feel like a defender.
It does not. But both Pokemon, they are going to be okay. Flava, going into this late game, right, we've got to look at the situation here for both teams. So far, looking pretty okay here for Cakewalk. Level 13 here on the Dodrio. He is on fire, whereas for Outwit, max level on their Pokemon are going to be 11 across the board. The comeback potential here for Outwit is very possible, but they have to get those levels.
Yep.
They got to close the stat gap, and for them to do that, they got to find experience, bulk up, and hope that the bulk is going to be enough to fight in that Rayquaza pit. Sungay is going to be single-handedly defending this bottom goal zone, caught up by that Bubble Beam. Oh, but they do have Markon coming in on that Trevenant. Phantom Forest being thrown down as well. The Pokemon are still very tanky. The healing wasn't too much, but no. Clefable going to be going down. Has both supports, Lapras as well. And Venusaur, that final Pokemon, final hurrah, is not going to be able to do enough. And that's going to be a almost complete wipe by Cakewalk.
Oh, that very nice layers of entry communication by Cakewalk into that defense on the second tier of that goal post is beautifully executed by Cakewalk. Yes, indeed. At this point, we're looking at 372 points starting towards Cakewalk and only 174 for Outwit. Still not in a comfortable position for them to actually just allow this Rayquaza to go slide by later on right here. They need to widen up the gap as much as they can. 1 more minute before that pivotal moment actually opens up for Outwit, which is going to be that Rayquaza here. Look at this Dodrio, level 14, and still 3 minutes in, he is able to actually max out his levels before Rayquaza, I believe. Oh no, getting caught off. Our speedster, little Sableye here. Tries to make an escape. Yes,
He's fine.
He's able to.
He's fine. He's a Sableye.
He's fine. And then, of course, yeah, Glaceon, as usual, just objectives after objectives. This time, he managed to get the Regieleki pushing through the top lane, but at the bottom lane, we're looking at 4 months from the outfit going on that Registeel. The issue is here. They are all sustained, but their damage is not much, so they have to work together, hand in hand, and to just get that Registeel. I believe that if they had more damage, they could have just taken down that real fast.
Yeah, and you can see Cakewalk, they could have scored in that top goal zone, but they want efficiency. I think it's 3 points to break it, so they want the 100-pointer if they can.
Yes.
Or they will leave it to Dodrio, who's going to dunk 86 points. But look at this, though. Alwyn just going to go straight for the Rayquaza. Rip, can they get the steal for Cakewalk if they don't get this? Oh, they got the Rayquaza, but do they have the points flavor? That's the issue. 478 to 174. They stuck in that 100 points. Do they have any more? And do they have the shields? 31 points available here on that Greener, who's going to be sitting back 612 to 326, 426. There's still not enough though. They need 200 more points, and they are lacking shields now. We do have a couple Pokemon on Outwit who no longer have the shield, and I think they're going to be able to catch out the Venusaur here. Just alive, but nope. Eliminated there by the Dodrio. Again, 612 to 488. But who has shield? Joker couldn't even score these last 10 points. Those 20 points are going to be going down the drain.
Oh,
I mean,
they have to go
You got a
hunting a
minute.
little bit more points right now. Yes, you're right there, Danelie. They have insufficient points to score at the current moment. We're looking at a gap of 136.
Are you trying to math?
Yeah, I'm trying to math. Okay, I'm trying to go. Oh, sorry.
goodness.
So we have 134. Sorry, 24 to go right here. So they need a minimum of 63 to make it. If I could over Cakewalk right now, Levi trying to make it an escape.
Oh, the heals.
Oh, he's trying. He's trying. Oh, there goes the Surf hitting up on him. He's still able to build up speed and make an escape and stopping them in their tracks.
33 seconds to go, Flava. I mean, if you got to make this last hurrah happen, it has got to be
They
now.
don't have the points.
But it's so hard as well because you have to fight on Cakewalk's goal zone. And I don't think they have the burst to be able to eliminate these Pokemon unless
score at the same
Cakewalk
time. Yeah.
screw up. I don't think they will, but look at this though. Mark God delaying as much as he can. The Greedent coming in with the Belch on top of Cakewalk's goal zone. Sableye is there to slow them down. They can't score the points. Mark God coming in with the Woodhammer. And I think that might just be enough. Cakewalk are going to be able to secure the victory for game number 1 here and deny Outwit the comeback, even though they got the Rayquaza.
Wow, they calculated. I think Outwit had a good idea in mind. They went straight for the Rayquaza. They did not doubt themselves. They didn't try to actually play it safe. They knew that all they had to do was just go 5-man into Rayquaza, taking it out and going for the score. But what they didn't anticipate, that the amount of points that they had in their hands were insufficient to actually go beyond what Cakewalk has for this game number 1, which is very unfortunate. That concludes game number 1.
this was a really tough game number one for Outwit, right? The early game momentum was in favor of Cakelock because they have a lot of agile Pokemon that also want to be roaming. You have to worry about the Dodrio who's going to be coming into lane. You have the Sableye that was slowing down Faker's central lane. You also have the Glaceon who, in a lot of cases, can single-handedly defend those goal zones on its own.
Yeah, he doesn't have to stand there exactly, just long range attack.
Yeah, and it was really Outwit playing on the defensive mode for the majority of the game. They had Greedent, who really wasn't able to make the early game invade happen. You had the Venusaur that wasn't able to hit his level timing, so he wasn't able to assist the side lanes as much. Yes, you've got Lapras, Blissey, and Clefable as your frontline tank, as your sustain, but I think the issue here is that, yes, you've got a really big, fat lineup. Yes, you can survive a team fight longer than a lot of other compositions, but here's what you're missing. You're missing out on the potential to catch on to some of these squishy Cakelock Pokemon to set up for your team. You're missing out on someone that can potentially chase the Dodrio, that can chase the Sableye. You're missing out on someone that could potentially backcap. I think Greedent may, in some cases, have been that backcapper, but the fact that they were behind for the majority of the game, it just didn't allow them to have any opportunities for backcaps. So I think Outwit, the idea behind their composition, I could absolutely see it, you know, outlast the damage, but they couldn't find the solution to this early game momentum from Cakelock.
Yeah, I agree. One of the issues with, I think when we look at the draft as a whole, that's the issue. We can look at it as a whole. The problem is when the game starts, everybody breaks out in between lanes, where you only have these two mons together. These two mons doesn't actually comprise of the whole team. So yes, if we look at them all together, they're able to actually build a really solid foundation. But at the early stage of the Team Cakelock, they just capitalized on the whole idea where objectively they knew they need to take on the Lapras before he actually hits his first level cap, his first online stage, which is at level 5, and the next one level 7. And then he actually went, and then Greedent gets taken down. He tried to actually do a sneak attempt into the mid lane, but unfortunately he gets taken down instead. With that Dodrio rotating from the mid lane into the bottom lane and managed to catch the first mon from Outwit as well. Amazing start, amazing early game, amazing mid game, of course, a great finish coming up from Cakelock throughout the whole time.
So going into game number 2, I think if you're Outwit, again, some things to really consider. Are you ticking excuse me, are you ticking some of those check boxes, right? Like, do you have the basic necessities in a team, right? Do you have a stun? Do you have someone that can score? Do you have burst? And if you don't have these things, what are you compensating for that particular thing? Because you can't just survive on one complete tanky lineup. I think you have to have something more in the composition. I think one of the big changes I'd like to see is actually the Greedent. We didn't really see much of the Greedent aside from that early game rotation in the early game, right? Trying to go for the central area invade. But against, I think it was Dodrio and Comfey, the chances of invading are so slim.
Yeah, and that's true. I believe that they will survive the invade either way. So
look how crazy this game was, right? I couldn't imagine the Dodrio. Like, he must have had a field day this game.
He must be enjoying himself right here. Comfy must have been AFK the whole game.
No.
He must have been with the Dodrio the whole time. Hey, like, do you need me to press any buttons throughout the whole game? Like, Dodrio's making me around.
Well, I could imagine him, like, if the two players are sitting next to each other, the Comfey, do you want a drink?
Do you want to
Just
just let me know when you need me, right? I got my
the
Unite
true
move,
support.
Yeah, a true support right there. Not just in game, but also in real life at the same time as well. But coming back to the whole discussion right there, but I think I do have to second what you mentioned just now. I think that I know they were trying to compensate and say, hey, it's a full defense. We're not looking at Bufuri right here, okay? So you can't go max defense here. And the thing is, you're lacking in terms of damage. We can clearly see when they tried to go for the Reggie attempt, they were taking the time. Despite having 5 months together without any interruptions from the opponents, they were struggling. Like, it took them a while to actually take down that Reggie. During that time was, I think it was Reggie Rock.
Steel? You mean the final Reggie?
I think it was the mid Reggie where they went together at the bottom. Because Reggie Steel was in the hands of the Glaceon. So, in that sense, if you didn't have enough damage to actually attempt on the Reggie, what more doing the whole team fights? I know you're trying to sustain, but also objectively, you would want to have the ability to actually take down mons from your opponents as well, which gives you a certain amount of advantage. So the advantage of attacks is that when you have this huge special attacks and all that, what I'm going to say is that they have big cooldowns and all this on your end because you're more on the sustainability side. You have lower cooldowns and all this, but at the same time, you need offensive power as well. I know we talked about defense is best attack, but we didn't mean all the way defense. Not all the way. Don't take us wrong. You know, I believe that you must have misheard us in different ways.
Okay, look, this was the thing with the composition. I think before the latest balance changes, this kind of composition was actually still very common. I think the one thing that really needed to be changed out was the Venusaur pick.
Yes.
You need to have either one of two things. You have a hard carry that's going to ramp it up in that late game and be that late game monster, or you get a Glaceon, or you get an Espeon. You get that really big glass cannon from the early game to be your damage dealer, and you center around that one attacker.
Yeah.
Because I think Venusaur, great sustainability, great sustained damage, but it's not something that's going to be able to 100 to 0 a single Pokemon. And that's kind of what the team needed in some of those fights.
Yeah. The thing about Venusaur is that people have to remember that initially he is an attacker Pokemon. I get while people are trying to make him sustainable and have mobility that people play Battle Dance until Giga Drain, but base, he's still an attacker. That's why he doesn't have much HP, much special defense. As he has good special defense, as they have good normal defense. So people just, get some physical attackers to actually go against him in such sense. So that's why I think we will have a discussion whether or not is he going for a Solar Beam build, because you already have all this defense. I don't think you can put in enough,
Well, I think
you could have him on the back end to dish out all this damage.
Yeah, well, it's a game-by-game basis, and it also depends on how the game goes. And, I mean, he had a really rough early game. He had to deal with...
He did.
He had to deal with the Sableye, the supports had to rotate
You
in
can
the central
tell he was
area.
having a bad game just by the part where you see that he was struggling to evolve from the Bulbasaur to the Ivysaur. The moment he went to Ivysaur, he was still okay, but he was struggling to actually get to the neck phase into the Venusaur. When you have that, you don't have Unite, you didn't have your crucial abilities, which is either your Solar Beam or your Petal Dance. This is why you still see Razor Leaf coming into the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was just a really tough game. I especially think going into this next game, I do hope that Outwit, they do have something hidden up their sleeve. Maybe this is a learning experience for them to be like, okay, this is game number 1. This is how this team plays. They also got a glimpse of how they draft. So maybe they speed things up a little bit. They say, okay, we're going to now match your tempo. Speaking of tempo, though, let's take a look at some of the players, because I do know some of you are keen to know who they are. And we are going to take a look at PSL 9 here from Cakelock. And so far, his most used Pokemon has been Alolan Ninetales and Delphox.
What did he use before, may I ask? I mean, do you remember what PSL 9 was using? I don't recall. I don't, because we didn't witness a Delphox or even Alolan Ninetales.
No, we didn't.
So
was it Glaceon? No,
was he the, I don't think he was PSL 9. I don't think he was that guy.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think it was Glaceon. We will find out.
We will find out later, okay? If you guys know about this, probably you guys can actually drop it in the comment section.
We'll actually ask production to do this for us.
Yeah, production's
just to
doing our
check.
homework for us. I would like to say thank you to productions for all this.
Yes, thank you so much for the hard work.
Yeah, but this tells us a lot. Like, knowing that this is the frequently used Pokemon, Alolan Ninetales and Delphox, and we didn't witness any one of them, which shows that they still have more things up their sleeve from Team Cakelock. They are that flexible that they can actually choose these Pokemons at any point into the draft.
Well, I mean, it just goes to show that, one ban for each team is really not enough to ban much.
I do wonder, will there be a time when there'll be 2 bans?
I would love that day to come, because I do
Yes.
feel like every time you add an extra ban to the game, you add an extra layer of complexibility and
Yes.
strategy for the drafting phase. Because sometimes I do think
One ban
isn't enough.
It's not enough.
Sometimes I question it.
I don't mind it back in the early days of things because we don't have much mons to begin with, but right now we
early
have an
Pokemon.
abundant. Like, think about the evolutions. Think about the evolutions
We've got
themselves.
2 more evolutions.
2 more
coming
evolutions,
up.
and
We
not
have
even 1.
We've got Inteleon as well, which
Yes, coming soon.
In case you guys didn't know, if you were just tuning into the stream right now, there is going to be, I believe, an update for the public test server. I think it's tomorrow. So tomorrow, not only are there going to be some balance changes for some other existing Pokemon, stats and abilities wise, but you will be able to try out Leafeon and Inteleon in the public test server. So if you do want to try them out, give it a shot, download the PTS, have some fun, get a feel of them, because I know for a fact that I think Leafeon is going to be one of my new main Pokemon.
Leafeon
So
fan
excited.
going on here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious to see how well it fares when it is officially released into the game as well. It's going to be one of the hot picks at the same time as well, so do look forward to that as well. And of course, we do expect an Umbreon to come very, very soon in the month of June. At the same time, look forward to that. And of course, talking about all these evolutions, we're also looking at the Team Outwit. We have Faker, not the Faker that you're thinking about.
No.
Different one here. No. So Faker here, a frequently used Pokemon. We're looking at a Sylveon and a Talonflame. 45% in the Sylveon.
Yes, I do believe Faker was the player that played Venusaur for
yes.
Outwit. So Sylveon, Talonflame, I mean, these are two very typical Pokemon that you're going to be seeing in that central area. I'm surprised that we didn't potentially see Talonflame in the game, because I think this Pokemon could have potentially checked some boxes, but then again, Talon, not really there in the damage department. More utility for scoring, for maybe catching out some of those really squishy backliners, but there wasn't really much of an opportunity.
Yeah,
But I would love to see Sylveon.
Yeah, I would love to see a Sylveon, I guess. Sylveon, as mentioned, we also discussed a little bit of Espeon as well. Still viable, still pickable, I would say.
Yes.
We can still pick them, okay?
We did see it. Not in APAC West,
Not
but
here.
in APAC East, I believe. Teams, I think I just saw one team playing it, but they paired it up with Glaceon.
Ooh,
So
you have an Espeon and a Glaceon together?
Sorry, the Sylveon and Glaceon.
Oh, Sylveon and Glaceon,
One of the
okay.
biggest perks for Sylveon is that out of all the EVs, it's the most sustainable evolution.
Correct.
And if you go for Hyper Voice, you are also going to increase the amount of special attack damage that your partners can do. So pair it up with a Glaceon, Pokemon just explode.
Yeah, that with any special attackers that you have in the team, it can be Espeon as well. We talk about the high burst damage as well, so you pair that up, it's
draft
gonna
is
be
ready.
insane. Anyways, this is draft. I do hope that Outwit actually brings something else into this game number 2 right here. Kicklock already has that 1 game advantage for winning. I think there's a little bit of changes in the tempo, but it's okay. Kicklock is actually the team that actually has.
Yes.
So Kicklock this time is going to be on the orange side, and Outwit
Outwit's
is going to
first
be
pick.
First pick. Oh,
Yes.
Dodrio?
Look,
Respect?
You have to respect the Dodrio guy. I think
With
this is a
respect.
Pokemon. Look, if Outwit ban it, this means they don't want to play it, or they don't feel comfortable playing it. It's a very high skill Pokemon, and not everyone is practiced on that Dodrio. But interesting choice here for Outwit to go for Hooper. Hooper is one of the... It's a different style of support compared to something like that Clefable or Blissey. It's not
Yes.
your standard healer. You've got the portals to work with to send your teammates back to base, or to teleport to an objective to quickly rush.
Correct.
But interesting choice for me, because you're prioritizing Hooper over potentially first picking a Glaceon.
Yep, I
Right?
agree. It's either that or even trying to first pick mons like a Slowbro, or prioritizing mons that with like some of the hot picks. And this time we did talk a little bit about having a Talonflame in the game. And Outwit is bringing their Talonflame into the game most definitely here, and together
Probably for
pairing up
Faker.
with a Blastoise. Yes, I think that Faker's stat was actually the one popped out. It is
Yeah.
going to be a Glaceon for Cakewalk,
Oh my
Blissey,
God.
a Slowbro, and a Zoroark as well. These guys are playing meta all the way.
Oh, and we're actually maybe going to be seeing Faker playing that Sylveon. And the secondary defender also gets locked in here. So Joker has locked in that final pick for Outwit. So you've got Green and Blastoise as your defender duo. You have Hooper for the resets. You've got your score Pokemon, which is going to be the Talonflame. And then the majority of the damage looks like it's going to be a combination of Blastoise and Sylveon. The rapid spin with maybe the Hyper Voice.
Hyper Voice, yeah.
I'm kind of keen to see what the play is going to be. It could be Mystical Fire. It just sort of depends on the flow of the game.
Yeah.
I think it might be Mystical Fire, because you really need to be careful of getting jumped on by a Zoroark or even an Urshifu.
Even an Urshifu as
Yeah.
well. These two mons are just insane at jumping into team fight. They can hold their ground on their own. Yeah, the thing is, Zoroark as well as Urshifu, you can actually go in for especially early game when you're trying to pick on mons one by one. I think talking back about Faker, right? I think one of his top picks is now. I thought he was either going to be a Sylveon or a Talonflame, because those are
Those
his
are
two
both
topics. Yeah.
Pokemon
So I
played,
guess yeah, he basically drafted both. It's like Faker would be like, let me just take one of them.
Well,
you know?
and just assuming Faker is the team's dedicated central laner,
yeah.
it just makes sense to go for Talonflame because you don't really want to lane this Pokemon if you can afford it. You want the early game momentum, so you want this Pokemon to come out of the bushes, to be fully leveled up, and just to go pum pum pum. Your Pokemon are in the base. We're gonna score some goals.
Yeah.
And I think we really need to watch that Talonflame because I think the key to their comeback in at least making the series 1-1, it's gonna have to be Faker's Talonflame.
Yep, that's most definitely. And of course, Talonflame is quite a game-changing mon in the game as well. You can displace your opponents. You can actually screen them out quite apart, I would say, with Talonflame's abilities. So, gotta be on the watch out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2. And here we go.
Here we go, Flava. I'm really keen to see how this game is going to be. If it's going to be Cakelog yet again taking control of this game, or if we're actually going to see Outwit turn around and say, we can play tempo as well, especially with the Talonflame. But no, it looks like it's going to be the Sylveon in the central lane here for Outwit. So
Prioritizing levels for him.
Prioritizing levels, yes, absolutely. And both teams, they're gonna score. They're gonna take each other's points, and they're just going to stack. Bottom lane, though, gonna have a bit of a scuffle here from both teams. Joker taking a lot of damage. He's gonna be fine. He's fine. He can drop berries and heal up. He's okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Getting ready for winter.
Okay, surprisingly, this time about both of them are not contesting. Nobody's invading here in the middle lane, so I guess everybody's gonna have their own time right here. Of course, we see some rotations coming in at the bottom. Of course, trying to just get a little bit because they've cleared up the whole mid lane right here. Of course, Sylveon going off to the bottom as well, providing a little bit of assistance to his teammates. Just in time for the Swablu to actually emerge, so he's gonna go for the clear, going for the objectives here, and we'll see what will happen.
Yeah, so we've got the early game Mystical Fire build here on that Sylveon, so you are going to go for that little bit of burst, not so much the this special attack amplification. But this rotation, I don't really think you can really do too much in that bottom lane. Like, you can't really easily knock out Slowbro. Glaceon's going to be sitting in the back, and there's an Urshifu as well. Yeah, now we are seeing a bit of a scuffle in the bottom lane as well, but top lane looks like that Clefable's going to go down, so nice boost of experience here for Outwit. But bottom lane not looking too good here.
Yeah, I think they managed to screen out Team Outwit from the lane and goes in for the score. And they have the Urshifu, they have the Slowbro, as well as the Glaceon there. Gotta be careful, lots of damage dealers as well. Government trying to make an escape. We have the Wardle level 5 right now, still looking for 2 more levels for himself to become a Blastoise. Zoroark still, I think he's just doing okay right now. He's at level 6 compared to the enemy who's currently level 5 going on for lane.
Yep, this is a lane Zoroark, so we're not going to be seeing that explosive power that we normally see from those central lane Zoroarks. But middle lane, though, we do have a bit of a scuffle here, and so far Outwit are looking pretty good. Glaceon unfurling all of its damage onto the Greedent, but not going to be doing too much though. Markbot is coming into the fray here onto that Sylveon. He does go in for 3 hits, but taking too much damage. Not too comfortable there. And oh my goodness, we almost saw a knockout there onto the poor Talonflame, but does go back home, heals back up, going into top lane. Both teams ready for these objectives. 20 seconds before the objectives spawn.
Yep, that is true. And of course, bottom lane going up insane. Glaceon damage going insane. Ice shots are back. That's going to be a double KO streak. Hitting off on Hoopla this time about. Of course, Sylveon trying to do something here at the back. There's no more berries for him. It is survivor true. Zoroark going insane from the back.
Goes down.
He goes down. Zoroark. He is, wow, he just hates that guy. That's all I can say.
That's his job, though.
That's his job, yeah.
That's his job. Get on top of the Sylveon, burst him down before the Mystical Fire comes off cooldown, and you're Gucci. So as long as that keeps happening, that's great. But this is not great news for Outwit, because again...
Oh my gosh! He messed up! He thought it was going to be just enough hits to take down on Regirock, and he went back and reset.
Unfortunate, slowed it down.
It's okay, it's okay.
Top lane. Got some good news. Outwit was able to take the objective and break that top goal zone. Faker trying to go for some central area steals, as we see a defense mounting up here for Outwit, but they are sacrificing that top lane. So the game, it's not too far apart. I think there's an opportunity for both teams to make the comeback happen, but level-wise, Cakelog are looking fantastic, because Levi's, he's level 10.
Yep.
The highest level on Outwit 8.
Yep. Oh, that's bad. And they're all average at 8.
They're all
And we
8.
have 3 at level 10 for Kekalok here. It's gonna be the Husskkiee, it's gonna be Zoroark as well as the Glaceon.
my
And those
gosh.
are all the damage dealers. And that's not something that you actually want in this match out here.
No.
And it doesn't say yet, of course, Glaceon in position, clearing out Swably Family here at the bottom. Meanwhile, going
Central
off in the
lane.
middle, Central, it seems that they have Zoroark in position. What are we looking at right now? Of course, as usual,
Pressuring. That's what he's doing.
here comes the Blastoise. Rapid spin, but fortunately Glaceon. That hurts.
That's half his health.
I
Flava.
thought he was
That's-
supposed to be quite a durable mon in the game.
Oh
but
no. Usually,
Usually.
Blastoise is pretty tanky. It's just Glaceon makes those defenders look like they're those poor little squishy attackers. But so far, you know, I do need to quickly mention this as well. Kekalok are doing a really great job at just invading Outwit's central area. Not early game, but during this mid game as well, stealing
God.
away all these wild Pokemon. Oh my god, the counter KO! He's like, I got you, you little birdie. You think you got me?
I
Not
like how you
today.
mentioned, oh my god. that was a nice one too.
was
I just had to
unintentional.
highlight that one. Oh, anyways, this time he's in a bad position. Husskkiee gets caught up in between 3 mons here and gets taken down. And my bad, it's going to be in between 4. And they're going to go straight to the Reggie, which
my
is
God.
space for Kekalok to actually go in for the
Hang.
Reggie at the bottom. Oh no. Oh no, not yet. They managed to get on the Zoroark this time. And Reggie goes down the hands of the Sylveon. Things are not looking peaceful here. It seems that there's going to be disturbance here coming on from Outwit. Who's going to be taking this Outwit? And it's going to go for the Unite. It's going to be in. Takes on one of the berries, of course. Faker has the ability, tries to create some space in between them.
Great
Very
steal.
unfortunate. Great steal. Very unfortunate for the Glaceon not being able to actually take on that Reggie.
Oh, there are a lot of Pokemon here. I'm really surprised. And the bravery here from Dreamlight. Hydro Typhoon gets used, but I mean, that was a defensive Typhoon. The team was nowhere nearby to even come in for any kind of follow-up. But the assault continues here for Outwit. But have they stuck around for too long? Because this is on top of Kekalok's goal zone.
Everybody was in place. Unfortunately, they were not close enough to follow up and shout damage towards Kekalok right there. Such an amazing Hydro Typhoon. It did hit out only on 2, despite having 4 mons coming from Kekalok being present there. But if I believe that were really good follow-up, it could have been a really, really good trade-off siding towards Outwit there. So we know, so I guess they know that the Unite coming from Blastoise is currently not available for a certain
Until
period of time.
Rayquaza
Until Rayquaza,
spawns.
yeah, most definitely. He had to use it at one point within this 3-minute plus period either way. So it should have been used. He knows that this is going to be a safe place without that being used anytime soon. As Margon makes his game, rapid spin, dishing out those damage, but he gets more damage hitting on himself instead.
Yeah, it's so hard to lock down the Zoroark. Sorry, the Zora. Look, the only time we saw Mark go down was when he made that minor misplay in the top lane, right? It was a little bit too early to try and take the Reggie Alecki. So that was the only time I think we saw this man go down. But other than that, he has just been so slippery. You don't have any hard lockdown on Outwit. Outside of maybe getting caught in a Flame Sweep, I doubt he will get caught in a Hydro Typhoon because you just have to be too close to Blastoise for that to land.
Yeah, and I don't think he would allow that. He would get in such position right now. Margot trying to make an escape here. Of course, Lefebvre on the front lines. Remember, of course, as usual, they have that hoop up, opening up the portal.
Yep, the reset.
Reggie Rock here. This is going to be a very crucial one. Husskkiee goes in top lane, gets on the Reggie like he
They're gonna get away.
Yeah, they're going to get away with this one. They're going to get this special defense, as well as defense at the same time as well. Advantage buff.
10 seconds to go here, Flava. Now the Reggie does go into the goal zone in that top lane, and you can see we're going to see a 100-point dunk coming in from Kekalok. And look at this again, Outwit just going to go for the Rayquaza Rip, but look at this though, we see the Unite onto the Blastoise, Hydro Typhoon gets used, and the Talonflame! He does get the Rayquaza, but Kekalok, they're going to try and counter score themselves. It's going to be 88 points there from the Zoroark. They're going to get the 48, 100 points there from that Sylveon. 245 to 539. Is the math going to work out in favor of Outwit? Do they still have points? Talonflame gets the 100-point in as well. 425 to 539. Can anyone else score? Can we see the Greedent? Does Greedent still have his shield? Because he's holding on to 50 points.
Wow, 104 points difference.
He has
siding towards Kekalok right now.
He went back. He went back. He needs to score for the team.
Oh no, oh no, now he needs to walk all the way to the Cakeloc's base right now. They're going for a score, and he needs to take down all this.
Blastoise looking to score. Does he have any shields? I think it got shredded. Oh, the Water Bear, just too strong for these shields. This is one thing that is extremely annoying when you're playing up against that Water Urshifu. Just being able to shred those shields and literally pierce through them, stopping you from scoring. And you can see right now, he's sitting on top of the goal zone. He knows what his job is. Stay and defend. That's all you need to do.
But the problem is right now is Team Outwit is all over the place. They're not in position to actually create a path for these Greedents to actually go in for a score. Even if he does go in for a score, they need an extra 7 more points.
Dreamlight?
Yeah, Dreamlight. He has that 50 in his hands. And he gets taken down and get cleared out. 46 on the Hooper.
Oh, Hooper is going to lose his shields. It's gone. It's
gone.
really down to the Greedent. The Greedent needs to somehow score. And he's got full shielding. He's running in. Can they cancel the score? He unites it. He gets the 100. Is that actually going to be enough? 60 points as well. I think Outwit have maybe made this comeback happen, Flava.
Oh no, I can't see much right now, but I think everyone's wondering, have they done it? Math-wise and geography-wise, they have done it. They should be able to have sufficient. They scored 120.
Oh, it's not enough.
It's not enough. They only scored a 60 actually, so it was insufficient. They needed.
I thought they got the 100 in as well from the Greedent.
Yeah, unfortunately it was only the 30 being dunked in.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, he didn't get the 100 points in. Outwit, they were so close. Joker, he just couldn't score.
I thought you said 120, so I was like, yeah, 120 should be sufficient. I saw the 60, so yeah, no,
look, I saw the Greedent unite. You know, he united right on top of the goal zone. He was like, I'm going to score, baby, and it doesn't happen. Oh my goodness, Joker.
So close, so close.
I mean, it's really tough when you're not able to peel the enemy away from their goal zone. And it makes me wonder, did Faker maybe have access to Flame Sweep? Like, could he have maybe had the team go in, create a diversion, Flame Sweep everybody off the goal zone and give the opening to Joker? I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't recall when was the last time we actually saw him with the Flame Sweep there. If he still had it, he could have created an opening.
But I feel like he didn't.
Yeah.
I kind of think that may have been what happened. We'll hopefully see in the highlights to see, did he have access to the Flame Sweep? And
if the highlight actually shows that we
can see if the Unite's available.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It will be a disaster if we found out he actually had it the whole time and not be able to actually capitalize on it. But
in high pressure moments, and especially in tournaments like this is a tournament. Sometimes these little details are going to elude you because you're thinking of other things. You're also under a lot of pressure. Some of these players are going to be stressed.
Agreed.
So sometimes it might be something that you forget. Now, I'm not saying they did forget because we don't even know if they had access to Flame Sweep, but I think it is something to think about moving forward because Outwit, I think this team has a lot of potential and, you know, this is not the end of the road yet for this team. They still have a second chance in the lower bracket.
Yes, and they are going to be meeting with the winner for the lower bracket semi-finals, which is going to be between Team Moon Knight versus Team RRQ. Right, and of course, Cakelock has gotten their pass to the grand finals where they get to sit on the throne awaiting their next opponent in the grand finals at the lower bracket finals. And yeah, a clean 2-0 win here at the winner bracket. Very convincing win over their opponents. So close. Could have been a game force. Could be forced into a game 3.
Yeah.
I would say. And yeah, having that Urshifu being able to actually just melt down the shields really helps.
Going through the shields. That's the most important thing. Like if you try to 1v1 that Urshifu with the Rayquaza shield, good luck.
Good luck, man.
No.
I wish you the best of luck. I'm just saying.
You mean I give you my most sincere condolences. I think that's the more appropriate thing for that situation. But we do have the highlights on the screen, and I think especially those late game highlights, I really wanted to know what kind of happened in that last fight, because you could see it was out of sheer desperation here for Outwit, but also on the side of Cakewalk, you know, a lot of respect to Outwit. They already knew that they were in a winning position. It just came down to their defense, and ultimately they were able to defend those final scores.
Yeah, I think that if given a little bit more time, they would have be able to actually make it turn around for themselves against Cakewalk here.
I think they could have. They
could have.
They just had to find that opening and that opportunity. And sometimes, depending on your opponent, the opportunities might be big, they might be small. You really don't know until they're presented to you.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. This game has been such an amazing game. Very amazing plays coming up from both sides. Look at this insane circus happening here at the Rayquaza attempt. That talent frame, getting that last hit in on that Rayquaza, that was a ray of light, I would say, for Team Outwit. But unfortunately, they did not have sufficient points to be scored upon Cakewalk. It was very unfortunate that the Greedens was not able to go in and actually
Oh, they
for
did
score.
have Flame Sweep. Oh, they used it early, but it didn't connect onto the Urshifu.
Oh, that's
the biggest one.
It was used.
Yeah, it was used. It just wasn't able to land on that Urshifu. Oh my
so
goodness.
I guess Urshifu, man, who knew that one Mon could actually
It was
make
the one Pokemon you had to land.
Yeah, he was the
on.
only guy, because he's the only guy who can actually just melt through the defense, melt through the shields and actually hit your points to stop you from actually going for the scores itself. If it landed on him and it missed out on somebody else, it wouldn't have mattered much, I would say. I think he was one of the most important ones.
He was, okay, so I'm emphasizing this a lot because there's a reason why Water Urshifu is so hot right now, even though he's water type, he's very hot.
Yeah.
It's very hot. He has the ability to actually damage you through shields.
Yes,
right?
true.
And in
Passive.
a lot of cases, the Rayquaza shield lets you score like a score shield, right? You have to break the shield to actually stop the score animation. But if you have abilities that can pierce through the shield, you can still cancel
Even
though
when you have
the Rayquaza
shields.
shield. So another example of a Pokemon that can do this is Tyranitar. Tyranitar can also do this, which makes him one of the best goal zone defenders if you are trying to play against a team that has some kind of score shield tech, or if you actually have that Rayquaza shielding.
So if you predict that you're going to lose, yeah. Tyranitar will be a great mon to have at that particular moment.
There's a reason why you are not playing in the competitive space, Flava. This man does not have the right mindset. But we are going to take a look at the brackets in just a second to see what's happened with some of the other teams, you know, like who is going to be our next matchup, Flava.
Wait.
Hang
We
on,
don't
it's
have the results yet, unfortunately.
Interesting.
At the current moment, the match between Rax, Regum, Keon, as well as the Moon 9 in the lower bracket finals has not concluded yet. It's either they're still playing their game number 2, or they're still jumping into game number 2. We don't have the information at the current moment, but the match has not concluded.
We are going to be requesting this information just in case it is out, but looks like... okay, so the game has concluded. So here is the official update. Lower semi-bracket final winner is RRQ. They were able to, as you can see on the screen, they 2-1'd Moon 9, meaning this is going to be our next matchup, Flava. It's going to be Outwit going up against RRQ in the lower bracket final.
I feel like I'm missing out because I didn't watch RRQ versus Moon 9. But here's the thing. RRQ has made it to the regional
Top 3.
Top 3. Congratulations. Because previously, they were so close. You must have heard so much. Yeah, they were in top 4.
Look, this is the comeback for the team, because last month, I do believe they ended up in 4th place.
Yes,
so they were
did.
literally just one spot away from automatically qualifying to the regionals. So I think the team right now is breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes.
They've made it. Now they're playing for prize money. For anyone wondering, like, okay, if you make top 3, like, what's the point of playing again? Prize money. There is still a prize pool for the teams that are competing in this tournament bracket right now. So
Correct.
it's going to either be Outwit or RRQ getting that 2nd place. And I'm really keen to know who is going to be the 2nd place team.
Yep, that's true. Right now, by being in 3rd place, or should I say in the lower bracket final, they've secured their ticket to the regionals, and they've secured a minimum of 3,000 USD. Now, if they actually win this best of 3 series and goes off into the next round itself. So they managed to get themselves 3,750 USD for themselves, basically in the grand finals. Of course, and if you win the grand finals, you get yourself 7,500 USD. I'm so glad I got that correct. So my mathematics and geography is doing well.
Well, I mean, okay, at least you finished school. That was the most important thing, Flava. but yes, you are absolutely correct, right? I mean, you're playing for an extra 750 US dollars, and especially for our region in APAC, this is a lot of money for us.
Yeah.
So everything is on the line. Yes, you made it to top 3. Let's aim for the next 3. Let's aim for that $3,750 prize. After that, aim for first place. Aim for that $7,000 prize, because that is going to be the lion's share of the tournament. Is it going to go to who we think it is? We don't know, because the games haven't started.
I wasn't thinking of anyone.
Were you thinking of anybody?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't thinking of
Clearly
anyone.
your head's a bit empty right now,
Yeah,
but I'll put some
My
words in there
bad,
for
my
you.
bad, my bad on that.
It's okay.
But anyways, congratulations to all the 3 teams that we have currently who have made it to the next round in the regionals for the month of May. But we have not concluded things yet. Right after this, we're going to be witnessing the lower bracket finals. One of them will be eliminated from the competition, and one of them will be moving forward to the grand finals. We will get to know about that very, very soon indeed.
Yes, but this next matchup, I mean, we've seen both RRQ play, and we've also seen
Outwit.
both teams play. So,
Yeah.
do you have favorites for this lower bracket final? Do you actually have anyone that you think is going to convincingly win?
Oh, convincingly win.
Yeah.
It's tough because RRQ, they kind of lost out early on in the upper bracket. They lost out 0-2 to the team that was beaten by the team in the lower bracket that just beaten. So it was kind of weird. So they're having like some ups and downs
Okay,
going on.
I'm lost now, but okay.
Yeah.
Let's
So
keep
it's
rolling.
they're lost of all that. But I think I'm just favoring RRQ because I think they've already proven that themselves to be worthy here to be in the top 3, and they deserve to actually climb a little bit higher here in the May qualifiers. Yeah, compared to Outwit, unfortunately, I was not able to actually witness much coming up from them based on that upper bracket final. So I think that's why I'm placing a little bit more trust on RRQ to be the better team here in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, okay. So just based off of what we've seen and what we've known from both of these teams, I feel like Outwit can actually best RRQ.
Ooh,
But
I love this. Okay,
okay, here's a bit of a but. I'm sorry, RRQ. I love you guys too. You're amazing.
I'm curious about this but. Okay.
Yes, you're very curious. So here's the thing. I think Outwit have potential. I just feel like at the moment, I want to see can they diversify more in their pool of Pokemon, because so far they are playing a very distinct style. And especially in tournaments like Pokémon UNITE, where you don't have access to too many bands, if you play predictable, it makes it much easier for your opponents to play or at least counter some of the Pokemon that you do like to play. Like, does Outwit have other options available to them? Like, can they pull off a gotcha moment up against RRQ? Because I know for a fact, like, we've seen RRQ develop as a team. We know that they have a very wide pool of Pokemon. They are a very strict team. They are, I mean, the synergy between them is great. We don't have as much of this information on Outwit,
yeah.
right? So can they display the same level, if not maybe more level of discipline against RRQ?
Sounds like a battle between conventional versus with unconventional here at the upcoming match here between RRQ versus with Outwit. But of course, we wanted to highlight just a little bit for you guys to actually know this is the current lineup for both sides who's going to go up against each other at the lower bracket finals for RRQ. Allow me to have the honors to introduce you. We have Eeyore, Nacro, AXQ, Zoe, as well as Luna. But of course, I'm going to give it to our magical Danelie to introduce it Outwit.
Am I fairy type now? Okay, so that's probably
It
because I'm
changes
wearing
over
pink.
time, yeah.
On the side of Outwit, as we just saw in that previous matchup, we have Joker, Faker, Dreamlight, Abandon Hope, and Tricker on this lineup. And we're just going to have to see what happens here. Who's going to take home that 3rd place? Who's going to get 2nd place? And who's going to be going into that grand final matchup? And maybe, just maybe, snatch away that $7,000 prize pool.
Wow, that is sweet and icing on the cake indeed. And we're looking at an information card for Rex, Regum, Keon, or RRQ. For abbreviation, we have Hoopa as one of their highest pick rate. I really love Hoopa as a support. He's a different kind of support, I would say. I believe that this has already been well elaborated by Danelie previous on as well. And we're looking at a 50% pick rate, which is 50-50 on the Delphox, together with the Lapras. Blastoise is one of the favorite ones at 43% together with the Urshifu. And of course, last but not least, they have that Clefable pick coming on from their end.
Yes, I mean, these are a lot of Pokemon that, if you follow RRQ, these are some of their favorites, absolute favorites.
And, and it so happens they're in meta as well.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, there are a couple Pokemon here that the teams like to interchange with one another. So it's very common to see Delphox being pivoted between Eeyore and Husskkiee. We normally see Eeyore playing the Urshifu, but I think we've also seen Husskkiee play it in the past. Lapras, this is sounding like... I'm wondering, would they pivot the Lapras? I kind of feel like they wouldn't. Sounds like that's going to be the Necro Pokemon, and same with the Blastoise. Like both of the the blue Pokemon going to be belonging to Necro. But we also saw Necro playing on Trevenant today, didn't we? Yes,
we did.
He also played Trevenant. So even though we're seeing these defenders,
Trevenant very well.
Yes,
very well.
I mean, he plays a nasty Trevenant. So
yeah, we've witnessed that firsthand here at the APAC West in game number 1 previously in the lower bracket. So yeah, gotta be careful about it. Probably not sure if it's still open. I'm so curious to see who they're going to be banning here.
Yeah, like what's the ban list or the priority of bans for RRQ? Because I'm wondering how much information RRQ have on Outwit, and the other way around, right? Because you have to decide, are we going to ban based on meta, what is currently popular today, or are you going to ban based on player? Because depending on who you're up against, sometimes you have to target ban against a particular team or a player, and at other times you just have to ban meta Pokemon because they're just too strong, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think like if you want to target a certain player as well, because you would have, it has come to a certain level where if this individual gets their hands on that particular mon inside the game, it's going to be disastrous for their end. And of course, here we are looking at Team Outwit. Yes, of course, Dodrio being that one of the top picks, together with Hoopa. Looks a little bit more or less similar. Lapras, but of course, they do favor that Clefable. And the dual evolutions here, we have the Sylveon and the Glaceon.
It's pretty interesting that they have Dodrio set as a 64% pick rate Pokemon for this team, because they didn't even pick it in that previous series.
It didn't look like they were choosing this kind of draft back then.
I think it's interesting enough to see them prioritize Hoopa in that last round. Like, what was the thought process behind not picking the Dodrio? Like, how did they see the Dodrio compared to K-Colok in that previous series, right? Because yes, this Pokemon can do certain things really well, but it also depends on the needs of your team. What do you need in that moment? And I just feel like Dodrio ticks so many boxes right now. There's just teams struggle to counter it because at the moment, you got Dodrio, but then you have like another meta happening, right? So it's like Dodrio +4.
Yes, exactly. they just don't gel. I mean, like, they fit with each other, but somehow it's kind of like separate. Like, Dodrio's doing his own thing.
Yeah.
And then everybody else like, hey, we're going to synergize. Dodrio's going to come in the team fight somewhere and deal out damage.
Yeah,
and then
so it's like, you get the insta-pick, and it's like, all right, we're going to synergize the other thing.
Okay,
you do your own thing. We don't need you.
Yeah, just go charge out your MS, and then, just go charge it, dish out damage.
Just run around.
Leave, and then come back again.
Come back when you graduated.
Come back when you graduated, or you get your levels and come back.
Leaves for school, comes back with a full diploma and everything. I'm here, guys, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, my goodness.
There's no, I think the only synergy you would actually see with Dodrio would be that comfy. The comfy. Other than that, it's literally a Dodrio plus everybody else in the team, and however they gel together.
Synergistically, I mean, if you want to go for the synergy tech with Dodrio, I think Hoopa is actually because you can follow the Dodrio around. Like, if you really needed to, you've got the hyperspace hole to work with. You've got the rings unbound as well. So if like Dodrio's on the other side of the map and you're on the other side of the map, you're like, all right, come in.
Here's the thing: you can't chase your own teammate that has a Dodrio. All right, the Dodrio has to come to you. That's how it works. So the only way you can actually close out that gap is to have something like a Hoopa or a Lapras with a Unite move that you can actually hit someone with
the global strat, I guess. That's what some people would call this. The global strat, just having Pokemon be in places everywhere.
Everywhere. Like, it doesn't matter if we have 4 at the top. If Hoopa opens up a portal, we can transfer everybody like in a Pokemon storage and all the way to the bottom lane or even to the mid lane. Yeah, so it's insane.
Is the PC box going to be a playable Pokemon?
Yeah, exactly. And apparently that's what Hoopa's ability is.
stop.
Yeah, okay, we
Oh
should stop at that.
goodness. Nah.
Yeah.
It just like I mean, if we're looking at Outwit here, we can see they play a wide variety of Pokemon. I'm just really surprised that we didn't see most of them in that last game. Like we didn't see Glaceon, we didn't see Dodrio, we did see Lapras, we saw Clefable, we saw the Sylveon once, and the Hooper. So yes, they played those. But we didn't see the really big damage dealers, the glass cannons, the ones that really give the team that oomph.
Yeah, I thought I wanted to call the production team and ask them, are you sure this is their stats? It doesn't look like they're picking this on their
Look,
games.
here's the thing as well. We're looking at stats for the games that they played for all of today.
Yeah, which is not being broadcasted or
Unfortunately.
televised for any one of you,
Yeah.
for everyone, even for us. So we're just basically
What
looking
you're
at
seeing is what we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever you're witnessing is whatever we're witnessing. So
Yeah.
I know. I think you would understand why we feel that whatever data is being shown here doesn't tally with what was being shown to us in that match in the upper bracket previously.
Yeah. Actually, let's talk about a completely different topic because we are coming very close to, I suppose, the end of today.
Oh, yes.
We've played
we're very
3
close.
games. We've got 3 more to go. Potentially only 2, I guess, depending on the results. But here's my question for you. Why, for some reason, we are still not seeing some of these other buffed Pokemon in today's meta? We didn't see an Alola Ninetales. We have not seen Gudra. These were 2 Pokemon that got buffed. I think we also didn't see a Cinderace as well.
We did once.
Today?
Yes, we did.
Oh,
Just
yes, we did. Okay.
did it once.
So
It was-
unfortunately, it was a game that they fumbled. That's why I forgot. I'm sorry.
And plus, in that particular game, the Cinderace was being shut down real bad. I think it was
Yes.
getting caught a few times. But they won. I think they lost. Yeah.
It wasn't a great game.
It wasn't a great game.
No,
Yeah, that
no,
was-
you just reminded
That
me.
definitely did not highlight Cinderace in any way. Despite
No.
it being a mon that is actually heavily buffed in this particular current patch that we're actually living in right now.
Living in what universe are you in, sir? Okay, interesting. But yeah, I kind of agree. But it was also, I think that game just wasn't like the best display of Cinderace. I do
get it.
think maybe if you have the right setup, the right composition, the right team, I suppose, to really show off what Cinderace can do, then maybe more teams would be more lenient to picking it up, because we also didn't get a lot of time to play, I suppose, with the buffs. We only got like, what, a week to get used to the new changes? And I think for some
Yes,
teams...
a week plus, yeah.
Yeah, about a week. So I think maybe some teams just weren't confident enough, saying like, okay, I've practiced, let's say, Alola Ninetales for the past week.
Yep.
I'm still not confident enough to bring this Pokemon into competitive play.
Agree.
So maybe we're not going to see it this month. Maybe next month, if Alola Ninetales and Cinderace and some of the other Gudra as well, if these Pokemon are not seen this time, maybe next month is going to be their time to shine.
I agree. I think it's also because of the duration that we're sitting on in this current meta, because people have been riding on this whole Glaceon, Aspeon, and
This
previous one.
Glaceon Avalanche,
Avalanche,
yes.
yes.
Even though
That.
Avalanche.
So we've been riding on that meta for so long. It's not so hard. Hey, we need to come back to Cinderace because
You gotta melt the snow.
Yeah,
But
it's really good now.
Type matchups don't apply to Unite flavor. It
But
just
people
doesn't
like,
work
we don't
like-
want to ride on this. Probably not everybody's comfortable with playing Cinderace. I guess people would. It's been quite left out. Like we were looking at the Fire Mons, just people have been looking more towards the Delphox, just because it counters all those healing Mons inside the game in the previous 2 to 3 patches, which people were leading on. So I guess probably it's one of the reasons. But these are all assumptions, I would say. It all boils down to whether or not these individuals or team feel that it fits whatever that they want to bring into the game as well. So
Yeah.
it's not so much about what we think and all this. It all boils down to whether the team can they execute it as well as they should. Like even previously, as what Danelie mentioned, even when Cinderace was being picked, it was not the best of plays on how Cinderace should have been played out after having such buff. So it's very unfortunate.
But you know what is very fortunate for us? The next match is just about ready to go. So to all of our Pokemon trainers watching the broadcast, thank you so much for your patience. It is going to be rewarded with an amazing game. And this game in particular is the lower bracket final between RRQ and Outwit. Who is going to be going to that grand final and securing the top 2 finish? And who's going to be landing in that 3rd spot. And RRQ are going to be going straight for the Greedent ban, and Outwit are going to be getting rid of that Dodrio. And first pick for RRQ is going to be the Lapras.
Of course, the newly introduced Pokemon into the game after not being allowed to actually be played out in the previous Emperor qualifiers and still made available here in the main qualifiers. Is being played out by RRQ here in lower bracket finals. And of course, it is going to be a Cliffable first pick and a follow-up second pick here. It is going to be a Blastoise being locked in as well. And of course, this leaves no delay from RRQ to actually take this opportunity to take in that Zoroark as well as the
Spicy.
Hoopa.
Oh, so we've got a lot of chonk, a lot of tank on both of these teams. Got some really big, bulky Pokemon. You've got the reset for RRQ. But now seeing this Pokemon for Eel, you know, that Zoroark is going to be very scary. And Outwit are flashing the Charizard, and they're going to go for it. Interesting choice here for Outwit to go for their all-rounder choice. Sylveon also gets locked in, and Tyranitar.
They're going to
hang
expect
on.
that they're going to be on losing side, and then oh no, they're not.
Hang on.
But I'm
Gosh,
so
the
okay,
dragons are coming
stop toying with us. The viewers wants to know
Tyranitar.
what do you want?
Come on. Pick the Tyranitar. I mean, I just want to see the Tyranitar.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, get the Tyranitar. Okay, this is going to be a fun game here for Outwit. So I asked this team to diversify, and they're doing it up against RRQ. Now, again, they're running a very bulky lineup. You've got the tankiest of the evolutions. You have a Tyranitar that's going to be healed up by a Clefable. You got Blastoise. Charizard a little bit on the squishier end. He does have a little bit of lifesteal. But RRQ, though, they're actually going to be showing off the Alolan Ninetales on Husskkiee. This is going to be pretty interesting because now the freeze mechanic is going to come into play. I want to see how strong this Pokemon can be, and can it survive this tanky lineup that's been picked up here by Outwit, because my fear is that it's just going to get jumped on.
Yeah, I number one, what I want to say is that yes, the data provided by the production team is legit. Based on this draft that Outwit is bringing here, it sounds more or less like what they played throughout the whole qualifiers here. And I am excited. It looks solid coming on from both sides. It looks interesting at the same time as well. First time we get to see a Tyranitar be picked out throughout the matches that we see here today. Available live for you, all of you who's witnessing together with both of us as well, which is quite interesting. And yeah, still sad. We're talking so much about Cinder Ace. Unfortunately, they still went with the Charizard, which is buffed, in the previous few patches that is still coming in. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, game 1 at the loser bracket finals. This is a best of 3 series, and this is only the first one. This will determine which team will have this advantage in this best of 3 series.
Yes. Now, let's take a look at the team lineups going into the laning stage. Now, Outwit, I am a little bit worried because this team is very weak in the laning stage. Tyranitar doesn't come online until he's fully evolved. Charizard's in that similar situation, but he has the central area farm, and luckily he's not getting contested, so he should be okay. And you've also got a Blastoise. So you've got 2 Pokemon that need to be fully evolved to be fully functional, plus you've got a central laner that's a little bit slow to ramp up. If Outwit can find a solution to this little bit of a slow early game, or at least maybe slow down RRQ's aggression, they might have a pretty good time transitioning to that mid game. But again, it's going to come down to rotations. Can RRQ get the necessary lockdown on these weaker lanes? Because both lanes not looking too great, especially down bottom, because you got an Eevee and a Squirtle. This pairing, not the best, but luckily, Sylveon is here. But they miss out on all of the Swablu. That's a bit of a loss.
All of them in the hands of the Whirlpool, Lunas, Lapras here. As mentioned just now, knowing this, RRQ is definitely going to capitalize on this early game, the early game strikes right here, trying to ensure that I was going to have a really bad time early game, moving towards the mid game, so that by the time they get online, it's already a little bit too late.
Look at the invade. They're just saying, okay, you can't have your central area. We're going to take yours. But we do have a bit of kickback here from Outwit. But are they going to regret it? Their Clefable gets the evolution off, so Moonlight's there, tanks up a little bit as well. And this also forced out that poor little, it's not Tyranitar yet, you know, he's still a little Larvitar. He's trying to get that experience. He does evolve into that Pupitar. So the invade for RRQ, the purpose, it succeeded. You know, you prevented the buffs, you prevented the EXP, slow the Tyranitar down as much as possible, because if you can keep him in that second evolution, there's so much you can do against him. He just isn't functional. And
still able to take down a Squirtle! While Big Solo and Hills were here at the middle. Wow, this guy knows no boundaries, still be able to make plays. That is something that you want for RRQ here in early stages.
Flava. I'm worried.
Worried? Of
A
course.
level 4 Squirtle. You have a level 4 Squirtle.
He's
You
not
got a
even-
level 5 Pupitar. You have Sylveon that's struggling in the bottom lane, supported by this Clefable. This was what I was talking about. The early game for Outwit is abysmal.
Oh, and it doesn't help that this Pupitar gets taken down here. A solo takedown by this Buzzwole. This gangster like Mon is just taking him on easily here at top lane. And it doesn't even help that this guy's still a Wartortle, still struggling to actually get a little bit of levels for himself, for him to actually become Blastoise, making his Unite available for his team to utilize. Even if he does, unfortunately he still needs his team to actually get to a certain point in the game.
Things need to start turning around here because Charizard has finally evolved. Faker is ready to fight. He has his Unite move available. He's just going to score some points. But, okay, what are they going to accomplish with the Charizard? Are they going to just try and outright win these team fights? My fear is that even though he's level 9, he's fully evolved, Unite is there, I'm scared it's not going to be enough.
I think he still needs to wait for his teammates to get online at the
Well,
same time
who
as well.
can he wait for though? Because Wartortle isn't going to be able to do too much. And it's actually a Surf Wartortle. It's actually not
Oh.
going to be the Spin Blastoise build.
Wow, so this is going to be a little bit different right here. Hopefully it plays out well with the draft that they actually have from there and right here. And of course, they need to wait. Even with the presence of Wartortle, as mentioned just now, it's going to take a little while before he actually gets into a Blastoise for him to actually do well into team fights, of course. And that's going to be huge. It's one of the biggest CCs in the game itself. And really good set, and pair that up together with the Charizard and with all his teammates. They're definitely going to be doing wonders here for team fights, and something that we really want to see from Team Outwit.
Yeah, now we do want to apologize to everybody for a bit of a technical error that we're currently experiencing. So we are going to have this fixed as soon as we can. I do believe the game is paused. So hopefully once everything is settled, it's hopefully going to be in a couple minutes, we should be able to jump into the game. But again, we are very, very sorry for the technical issues. We just run into a bit of a technical hiccup here.
Yeah.
But do stay with us because we are going to jump back into this game. But let's talk about the state of the game here, Flava, because I still think not the best game here.
I mean, I think people were expecting this to happen
What, for
because
RRQ to
RRQ to have
snowball?
this. Yeah, they're gonna snowball through this
Sure.
early game lead, right? And they're gonna capitalize it as much as they can, knowing that they're not gonna leave room for the, of course, the Charizard that we've already witnessed. The
Not just
Charizard
the
already
Charizard. I mean,
together with
not
the-
even just Charizard, right?
everybody
Like,
else.
You kind of don't want to give room to any of the big late game Pokemon on the side.
Tyranitar's not there yet.
yeah.
Blastoise not there yet.
I mean, they're still in their second evolutionary forms. And
Yes, that's true.
I think they're both still level 7 or 8.
Wartortle was at 7.
7, and
Probably almost very close
I
to
think
8 as well.
Pupitar, I think he was also stuck at 7, and that's like, it's such an awkward level for both of these Pokemon. It's like puberty. You know, it's like it doesn't come fast enough. You're like,
Okay. Where?
yes, they're still growing, but they're just not useful in a lot of cases. Wartortle more so than Pupitar, I suppose.
Yes.
But I'm just interested to figure out. It's a Surf Wartortle. What's like the purpose of the Blastoise in this game? Like, are you supposed to surf away, for example, like the Zoroark? Are you trying to like stun him as long as possible? Like, what's the idea behind the build?
That's the thing. I think, I think we're too used to seeing Rapid Spin actually being used because that as well. So I guess right now, since we're seeing a Surf,
Yeah.
so I guess it's a little bit different, I would say. But probably
Maybe displacement. Maybe
yes, displacement. Yes.
displacement. I know it's going to be great for pushing Pokemon off goal zones, pushing them away from objectives. I'm just thinking, is there anything to set up with the Surf? Because in niche circumstances, let's say you got Blastoise and Trevenant, you can surf people into a Phantom's Forest. Like, I don't think they have any abilities that really function that way.
I think that, okay, here's the thing. I'm just having a theory, right? The reason why they need a Surf is that if you didn't take a Surf and you actually took a Rapid Spin, they would not be able to actually defend that top lane here without having that Surf. That Rapid Spin would not have, I'm thinking just utilizing it for the purpose of defense only, all right? And I think they were at a spot where, hey, guys, we took so much late. We need somebody to be online at a certain level by mid-game. So I guess they're probably, but you have to remember this. There's probably just a theory and see whether or not, is this their thought process here? It'll be great. We can actually jump in and actually have an interview then and see what was going through their minds on why they went with this particular skill bin and not the other.
Well, I'd like to hear the voice comms. Like, what's the team sort of thinking in this moment? Because we're only seeing what we can see, and we see a lot more than the players do. They don't get to see the numbers. They don't really get to see
what was
much.
going on throughout the whole map. Yeah.
So they're working off of a lot of limited data, and I'm kind of thinking like, maybe at this point, yeah, sure. I think I do agree that they pick Surf because they understand they are currently at a deficit. So they're trying to pivot some of their Pokemon back to utility so that they're able to at least participate in these fights whilst they're still evolving.
Yep.
And the late game is really going to have to come down to the Tyranitar. Until we see Faker really kick something off with the Charizard, because he's fully evolved, he's level 9, he's got the Unite. We haven't seen him use it yet. He actually opted to score first instead of trying to go for a fight. Like, one of the big things about the central lane Charizard is you fight, because his Unite comes off cooldown so quickly.
Yeah, I think people wanted to capitalize on that, on his recent buff in 3 patches ago, but the thing is he's not able to actually do that, because even if he gets online, but the thing is if his team is not ready yet, I don't think alone he's able to actually bring much to the table. And knowing this, RRQ should be able to actually group up in a certain way that Charizard alone is not able to actually do much unless he's able to just catch one guy, which is highly unlikely for RRQ to actually allow that to even happen right now. So it's very unfortunate, because since he has lower reduction cooldowns, increment damage for his abilities, he's not able to capitalize that throughout the early game as well as the mid game as well. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see RQ being able to actually utilize all this. Outwit is able to actually capitalize all this.
Keep your fingers crossed, because we have some good news. Now, again, I'm very sorry to everyone watching the broadcast. If you're wondering what's happening, we have run into a technical issue, but I do believe it has almost been resolved, or is resolved, and we are going to jump back into the game in just a second. And it looks like we are ready to go. So again, thank you for your patience. We are going to jump into this game again. It is game number 1 of the lower bracket finals.
Oh, he's already level 11.
And he's actually used his Unite move as well. So we are down to the 3-minute and 42nd minute mark. And we didn't really get to see what happened, but you can see right now RRQ, they are after that Charizard. And he's got a lot of movement speed to work with, because Flamethrower Charizard is so mobile. But look at this though, they're actually just going to try and fight him with that Buzzwole. And he actually unites, so he just wants to fly over the wall, but he's going to run it into 2 Pokemon for RRQ. Can he get out of this without getting knocked out? He's going to fly over the wall, and Eeyore is there for him, and he gets him.
It's okay. He's going to return back, and he should be having his Unite by the time that Rayquaza actually gets online into the game in the 2-minute mark. Very unfortunate he gets caught right there, and the Buzzwole just dunking him back into the goalpost in the middle right there. This time about, we're looking at RRQ going off for the Regieleki tab at the top. Be careful. No one inside from Outwit trying to disturb them in this attempt. Right here, Lapras screening them out. Really good job right now. Of course, they're also waiting for the next Reggie to come out to give them an edge in the upcoming team fight, or as well as the Rayquaza as well.
Yeah, they really need that experience. Like, if they can get to level 13, level 14 before this Rayquaza spawns, I think that's already going to be a win for Outwit, because the late game, it's their game.
Yeah,
so
it's their game.
Got to try and get that experience if possible. Now, for RRQ, this late game is going to be a very delicate battle, a delicate dance, because if they misstep this potential engagement going into Outwit, I think the game is just going to flip on its head, because they are running a lot of squishy Pokemon. You've got the Alola Ninetales, you've got the Hooper, you've got Zorak, you've got basically a whole team minus Buzzwole on breaking point or just getting deleted.
You have a team of Tofus right here.
Tofus?
Yeah, going up against some huge machinery going up against you here. Because we will see what will transpire here in this current fight. It seems that RRQ are on the ready here, just hiding behind the bushes on
look at
standby.
Tyranitar. Tyranitar's just farming away. He's like, guys, I'm just going to get this experience. We are going to play it safe, play it slow, play it patient.
1 minute and a half on the clock, Danny.
I know, but I think Outwit, this is really the best play that they can do. Get in that fight as high of a level as possible. You're level 14 on the Tyranitar, and is it go time for this team? They're trying to taunt there with the Rayquaza hits, and I think they're ready to go out with.
They know
look at the connection. They're catching out onto the support and the Tyranitar. They will slowly heal back up though, and Dreamlight, he is disconnected from his team. He is alone, gets pushed back, does not get caught in the Avalanche. So he will be able to reset here with the Bannerhook. T-Tar goes in. Nice pushback though. Tyranitar's alone. Charizard's there. Uses Seismic Slam. They're slowly burning down the Buzzwole. Necro going into the bushes. But the team is now currently broken up for RRQ. Is it going to be enough? The Unite's not enough. It's going to be Husskkiee and Buzzwole to go down. 3 Pokemon left alive here for RRQ. And Outwit are outlasting them. It's another Pokemon down. Eeyore eliminated from the pool. It's going to be down to 2. Can they steal it though? RRQ, Lapras going to counter score. Tyranitar getting the final hit.
Oh, it's
And
a 5v2
Outwit.
situation there. This is not going to be looking good. 3 seconds before one of the mons coming back. It's going to be Alolan Ninetales. 5 seconds in Buzzwole. And 15 on Zoroark. Can they do this? Despite it down coming in from the Lapras at the top lane. It's not going to be sufficient. Right now, 660 in the bags for Outwit. A 200, my apologies. It's a 212-point gap here. They have no one from RRQ going in for the scores. Add that up with another 40. It is going to be a win for Outwit here in game number 1 of the lower bracket finals.
I loved the patience from Outwit.
Wow, they were not rushing it.
They didn't rush it. They understood the lineup. They understood the late game was theirs. And they also understood that RRQ were playing a very dangerous game by letting Outwit just choose the fights.
Wow.
Because their Pokemon, again, the comparison between the two teams, super bulky in this late game. Whereas for RRQ, if you don't get the appropriate damage out in that initial burst, there's a good chance Outwit just literally run on top of you.
The thing is, with RRQ, when you have that big team fight coming, you know that it's coming in the late game. So
That
the thing is-
literal fright train
yeah,
is coming
exactly.
at you.
So Ninetales and Hoopa were like, okay, so where do I hide? And then you have the Zoroark. Yes, you can go mano a mano against him, and you'll have that win. But when you go into huge team fights right here, it's not gonna look good because you can't go
You
straight.
can't-
You can burst down a Blastoise,
Yeah, you
a
can't.
Tyranitar, a Clefable on standby.
Yeah, the late game, it's so different to the early game. Right, like I think one of the biggest advantages for RRQ's lineup this game was that the early game was theirs.
Yes,
They
I
were
take it.
they were deleting Pupitas.
All they could do was just slow down things, yeah.
Yeah, you have to slow the game down as much as possible. Deny the levels. Don't give them that experience. And I just feel like them. Yes, I can see what they were doing. Just protect that Rayquaza. But I kind of feel like they didn't need to commit to that full fight. Just zone. They have a lot of range to work with the Ninetales, even with the Hoopa. Just zone. Don't go into a full fight because you've got a Hydro Typhoon, you've got a Seismic Slam you got to worry about. You got a Tyranitar that's going to be running at you with that Ancient Power. Boom, 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 squish.
Squish.
So-
That ending was kind of cute though. It's a squish. I was expecting something bigger, but okay. Yeah, good one, Danny. But
thanks.
okay, something I want to highlight is that this draft to execute this is high risk, high reward. I think is the right word for it because
Yeah, it was.
like if you want to take on this draft, nobody wants to run a draft where you take such a big risk. Where hey guys, I'm
Take
just
a
letting you know.
beating in the early game.
I'm gonna let you guys know that the draft we're going with, you're gonna take a beating, like loads of it. And we can only win through the late game with hopes that we are disciplined, we're able to execute things well, and you know, like, and yeah, Rayquaza, like, yeah, so get that. And without anybody securing Rayquaza from the opponent's side. So this is not, mechanically, this is not an easy thing to execute.
No.
Although it looks like, hey, they already buffed up and all that, but so many things can go wrong because you're not, I mean, you've already taken loads of beating. There's a very high chance you might be low in terms of levels compared to your opponents because of how bad things are going throughout the early game as well as the mid game. So yeah, so I guess high risk, high reward.
Yeah, I think we're also missing some context for the game as well because we did sort of miss out on, I think it's about a minute of the game in the middle.
I think
just,
more than that.
Yes.
Because Charizard skipped
He
2
was level
levels, so
9
it's like,
still, like-
okay.
Well, okay, technically he used Seismic Slam, so I think he slammed somebody and then he got some KOs and then he suddenly like went up to level 11. But I'd like to see what sort of happened in that case. Like, where did those 2 levels come from? Who did he knock out? Did they get the objectives? Because it was a bit of a long wait, so we didn't really get to
I think
see
we missed out a lot
what
because we
happened.
missed out on Wartortle to Blastoise. We missed out on Pupitar into into Tyranitar as well. So yeah, we missed out everything, all the crucial times.
We missed out on the good bits.
We missed out all the good bits. All we got was like the ending of a movie, you know, like oh okay, they won.
Wow, okay. Well, I mean, it was a pretty interesting movie. The
It
fact
was.
that, you know, Outwit, they come back after such a devastating early game, a devastating mid game, and just understanding, okay, the needs of their draft. Because I think some teams, when you take a beating, as bad as it was this game, some teams sort of get lost after that. They think
Yeah.
like, oh, we're super far behind, we have to make these crazy plays happen. They didn't do that. They made sure that Tyranitar was ready to go. If they could get 15 before the fight, I think they would have, but they said 14's the best we're going to get. We're going to run in. We're big. We're tanky. We've got Moonlight. And as you can see on the screen, you know, the Moonlight and the bulk on Outwit just made them survive all
These
the
guys are
damage.
just walking together as if they know they were not gonna get taken
Well,
down.
they knew, right? Like,
Yeah,
they
they knew.
basically just hug the Clefable. They're like, kill me, but I'll do damage as well. And it worked. So, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That
They
was-
hold hands, you know, just like hold hands as you go into the fight.
Hey.
But again, it worked out because they knew what they had to do to make their lineup be the best possibly could.
Yeah. I
So,
thought you were there. There
great
you have
stuff.
it. That was game one. Game one. Wow. That was a great opening to the loser bracket finals, I would say. And I think RRQ, they didn't do too shabby for themselves.
Well,
They did
yes.
well. I think they did what they intended to do. They are supposed to have that huge lead early game and the mid game, and they did that. It was very unfortunate that in the late game they were in a position where they
It
knew
was a
that
weird position, actually.
A very weird
Like, they
position.
were fighting right in front of Rayquaza. It wasn't in a choke point. It wasn't...
Actually, I was surprised. I thought they'll be staying back and not be so much to the front and, you know, screening these guys out. Because the thing is, you don't have... I know they're trying to screen opponents from trying to go for the Rayquaza attempt. But at that moment, shouldn't you be more careful? Like, even if they tried to poke Rayquaza, at that time, you should be, you know, fall a little bit behind and just go and try to screen them out bit by bit, rather than being there and allowing the opponent to actually go in and actually force the team fight in.
You know what I think? I think they were sitting very far forward because they were expecting them to rip Rayquaza. We saw it twice.
Yeah, we saw it twice.
in
Yeah,
the
that happening. Yeah,
previous
they were
games.
forcing their way through Rayquaza.
Yeah,
So this time is like, hey.
Yeah, so I think they were expecting that. They were just like, okay, this team is behind. In the last two games, they just went and ripped Rayquaza. They ignored us. Maybe they're going to do the same.
Yeah,
And we're
exactly.
just going to rip them to shreds while they're trying to rip Rayquaza. Little did they know that they were not going to go for Rayquaza, and they just went for a full 5-on-5 fight. Because I think once they realized what happened, RRQ was like,
We watch your matches
Oh.
in the upper bracket.
no, I think it was just like an oops moment. Because
Yeah.
I think sometimes when you see teams do things over and over again, in some cases, you make a mistake by predicting they're going to do the same thing.
Yeah, and I think this comes
And,
back to the
yeah.
thing that Danny was talking about before the match started. Like that's this very surprise factor that Team Outwit can bring, because I believe that they have more data on RRQ compared to the other way around, because
Very
RRQ seem more,
likely. I
yeah,
think
very
so.
likely as well. And Outwit has been surprising us with their drafts and with their play styles. It didn't work out so well in the first game, I would say, previously and all that, but somehow it worked out well, and all these comebacks, and man, three times comebacks. They have to stop doing this.
They have to stop
They
doing
they have to stop doing this. This is not good for the heart. And like, really, are they gonna keep doing this? Like,
Hey, I want to see Charizard on that info card very soon. Because he's
yeah, we want to see Charizard for
Yeah,
card.
so Faker played Charizard in that last game, and I think he really did the best that he could have in that match. So he didn't so much focus on assisting the side lanes, he more so just tried to get that level 9 as fast as possible. I think he sort of popped in just to see if he could help, saw that it wasn't possible because, you know, the lanes for RQ are incredibly strong, his own lane's a little bit weak. He just went into the other, into RRQ central area, took their jungle Pokemon because they knew RRQ was going to take their jungle anyway, because they also tried to funnel the experience into
They were
their
desperate.
Larvitar. So
Yeah.
yes, Larvitar got denied, but Charizard still got his experience. So I think Outwit, they did the best that they could with their situation in that game, and it paid off so much.
I don't want to predict anything about Outwit anymore. It feels like
You just
he's-
got outwitted
Yeah,
by them. so-
exactly. Everyone got outwitted, and the enemies, they got outwitted. They got outwitted. Like
Is this the
times.
tech? They outwit everybody. They just be like, okay, this is how we play. Gotcha!
Gotcha! Hey! This reminds me of the. It reminds me a little bit about the citywide that actually happened in the previous April one, but it's a little bit different. Like they're literally trying to gotcha everyone here. What they're playing, I think it's one of those teams where you cannot predict what they're gonna be bringing in, and they're playing half meta, half not meta. Is when it comes to draft, so very unpredictable as well. It shows flexibility, it shows creativity as well. It works to a certain extent, and I'm curious to see how far they can go with whatever they're bringing to the table right here at the May qualifiers for APAC West.
Yeah, well, I definitely think going into this next matchup, RRQ, after seeing Charizard and Tyranitar suddenly make an appearance, there are going to be some pretty big changes overall to the Pokemon that they draft. And I kind of feel like going into this next game, Eeyore might go back to some of his more tried and true Pokemon that also are going to have that late game assurance, because he went for Zoroark, right?
Yeah.
And yes,
early
amazing
game dominance,
early game.
yeah.
Late game, sometimes he's great. It's just if you're up against those late game monsters like Blastoise, Tyranitar,
You
and
can't
I think
do much,
even
yeah.
Charizard, yeah, you're not going to have that same level of power compared to like if you're up against some squishies. So
You
again,
can't kind of insta-delete in a few shots, you know?
might be Urshifu time if Dodrio comes back into the fold. If it's not banned, maybe Dodrio is a Pokemon that's up for grabs. He might even go for Glaceon if he can get it, because this Pokemon has also been banned by a lot of the teams. They understand how
it's kind
good
of like
it
a
is.
hot pick.
And Delphox. He can even play Delphox.
Yeah, he can
and
even
that's
play
also
Delphox.
another late game Pokemon that you could consider and has a absurdly fast Unite recharge. So if RRQ want to keep fighting, Delphox might be another Pokemon to consider. But also, I think Axew is going to change up his choice of Pokemon. Because yes, I think Alola Ninetales it's a pretty interesting Pokemon. But I feel like in the late game, unless it's full, if you can guarantee its survival, you can promise
Yeah,
that
if you
doesn't
can
get deleted.
set well, if you
Yeah.
can CC the opponents, and he's just in place, dishing out damage to the opponent, he's gonna do well. But
Yeah,
if you
I
can't
think
do
so.
that, just like this game, it's gonna look back in the late game, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe even Delphox going into Axew side, I wouldn't mind that at all. So
A more balanced draft, I would say.
I'd like to see balance, because it's like you have a decent early game, your mid game's okay, but you also give yourself a fighting chance
In the late game.
Yeah, if things go awry in that late game.
Yeah. I think RRQ has a lot to think about. Outwit, I don't know what's going on through their mind. I don't know whether they're thinking crazily or anything, or they're just going to feel relaxed. Don't worry, we got such a huge pool. I don't think they mind so much about the bans, because they're like, hey, we can pick this guy, we can pick this guy. Hey, this guy worked last time, right? And like, let's pick this guy, and then it still works as long as it results in. Okay, here's the thing: we're not going to judge you as long as you win, right? We're not going to judge whatever you pick. So
I'm just thinking, like what Pokemon are we going to maybe see come back? You know who we haven't seen? We still haven't seen the purple cat, the Espeon. It's still gone. No one's
It's
picked
gone
it.
unseen the whole day.
Literally unseen.
It got
And
nerfed. It got nerfed. It didn't get hurt.
25%, I think.
Yeah, 25%. Yeah.
25% of its damage.
It's still good. I'm just letting you know that it's still good. It's
But
just
we
that
haven't seen the replacement. Okay, I think Alola Ninetales is technically the replacement for Espeon, but there's another replacement that we haven't seen at all in APAC West. Chandelure.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when Chandelure was released, made the comparison that this was another Pokemon that was going to challenge Espeon in the exact same role. Chandelure, amazing damage, amazing range, but what does it lack? Mobility.
Yeah.
It's a very immobile Pokemon, but it can do damage from downtown, and I really would like to see it. And I kind of feel like it's an Axew Pokemon. I could totally see Axew rocking the Chandelure.
Chandelure being played. I think that I don't know whether they want to bring this to the table, because they haven't been playing it out throughout the whole day. We don't know whether they did play it here. That's also one thing. I don't. Here's the thing. If they play it, great. And I do wonder, I think it's gonna do well. But really, are they comfortable enough to actually be playing it right now, since they haven't played it out throughout the whole qualifiers?
Who knows? Maybe
knows?
they've been keeping it a secret. We don't know. We don't have any
Is
information.
this a time knowing that you're one game down and one game away from getting out from here at third place? We don't know. And all that will be answered in a few short moments. Here will be continued. Okay, so 10 more seconds in the ban phase. Yeah, will be continued now, not later, okay? So ban phase, of course, the ban. I can't believe this is one of the times where I don't care much about the ban anymore because it's not going to affect Outwit in any way. They're going to be okay. Oh,
it does. No, the bans do because Outwit have been playing Greedent in their previous
so
series.
that is a respect ban. It was double ban. So it was banned before, it was banned again.
Yes.
And Zorwark ban, respect ban, I would say.
Yeah, respect ban to Eeyore. I think they just don't want to deal with it.
Please, no more.
But this does give away the Lapras to Illuna for RRQ. So they've got a pretty strong defender that has access to a lot of sustain, has access to Bubble Beam if they want to go for the disable, or if they want to go for Ice Beam, the freeze. But are they running it back? Really?
Oh, they're running the... We saw this draft before. Are we seeing it again? And this time we're looking at Dodrio.
Urshifu. No,
oh, they went with Urshifu.
This makes sense. I was thinking in the back of my mind, like, okay, if I'm Eeyore, who do I want to pick that has some late game insurance? I really felt that Urshifu, like, this is one of his bread and butter Pokemon, if he also needs to sort of act as that front line for the team. So to see Eeyore pick this up, totally expected. It's just the build that he's running. He's gone for attack weight. So he is basically telling his team, guys, I'm going to stack. We are going to play aggressive in these lanes. We're going to win the fights. We're going to score those points. And I'm going to buff myself up with attack. And it's full heal as well. So this is Water Bear.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a Water Bear indeed. I'm looking at this Lapras. I think because it has a Dodrio on the opponent side, he might be playing Bubble Beam, just a little bit of CC for him to actually get in place.
You know, I have a question for you, Flava.
Yes.
Have we seen any teams utilize the two-man Lapras Express? I don't think we have.
We have not seen them
Nobody
yet.
has used it as a mode of...
Did we miss it? I don't think so. I don't think we saw. Did Lapras even use if he
We've
used
seen it aggressively used. We haven't seen it used to like
for the
bring
purpose of
somebody.
travel?
Yeah, I think we've only seen players use it for themselves to quickly score. We
Yeah.
haven't seen it used in any other way.
Or probably you're just in the midst of team fight and you use it, but you're
Oh
not
my
able to
gosh.
actually utilize on that travel, that mobility travel. I would say you can use it to escape because you have a little bit of shield. And this is a okay, so it's a Blastoise, Venusaur, Dodrio, and wow, okay, so
Central lane Venusaur again.
yeah, central elevation is going to be used by Faker. Joker is going to be on that Dodrio, and Dreamlight using that Blastoise. It's going to be crucial. Yet another, yes, I think it's going to be a really good CC set for that Rayquaza at the central area.
Yeah.
I get scared. I get scared if anytime you have a Blastoise on the opponent's side, you're just scared that it's going to be used at the right time and just miss out on certain objectives, especially when it comes to Rayquaza. So, yeah, so
Hey.
this is going to be...
We're looking at some of the best people in the region, so
Yes.
don't underestimate them. You kind of have to expect they're going to hit them in most cases.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is going to be game number 2, lower bracket finals, and it's going to kickstart right now. We're looking at the laning phase. Top lane is going to be the almighty gangster Buzzwole together with the Hoopa, and of course, at the mid is going to be getting our Urshifu coming on very, very soon. And the bottom lane, we're looking at our cute little Alolan Vulpix together with, I can't see who the other guy is. I think that is a Lapras, yes. And going up against a Squirtle and a Bulbasaur in top lane. Okay, that's 1-1.
Yeah, and we are actually seeing a bit of a lane swap as well. So it wasn't Faker that's going into the central lane.
they
That's the
gave
Dodrio.
Dodrio, yeah.
Yeah, so Faker is playing in that top lane. They did go for a bit of a swap here. But I do wonder who's going to be the one to take the momentum early on, because there's no central area invade. So Water Bear, Urshifu, Eeyore, he will evolve, he will rotate. And same with Outwit, right? He's not going to be contested on that Dodrio. He should hit his evolution soon. And I wonder who's going to benefit the most from their rotation.
I think that there's a very high chance that the Dodrio is going to be rotating bottom. Yes, he is. And he needs to actually go for anything down on Alolan Ninetales as well as the Lapras, just to shut them down, slowing down the pace of Lapras, getting into his level, so he'll actually be much stronger into it. Oh, but it's it! Bulbasaur gets taken down here in the hands of Urshifu at the top lane first. Dodrio still not be able to actually do much jumping into the central area for Rex, Rigum, Keon to get a little bit of their sweet little mons on their end here. So big start for RRQ.
Yep.
Still early
And
to tell here.
steals.
Oh no, Alolan. Shut down first.
Oh, couldn't get it. I don't think he got the buff, yeah, so Dodrio actually stole it. But look at this, they actually managed to catch him out, and this buff has been reclaimed. So, good stuff there for RRQ, whereas for Outwit, they weren't able to contest the Urshifu, I believe. So, this might be a fully buffed Urshifu in that bottom lane. And look at this, though. He is zoning around that Squirtle. Lapras is there. Dodrio is nearby. There's going to be a lot of action happening down there real soon.
Yeah, he's holding on fine right here. Might be seeing some going off in the central area here. But I guess Urshifu managed to clear things off before KP was actually able to do anything. Right now, bottom lane, Dodrio gets cut off. One of the biggest weakness is he's very much counterable, especially when you're alone and nobody's able to actually help you to actually make an escape. Oh no, War Total! It makes sense. Sorry.
So my concern is, firstly, this is a central lane Dodrio, and the thing is, if I recall correctly, during the preparation phase, Joker is running attack weight, so he is actually going for the stacking Dodrio. So yes, I can understand him trying to go for these stacks to build up his attack, but to give away the experience to RRQ, I feel like this is a big misplay. If it was a lower level Pokemon, maybe the exchange would be okay, but you're giving away central lane experience to RRQ.
Yeah, that's not something that you would want, especially in this particular situation right now. And at the current moment, it's going to be hot here in top lane because we have, at the bottom, of course, it's going to be a free attempt here coming off from RRQ.
No steal.
No steal. Outwit gets it here at the top. I guess Urshifu as well as the... basically, they're not able to actually do anything here at the top.
No, because
it's just too many fans.
Yeah, they had 3 Pokemon down bottom to get the buff. But I think at the end of the day, RRQ are okay with it. They got the experience buff. They also got the Registeel buff down bottom as well.
Yeah, that's a bigger win for them.
Yeah, so Outwit are just, I guess, getting whatever they can at this point, right? Like, take the Alecki because you don't want RRQ to claim it for themselves.
Yeah, and they're not even in position to actually make their way to the bottom lane to do any of that. Of course, right now, trying to go in for some stacks for himself.
Again, can he catch out?
This is definitely not something you want. He has to use it.
Has to triple trample, yeah. Oh, but no, the collateral. War Total goes down. They even managed to catch out the Clefable. Abandoned Hope has not abandoned Hope. He is still okay.
It's okay, yeah. So I guess collateral damage here. They caught the Eyesore.
The War Total.
War Total, not bad. Yeah,
just got thrown around like a Koopa shell. So.
Okay. Which gives space for Venusaur to actually be fully evolved here this Prime, making him his Unite move to be available for himself at the current moment right here. Of course, Dodrio building up that speed, trying to do wonders here. I'm able to do so, unfortunately.
Again, the War Total just going down all on its own. But here we go again, another Alola Ninetales Unite. 2 Pokemon down on the side of Outwit. They're still trying to defend. Necro throwing Pokemon left, right, and center. But look at Eon looking to go for the backstab. Gets the Ivysaur. So gets the Venusaur, gets the Dodrio, looking to get the Sylveon as well. The Surf. Dreamlike going to be able to keep his teammate up alive, and Eeyore is going to run around all over the place, teleports home, and he laughs while he does it.
Wow. Somebody stop this insane Urshifu right now. Oh, man. I'm guessing that Outwit right now...
got outwitted.
They got outwitted instead. Yeah, it could go both ways. You can either outwit your opponents or you can outwit yourself. So you get outwitted. So they can change their names at any point, just adding an ED in the back. And here we go. Of course, a free time RRQ here. Even if Dodrio managed to make it in time, he's not able to actually. It's triple he didn't get it. He didn't get it. Urshifu lands that last hit there. And then, of course, Dodrio is taken down here at the top of the hatch. Alolan Ninetales. Dodrio. He's supposedly a superstar of the team, but all that limelight, it gets taken away. All that goes in the hands of RRQ together with the Buzzwole, Alolan Ninetales, as well as the Urshifu.
That was a 46-point overcap as well. RRQ are being super efficient with these scores. And we've got 4 minutes on the clock here, Flava. 2 more minutes to go until that Rayquaza is up on the field. But so far, RRQ, fantastic position. They are the aggressors. They have been consistently winning their fights. We've seen Outwit just do their best. Oh my god!
Faker! Oh no! He got
double Typhoon?
Oh really?
Oh no!
He hits on one. There was no follow-up after that. What was the call on that?
Oh, I'm not a big fan of that. That was a defensive typhoon, but at the end of the day, I question what were you really defending? Was that supposed to be?
It
was
was
that
a
supposed to
defensive.
save the Venusaur? I feel like that could have been the only play in my eyes.
Yeah, it was a very questionable one, but things already happened. I guess either way, he's either use it then or he don't use it at all because we're coming close to the request timer as well. Now it's 3 minutes in the bus, and of course Giga Drain as well that. Not in a good position. Can he drop a tree?
Faker! Oh, no. He tried to rip the Husskkiee, but just when he's on his own and he's the Pedal Dance variant of Venusaur as well, I mean, there's just so much he can do. You know, like he's really the only one that can deal damage to try and solo that Husskkiee. But at this point, RRQ, I just feel like in this matchup, it's not over yet, but it feels like they found solutions for everything Outwit have.
Yeah, right now, Reggie Lucky's still available.
Yeah, they didn't take it.
I think Venusaur was at a point where he knew he messed up by being that he knew that everybody was coming for him.
Well,
it was at a point where, here's the thing, I know I can't escape. Just continue with the pursuit on the Reggie Lucky at that perfect time. It was 4 surrounding him, and yeah, this time going to RRQ yet again. Meanwhile, Outwit going for the Reggie steal, giving them an edge in special attack and attack right now.
I'm scared.
Venusaur alone, please don't. You got double dunk before by the Buzzwole. You got aimed by the Urshifu.
Okay, this is a really awkward fight because if the Regieleki goes in, RRQ just scores, but Outwit needs to defend, so they have to split their forces up.
Oh, they're going straight for... No, they're not. Oh, split force. Typhoon hitting up on 3. Is there one from
Snow
behind?
Globe. They go back. They're going to reset. And look at this, though. They're still fighting. So it's a split fight for both these teams. Is the Husskkiee going to go in? Is Outwit going to win this fight in the middle area? So far, it's 1-for-1. Hooper goes down. Blastoise is down. Dodrio is down as well. And so far, it looks like RRQ are in a fantastic position this game. And they will be able to secure that fight in the central area.
Okay, there's still time for them to recover and go in for a Rayquaza attempt right
Unites
here.
have been used though. Snow Globe has been used. Unite's been used on Blastoise as well. Yeah, Blastoise as well. I mean, this is such a difficult fight for Outwit. You're kind of asking RRQ to make mistakes.
But they have to force in team fight within this 1 minute lifespan. They can't go in for scores on their own.
Faker.
Oh no, but they're going on Chains of Necro instead. Right now, Buzzwole.
Hyperspace hold.
Do they have the space? Necro survives and makes an escape here. Going on the Lapras. Right now, 50 seconds on the clock. Illuna still surviving through. All going for the chase.
They're running out of steam.
They're doing it. But not enough right now. And the only one left behind is going to be Dreamlight. Where is that Dodrio? He makes his escape way to the base.
He's
trying to stop that Urshifu from scoring that 50 points. Oh, Dreamlight! No! They lost the Blastoise! And it is going to be, a full takedown here with that Sylveon's going to be taken back. They can't score. I think, my apologies, but I think this is going to be game of 2 to Team Rex, Regim, Keon at the lower bracket finals, as Team Outwit has insufficient points to go in for scores or in no position to collect more points for themselves to go in for scores at the same time.
That was a insane late game coming out from both of these teams. And I feel like the key to this as well was the fact that RRQ was pressuring 2 objectives, right? They were pressuring with the threat of them taking Rayquaza and also denying it from Outwit, but also at the same time, you had this Regieleki that was just inbound to Outwit's goal zone, and they had to split their forces to deal with RRQ on 2 fronts, right?
They waited. They knew the right timing to actually go for the Regieleki. They were like, hey,
that's why
guys,
they didn't take it originally.
Yep, correct.
Because they also knew that there was no way Outwit would actually try to contest them when RRQ was ready to take their Lucky anyway. So they were just like, it's up to us. We'll do it. We'll attack on 2 fronts. And if we are losing the Lucky fight, you back up.
We'll back up. It's okay. You can have it. We will allow you to actually go in for it
We'll
as well.
let you have it.
It's okay. Like, here's the thing. We can go straight on Rayquaza at the same time as well. You have to split your forces either way. So, yeah, Outwit got outwitted this time.
So I am going to make a bold prediction.
Ooh.
No Urshifu for Eeyore. If you're Outwit, and here's the thing, right? If you've been following RRQ, you know that Urshifu, Water Bear in particular, is one of Eeyore's best Pokemon.
Oh.
That's got to go.
Now,
you
would it-
can't give him that Pokemon.
Really? Okay, would it have been a Urshifu ban, or would you have preferred a Zoroark ban?
I think
which
they
one would you choose?
I think they would rather deal with
With-
the Zoroark because in the
Rather
late
than
game,
Urshifu.
yeah, because Urshifu I feel like is just the better late game Pokemon in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
So you gotta, again, you gotta pick your poison. You know which one can you go against.
Which one is a stronger poison I
Yeah.
can handle here?
The
So
alternatively, I'm gonna give them options. You know, alternatively, Outwit first pick the Urshifu for themselves, take it away. But we haven't seen them play Urshifu, I believe. So we don't even know if the team is capable of piloting this Pokemon.
I agree, but Outwit, since we've seen the thing is they've had multiple opportunities to actually draft for us to witness. The thing is we have not seen an Urshifu, so I think people understand why we would doubt that they would actually take Urshifu for themselves. Because I think we've already seen quite a pattern when it comes to their form of drafting. They're very comfortable with their Venusaur plays. They're very comfortable with their Clefable, with their Blastoise, and together with the Sylveon as well. We see a little bit of Dodrio, but I think we can clearly say that we kind of know what their comfortable picks and what are
Yeah.
not comfortable picks.
Well,
throughout the draft.
yeah, we're seeing a lot of trends, and I
Yeah.
think these trends are going to help the teams, I suppose, when they're having their team meetings. Like, I'm really wondering what RRQ and Outwit are thinking and talking about right now as they prepare to go into game number 3, because this is it. You know, you lose this next game. Yes, you're going to qualify for regionals. I think that's fine, but you really want to make it to guarantee, firstly, top 2 because you get the extra 750, but you also want the chance of actually taking home the $7,000 prize pool. Like,
Oh,
there is
yes.
still a lot on the line for these teams.
Yeah.
It doesn't end here. So what do they have left in the tank? Are we going to be seeing some more surprises?
Yeah, I hope for more surprises. I feel that I'm tired of all the normal
Chandelure.
stuffs happening.
Chandelure.
Yeah, we're not asking you to pick anything specific, but yeah, why are we saying it like Yusuf Tayyip commercial? Why are we whispering in his head? Anyways, these are the highlights for the previous game here for RRQ versus with Outwit, which was won by RRQ. I think they played splendid
They did,
for
yes.
this. Yes, Outwit. I'm so glad we get to witness a game where they're not heavily punished anymore. I think it's quite a tiring thing to do. But I think that they should be playing in the strengths where they should be punished early and then win later. It's such a weird thing to say, but yeah, I think they should play in their own strengths.
I'm wondering if they are going to go back to playing that late game again.
Yes.
Like, are they just going to go for the ultra late game, play it passive, play it safe, and just go for that, you know,
It worked
really
for them.
big
Yeah,
fight? It worked, but I feel like at the same time it really worked because there were a couple of things that worked in their favor as well, and it was because RRQ were so invested in that early game that their late game was lacking in some regards. So
Yeah.
that's something to consider. But maybe they're just like, all right, well, let's say Outwit ban the Urshifu. They say you can have the Zoroark.
Zoroark,
We
yeah.
kind of want you to have it because we're going to invest in the late game again.
Yeah, because at least we know that you're not able to actually get online to late game. Even if we go to late game, probably you have to choose a different mon to actually play in the late game, but not Urshifu.
Yeah,
I'd like to play something else.
Something else. I'm just thinking, what else could you really go for? I guess, I don't know, Dodrio. Eeyore's Dodrio is scary as well, and even his Glaceon's scary. So
Yeah,
it's like,
Glaceon's scary as
what?
well. We've seen situations where Glaceon was not able to actually showcase his skills when you don't really have a good draft to play around the Glaceon, like the one that we saw before this game itself. So we've seen situations which Outwit won the game. So yeah, it all boils down to the draft here. See what RRQ is going to be bringing from the next game. Outwit, honestly, since they're not playing much meta, I think they're playing around here and there.
I don't know what they're playing, to be honest, because they're playing their own game.
I can't predict them. They're playing half meta, half not meta, because I think they are playing Sin meta mons, which you cannot run away with. But at the same time as well, they are trying to play all these surprise picks, which have worked in their favor before, and I'm curious to see whether is this going to work yet again, you know?
Yeah.
So will this be a stop for RRQ to go higher than third place, as previously they did not manage to get a ticket? Or will this be an opportunity for RRQ to actually climb higher here in the May qualifiers?
Well, it's gonna come down to this final game, Flava. You know, who wins this game, who's gonna go into the grand finals, and can they actually best that grand final series? You know, because you got to go up against. How do I pronounce the name again? Cake. I call them Cake because I remember the Cake.
Yeah, team Cake.
We'll talk about it later.
I forgot.
I forgot the spelling.
It was Cake something.
Cake something.
I feel so bad.
I know. Cake a lock. There we go.
Cake a lock. Yes. Cake a
Well
lock.
done. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, production, for.
All right, let's go back into this game though, because we are not done here with RRQ.
Oh, look
right?
at that highlight, Eeyore.
Eeyore, Urshifu, and Doduria. I mean, equal peak range between these Pokemon. Zoroark is probably
Also
there as well.
probably because it was being banned most of the time due to respect.
Maybe
and
Glaceon's there as
yeah,
well. We
yeah.
kind of don't know. So, if only we had access to like the full list of Pokemon that these people are playing, then we can really see, you know, like what else are they potentially picked up. But
yeah, I think that will be too much of a
surprise.
data for the production to process. Like, here's the thing: we're picking 2, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the highest one, and it so happens at the current moment is being picked at 31% rate for Doduo as well as Urshifu. I would highly assume that Zoroark would have been in the list if it was being allowed to be picked by RRQ throughout the whole day here.
Yeah.
And I believe many would agree.
I believe you actually when you say it like it could actually have a 31% pick rate. It's just they could only put 2 Pokemon. So.
Yes, exactly. yeah. It
Yeah.
could be yet another 31%, but we don't have space or turn.
Ah, okay, so we did get some insider info. So it's not 31%, I believe, for Zoroark, but
Yeah.
Talonflame's there as well. So there's this juggling 4 Pokemon, but the different pick rate percentages. So nice information to have, I guess, for Eeyore. But I mean, if you're Outwit, you know, you're looking at the Doduria, you're looking at the Urshifu, you're like, oh, which one are we gonna have to deal with?
The thing is, I think that, like, in Pokemon Unite, I think a lot of people would know this, that there's ways to prevent your opponents from picking said heroes. There's multiple ways. For example, you pick counters to ensure that there's no way they're going to pick them, or you ban them, or you pick that hero for yourself so that they can't pick it as well. Yeah, just make sure that you know how to use that mon, not just for the sake of ensuring the opponent doesn't pick it, but knowing that you're able to actually execute things with that mon itself. So, for yourselves. And here we are looking at Outwit. We're looking Dreamlight with his highly frequently used Pokemon, which is Lapras. He looks like me. When Lapras came out, I was just insta-picking him the whole time. When I don't get Lapras, it's like, let's go with the other mon, which is about, what else do we have? Glaceon.
Oh, thanks, Flava. I mean, this is a pretty interesting mix because you don't normally see players pivot between such different Pokemon because
different different
the different roles. Yeah,
of
like
Pokemon,
you've got because Lapras is not classically picked up as an attacker. It's
not
like,
even a tank.
It's like it's your frontliner, it's your defender. I guess it semi-plays like an all-rounder in some cases, but it's a brawler. And then you've got Glaceon, who's like backline, full-on glass cannon, ultra attack. If you sneeze on me, I'm down. You know, so different play styles.
That's why I said it looked like me when I couldn't get that one mon that I'm really good at, and I'm like, okay, what else do we have on the list of mons? Glaceon.
All the blue ones.
All the blue ones. I like blue, right? Let's go play Glaceon. Yes, it doesn't fit. Like, how does Dreamlight jump from using a Lapras who can also endure and can tank a little bit on front lines, which could deal really good damage at the same time, but not as much as the Glaceon, which is a different role entirely.
I have a theory now.
I like theories. We come up with so much
a
theories
thesis on this too. But my theory, and I mean we did see it in that previous game as well, it seems to me, just going off of this and the lane swap that we saw in the last game, that Outwit have the potential to just pivot their players depending on the Pokemon that they're playing.
Wow. I like how they don't pivot their mons, they pivot the players.
They pivot the players, and I say this because some teams, their players are locked into particular roles, right? Like you have your defender, you have your support, you have your dedicated central laner, you have your dedicated attacker. But just going off of this, and Outwit, it seems like they are able to flex their roles. So Faker doesn't only go in the central area, he also can go into the top lane, meaning that the central area is open to somebody else.
And they have that flexibility going on in between the players.
Yes, and then so to see Dreamlight being able to play Glaceon, I think that's a glimpse of like another potential flex with this team. You know, like how many changes can you make amongst yourselves whilst also drafting these particular Pokemon? Because I think in other MOBAs, I'm going to use this as an example, I suppose, we see teams flex because it adds an extra layer of utility for a team. Because let's say you've got a team, your central laner is a full-on early game attacker. This person is amazing for early game rotations, but maybe the other player in your team, he's a decent jungler as well. He's not that great when it comes to early game central lane Pokemon, but his late game decision making with central lane Pokemon is amazing. And you want the late game, you put him in the central lane, you pivot your early game player into the lane. Like, you've got more variety when it comes to drafting.
Yeah. I think this also creates another layer of issue for the opponents because you're not able
There's
to
more things to
read.
think about.
There are more things to think about. This guy plays this. This guy does
so
this.
it's like, let's say they pick Charizard. What Charizard is it going to be? Is it going to be the late game laning Charizard, or is it going to be like the central lane Charizard?
Okay, before we go any further,
Hoopa's
Danelie, I just want to
banned.
highlight that Hoopa is banned.
Yes.
So here's the thing. Rather than dealing with...
But here, the solution
we
is
talked about
right
this.
there.
The solution is that we pick Urshifu for ourselves. We banned the Hoopa because we believe that Hoopa also caused some issues to them in the past 2 games.
Yes.
So let's ban this guy now, which forces Team RRQ to pick an Eldegoss for themselves,
But
which
look
we have
at
not seen so far, together with
Look at
Slowbro.
the tank. There's so much sustainability.
Did they swap? Did they swap? Are we looking at Outwit playing in RRQ side?
No. This actually feels like an RRQ draft. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel like this Slowbro is for a Luna, and I think they're gonna put Necro on the Lapras. I just had this like inkling of a feeling. Eeyore Dodrio, I think this is a must. They need this. They need the early game momentum, the rotations, the pressure, and Husskkiee back on this Alola Ninetales. You know, I've still got mixed feelings about Alola Ninetales, but look at the defense on RRQ. I feel like this can really work.
This can work. Yes, I think we talked about this so many times that Alola Ninetales, you need somebody on the front line for him to safely dish out damage to the enemies. Yes, you need to sustain at the same time as well. Somebody to protect you at all times. So they have the Eldegoss, they have the Lapras, they have the Slowbro.
Mew!
And now you pair that out with the Ninetales. Now you have the Dodrio +4 for RRQ, and then Outwit yet bringing some interesting stuff. They're playing with a Comfy this time with the Mew, last pick, Talonflame, and an Ursh. Wow, they have such a huge monster Pokemon pool here. They're like, I can play anything.
Necro can play anything.
Here's the thing, like.
Yeah, so they did go for the swap. Necro is going to be playing the Lapras. Illuna is going to be playing the Slowbro.
Faker or Shifu? They don't
Fake comp, huh?
Faker
Huh?
comp?
Fake it. No, no.
Stop jokes. Stop playing around,
Stop-
boys.
Like-
Stop it. I was like, no, Faker comfy?
Yeah,
He's
that
going to
was-
AFK this game?
That was pretty interesting. But this is pretty interesting, right? Because Dreamlight, his main Pokemon were what? Lapras and Glaceon?
Yeah. I'm like, this guy can play anything. It's like,
I wish we could have memes on the stream, because I just have like, you know, the confused guys like, huh? With question marks? Like, so confused.
Slowbro just casted Amnesia on all of us here.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think Dreamlight is like that one guy is like, I can play anything. Just tell me, I'll do it for you. You know, like he's like that guy. Like,
He's the dream guy. That's
Is
why
it-
it's called Dreamlight.
he's a dream.
there you go. All right, let's jump into this game flavor. Game number 3 for the lower bracket final between RRQ and Outwit. The winner will go straight to the grand final to compete for that first place prize, whereas unfortunately the loser of this game is going to be locked into 3rd place. But the good news for both teams, they are guaranteed a spot in the regional finals.
yes, that is true. This one match will determine which team will go back home with an additional $750 US for themselves, as well as a ticket to the grand finals with an opportunity to win an additional $3,500 US. Oh, top lane goes in for an escape. It's going to be the Mew. Electro Ball being thrown. Luna half, but still has additional blue bar there for himself. So it's going to be a slow pull together within. Interesting, aggressive fights going off at the top lane. Meanwhile, in the middle, ooh, Dodrio getting on standby. Just an evolution coming in. Urshifu is getting on standby.
Oh, Eeyore. You can see this man really understands Urshifu. Like, when you play a Pokemon so much, such as him on Urshifu, he's going to understand the limits of that Pokemon. And you can
I was
see,
there. I was there. I know when
I do that.
I know when my power spike is. I know where you're going to have it this time, what I'm going to do. And it's going to be a comfy together with the Talonflame combo here. Driving rotations, going through the middle. Of course, they're going to capture that central area.
Hang on a minute. We're seeing a big tussle in that central area. Eeyore almost going down very, very low, but wanting to come in. Maybe sticking his nose into where it doesn't belong. Talonflame goes in, and it does go down. 2 Pokemon eliminated on the side of Outwit. A third will go down as well, but in the process, they did lose Eeyore. So a couple Pokemon traded on both sides, but I'd say a big victory there for RRQ, getting those multi-Pokemon knockouts.
Wow, that was a big win for RRQ right there, despite losing out one of the main characters in their lineup right here. Still a big win, I would say. Unfortunately, Urshifu got caught up there. Guys, they're gonna follow up by together with the teammates. Of course, that comfy is gonna be that bonus as he's not able to defend himself easily in the matchup. Here we are, Talonflame's doing team mobility, scoring in the face of RRQ right now.
Reinforcements, they are here.
They are here. Urshifu, not again!
Joker.
Gassing it up for the second time, and this time about it's not going to be central. It's going to be at the top lane, not after a good start
Big
for
backstab.
a central area.
Look how many Pokemon there are though, Flava. I don't know if you're going to be able to get out of this comfortably if you're RRQ.
He has the shields.
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately, Talonflame did manage to get yet another here at the top. It's going to be the Eldegoss. Here we go. Dodrio trying to make a little bit place right now. He's in between 2. Of course, Talonflame is going to be invulnerable, rising up in the air and making an escape easily here at the top lane.
Oh, what a scary fight. We're seeing the battle of the birds, how much damage they can do to each other. Who gets knocked out first?
Everybody likes looking at birds fighting against each other.
Yes, battle of the birds. But the question is, who's the better bird? The 3-headed bird or the single-headed bird? We'll find out, the one that flies or the one that walks.
Okay.
Objectives have spawned though, so you can see the teams both prioritizing that bottom red ice. They really want that experience, and so far Outwit are slowly whittling it down. Husskkiee though, almost getting jumped on there by Joker, but he was able to get out of there, luckily with the objective.
Slowbro,
yes, and Luna going to be getting the objective for his team, and 2 KOs on the side of Outwit. They're going to get a third as well. Clefable also going down, the last 2 survivors. It was the Urshifu and the Comfey. I mean, there's just no way they were going to be able to single-handedly defend that goal zone.
Against 5 Mons from
No,
RRQ?
thank you.
I would be scared. No way. Even with a Comfy there, no way. No Comfy is going to save me there. Anyways, coming back into the whole thing right here, it seems that quite a big lead, I would say, coming from RRQ. 171 to 60 right now. And of course, more scoring action here by the Eldegoss, the Alola 90s together with Slowbro, and they're going to be getting this Regieleki here at the top lane. And Alola 90s get seal the deal on the last hit for here, and Lapras is going to have an easy time here going for defense.
Yeah.
He has the Water Pulse, he does have, I think, he's going for the Bubble Beam.
And it looks like we are going to be seeing a backstab in that top lane. Talonflame taking the long route around, but I don't know if this is actually going to pay off for him. He will come in from the back lines, fly on top of the squishies. No, bit too healthy for his liking, so Faker, he will sit back, but unfortunately, looks like the scores are going to happen. They're 15. That's actually perfect math there from Necro. Just sitting on a single point, they can overcap that much later on. Husskkiee and Jack dodging the fly. Snow Globe being popped as well. Husskkiee still not being taken down. The Flame Sweep not connecting as well. Oh, Outwit, they just can't get on top of RRQ.
They just pushed everyone away from the team, so the team wasn't able to actually do anything about it. But I guess it's better to disconnect from that team fight rather than taking a risk. So I guess that's a defensive maneuver coming up from Talonflame here at the top lane. So it's a huge reset here. But of course, Talonflame, the damage is here. Oh, gotta be careful. Dodrio, you're not really in a spot to actually go for the offense, despite Faker being quite skishy himself.
Maybe thinking that Faker would try to fight into him, connect with the triple trample, turn around, knock
him out. Yeah.
So just a safety measure. It looks dangerous.
I thought he was going in for a full-on charge, way too forward. And then oh no, not again! Talonflame! This time Registeel is gonna be taken by Rex Ragim Keon not going to be, I guess, yeah. So there's a second Reggie siding towards RRQ. Waiting for the next one. Is going to be coming out soon in the next 1 minute plus. And this time they got yet another one. It's going to be that Clefable. It's a 5v1 situation. No way that he's going to make an escape from there.
Lots of pickoffs from Outwit. Like, I'm not a big fan of just constantly losing all these Pokemon, giving away this free experience.
XP,
so, yeah, I just think it's a bit of a mistake. I guess it might be because the team doesn't have information. They will score the 10 points, 1 point to go. They've got 40 points on this Urshifu. Full commitment, though, coming in from Outwit, so they should be able to get it. They can score 11 points to break. North actually up in the top lane, 14 points. Only 13. Overcap in that bottom lane. Oh, the Unite! Slowbro!
Just holding, and holding Talonflame in position. And going, sealing Needle him, and it's going to be down here for the Lapras as well. The hands of Urshifu in the bottom lane, of course. Getting that revenge bang for his teammates getting knocked down before this. Right now, of course, looking at here is going to be the Mew. This is insane. This third game is full of non-stop action happening back to back and back from both sides right here. Nobody is kneeling down. Nobody's stopping up at any time. I do feel that we should stop at one point because things are not looking good for there. And
they can't stop Flava. You gotta get this experience.
Oh no! Right now, looking at bottom, it seems that in terms of numbers, it's siding towards Rex Regan Keon right now. Urshifu, not a great place to be. You shouldn't be there.
Experience. They're giving away experience.
Why, Danny? Why would Urshifu be there? What was being communicated right here between their teammates? I think that they're just making some bad calls right here in terms of rotations and out.
I personally, yes, I kind of agree. I'm not a fan of some of these calls happening from Outwit. Maybe they're trying to make these next level plays, but RRQ are just at the right place, right time. We really don't know what's happening there for Outwit, but you can see the team is very desperate. So they're going to go full 5-man, top lane, overcap this as much as they can. They need this experience. And I say they really need it because you can look at the side of RRQ. 13 on both Dodrio and Alolan Ninetales. If they can get Eeyore, I think this would be a pretty big knockout, but it's a big ask to happen from Faker. But it looks like the main objective has arrived. Rayquaza has spawned in the central area. Outwit. They have done this once before. Can they do it again? Can they wipe RRQ and take the final objective?
This is going to be a very crucial moment. In the next 1 minute 40 seconds, we will get to know which one of these teams will be eliminated from the competition and which one will be moving forward towards the grand finals.
Look at Talonflame.
Oh, Talonflame trying to be a little bit sneaky and a little bit naughty at the bottom lane. Probably trying to go in for an attempt to go for score. He doesn't have points to even do anything right now. So he's trying to rotate from the back, trying to actually catch them by surprise. I believe that that's the way to go because he doesn't have any points right now. No big mons in sight for them. Even if he does have close by mons inside, going for the score, it's still insufficient. So it's a very bad call to do. Amnesia, Luna right now goes for the jump, clearing out, pushing out. Outwit.
He's so annoying because this is Surf Slowbro. You just cannot go through those small trick points.
Yep.
Get hit by the Surf. It's going to be a big deal. 3-man Surf is huge. Actually, half health already onto Faker. Flame Sweeper's there. Doesn't put too many Pokemon away. Snow Globe gets used. Too many Pokemon are frozen. Both the Clefable as well as the Urshifu are going to go down. They also lose the Comfey, meaning only 2 Pokemon are left. The Talonflame and the Mew. And if you're RRQ, you don't need the Rayquaza. Just make sure Outwit cannot score those points and you're going to be A-okay. And look at Eeyore's actually going to try and help out Zoe here, but Zoe can't score his points. 41.
He doesn't have to score. I think he's just being a little bit naughty and trying to score. Just trying to meet. Round left with 20 seconds. There's no time for them to actually take on Rayquaza. Scoring off, even if they do have the time to actually do that, they will not be able to have the mobility to actually get in place, actually going for scores on the opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, going on to the grand finals is gonna be Team RRQ.
MVP for that final fight, it's gotta be that beautiful Surf coming in from a Luna.
Yes.
Right? We saw
that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
Yeah, so blocks off the choke point with the Surf, locks down Outwit, and you could see the coordination for RRQ. As soon as it connected, everything clicked in this team's head. They unloaded all of their big moves. They basically cut Outwit down to half health before the fight even began. Especially when you're Outwit and you are having to force yourself into RRQ, big disadvantage if you're losing half your health before you can even land a blow.
Yeah, and I also want to give credit to Eldegoss as well as AXU on the Alolan Ninetales, because when Talonflame wanted to actually use his Unite just to carry on all these people from RRQ themselves, basically he was not able to connect to any one of them because of Alolan Ninetales being there as well as Eldegoss, both using an Unite at the same time as well, locking out the teammates. So basically that kind of backfired a lot on the opponent for Team Outwit. So very good play coming out from Team RRQ. This has got to be one of the cleanest wins for RRQ throughout the competition that we have witnessed through their place in the lower bracket round number 2. Unfortunately, we missed out on the semifinals, but yes, here at finals.
I am wondering, are we maybe going to see some more of this going into the grand finals, Flava? Because we're not done today. We've just basically guaranteed our 2 teams that have made it to the grand final. But before that, though, we also want to say congratulations to Outwit because they have finished the tournament in top 3. They're going to be taking home $3,000 US. I'm hoping we're going to be seeing this team really show up at the regional finals because they really have a lot of potential.
I am rooting for them just because they have played such a colorful draft, such a colorful play style, which is something that we don't see every day because we keep saying more or less the same thing every single time because everybody's into the meta.
I remember for seeing this team going into this game against RRQ, I remember saying I would love to see this team pull out some more variety.
Yes.
And that's what they did. And I feel like the fact that firstly, they pulled out the variety. They really showed off their mastery for some of these Pokemon. So again, I want to see this team really put their heads down when it comes to training, going into the regional finals, really grind it out, perfect the craft. I really think they have a good chance at making it to Worlds if they can really polish up some of their plays because they were at times you could see some of the loose ends. But again, lots of potential for this team.
Lots and lots of potential. I think we don't always say this about just any team. I think just because of how these guys have brought their very interesting gameplays in the game, I feel that they can do wonders and they might just surprise us even more in the regionals. But anyways, before we go even deeper into our deep analytics about both of these teams, let's have a look. This is the highlight, the replays on what has transpired in that previous game number 3 in between Rexigum Keon and Outwit in the lower bracket finals. As mentioned before, this has got to be one of the cleanest wins for Rex Regum Keon. I believe that Outwit kinda was less disciplined here in this game number 3. It was very unfortunate because they played way better in their previous games compared to this one, and especially this is something that it saddens me to see, especially in such a crucial game where it decides whether or not you make it into the grand finals.
I mean, we saw it in that moment just then, the Surf. Forcing out the Unites, basically making Outwit preemptively use their moves when, again, before the fight even happens. They used the Wonder Wish before they were even on top of RRQ. So it makes you wonder what would have been if that Surf didn't connect on all 3 Pokemon. Maybe it landed only onto 1, maybe it just did a little bit to 2 Pokemon, but both teams relatively clashing at very healthy health ranges.
I think from our end and everybody who's currently watching, we're just wondering of what could have been if that Surf didn't connect. Because that Surf connected to those 3 mons, which is very crucial. He was able to actually dish out damage, placing the team in a disarray kind of situation where they're not able to do what they're supposed to do in such situations. And I believe that, I think the question is very valid. Like, if that didn't connect, if that didn't do as well as it did, it could have been a different outcome.
Yeah,
it definitely could have been a different outcome.
Yeah, but with how fast Pokemon Unite is, sometimes you just can't take too long going into those Rayquaza fights. You have to, it's eventually going to happen, otherwise you just simply lose the game.
Exactly.
So they made the call, and unfortunately it just didn't work out. But Outwit, I hope you guys are just looking at this tournament, looking at how well you did.
Yes.
Just look at a couple of things that you might need to fix. Really looking forward to seeing these guys play at the regional finals. So,
and I can safely say that both of us, together with Husskkiee, who is currently here at the desk, together with all those who have been witnessing that match, have definitely become one of your fans after witnessing such an amazing and colorful gameplay from you guys, and we do wish you all the best in the upcoming regionals, all right? And of course, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, we want to highlight it is going to be the grand finals featuring two amazing teams that are going to be clashing out against one another. It's going to be the upper bracket finals winner, which is Husskkiee, versus with the lower bracket finals winner, which is Rex Regum Keon. But of course, there's one key takeaway about all this. Husskkiee has an advantage as they come into the grand finals from the winner bracket, as they have the one game advantage, I would say.
Yes, so they basically have a series advantage.
Series advantage, that's
yes.
the right word.
So to explain to anyone that might be a little bit confused, like, what is this bracket? This looks funny. So how the bracket works in the grand finals in Pokemon Unite is that you basically come into the tournament with 2 lives,
Yes.
right? And as soon as you lose one series, that's 1 life knocked out. If you're in the upper bracket and you make it to the grand finals, you still have your life. And the team that comes in from the lower bracket, you're basically, it's do or die. If you lose the grand final, that's it. You're second place. The other team gets first place. If the lower bracket team wins, there's a bracket reset because you've basically used up the other grand finalist's life.
Yes,
so you
that's
have
right.
to eliminate that first life. It's kind of, it's still difficult for me to explain.
If I had to say it in a different manner, basically you're looking at a best of. If you're looking at, let's say it's basically it's a triple.
double.
It's a
It's
best of 3.
double-
It's a best of
double
3 of a best of
elimination.
3.
It's double elimination flavor. I mean, that's
Yeah.
basically it.
Yeah.
So if you lose a set, you've lost that life.
Exactly.
And if you're in the grand final and you haven't lost any games yet, you still have a life in the grand final.
Yeah.
So we could theoretically have 6 games for the grand final.
Correct. And let's put it to be more simple. If Husskkiee actually wins the best of 3 at the grand finals, they'll be crowned the winner and champion here for the APAC West May qualifiers. But if they lose the if they lose the best of 3, 2 teams, Rex Regum Keon, basically they'll be forced into a grand final reset, where the winner of that best of 3 will be crowned the winner and champion of the APAC West.
Yeah, so exciting times ahead because the grand final, we all know the grand finale is obviously going to be the highlight of the day. But again, thank you to all the trainers tuning into the broadcast. We have been having so much fun on the desk so far watching all the games, but don't go anywhere because we are going to have even more action.
That is true. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a short break. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Anything right now, bottom lane, Trio gets cut off. One of the biggest weakness is it's
Oh, yeah. Oh, but no, the collateral. War Turtle goes down. They even managed to catch up the Fable. Abandoned Hope has not abandoned Hope. He is still okay.
It's okay, yeah. So I guess collateral damage here.
They are all on its own, but here we go again. Another Alola Ninetales Unite. 2 Pokemon down on the side of Outwit. They're still trying to defend. Necro throwing
Gets
Pokemon
her.
left, right, and center. But look at Eon looking to go for the backstab. Gets the Ivysaur. So gets the Venusaur. Gets the Dodrio. Looking to get the Silver.
Here we go. Of course, a free time RRQ here. I don't, even if Dodrio managed to make it in time, he's not able to actually. It's triple travel.
yes!
No,
the
he
kill!
didn't get it. He didn't.
True area.
Okay, there's still time
There's-
for them to recover and go in for a Rayquaza attempt right
Unites
here.
have been used though. Snow Globe has been used. Unite's been used on Axew as well. Yeah, Blastoise as well. I mean, this is such a difficult fight for Outwit. You're kind of asking RRQ to make mistakes.
But they have to force in team fight within this 1 minute lifespan. They can't go in for
There you go.
gets taken down here in the hands of Husskkiee. But I guess Husskkiee managed to clear things off before K-People was actually able to do anything. Right now, bottom lane, Trio gets cut off. One of the biggest weakness is
but no, the collateral. War Turtle goes down. They even managed to catch up the Fable. Abandoned Hope has not abandoned Hope. He is still okay.
It's okay, yeah, so I guess collateral damage here.
They are all on its own, but here we go again. Another Alola Ninetales Unite. 2 Pokemon down on the side of Outwit. They're still trying to defend. Necro throwing Pokemon left, right, and center, but look at Eon looking to go for the backstab. Gets the Ivysaur. So gets the Venusaur, gets the Dodrio, looking to get the Super.
Here we go. Of course, a free time RRQ here. Even if Dodrio managed to make it in time, he's not able to actually. It's triple he didn't get it. He didn't.
Area.
Okay, there's still time for them to recover and go in for a Rayquaza attempt right
Unites
here.
have been used though. The Snow Globe has been used. Unite's been used on Axew as well. Yeah, Blastoise as well. I mean, this is such a difficult fight for Outwit. You're kind of asking RRQ to make mistakes.
But they have to force in team fight within this 1 minute lifespan. They can't go in for scores on their own.
Faker.
Oh no, but they're going on chase out here with that Sylveon's gonna be taken back. They can't score. But I think my apologies, but I think this is gonna be game of 2 to Team Rex Red.
Place, but the good news for both teams, they are guaranteed a spot in the regional finals.
Yes, that is true. This one match will determine which team will go back home.
But wanting to come in, maybe sticking his nose into where it doesn't belong. Talonflame goes in, and it does go down. 2 Pokemon eliminated on the side of Outwit. A third will go down as well. Led by Joker, but he was able to get out of there, luckily, with the ejected. Yes, Illuna going to be getting the objective for his team, and 2 KOs on the side of Outwit. They're going to get a third as well. Fable also going down, the last 2 survivors.
And then oh no, not again! Talonflame! This time Registeel is gonna be taken by Rex Regan. Fighting to his Rex Regan. Key up right now. Husskkiee, not a great place to be. You shouldn't be there.
Experience. They're giving away experience.
Why? Danny, why would Husskkiee
just cannot go through those small trick points?
Yep.
Get hit by the surf. It's
Oh,
going to
look
be a
at
big
that.
deal.
Hitting up a tree.
3-man surfers, huge. Actually, half health already onto Faker. Flame Seepers there. Doesn't put too many Pokemon away. Snow Globe gets used. Too many Pokemon are frozen. Both the Clefable as well as the Husskkiee are going to go down. They also lose the Comfey, meaning only 2 Pokemon are left. The laning stage. Now, Outwit, I am a little bit worried because this team is very weak in the laning stage. Tyranitar doesn't come online until he's fully evolved. Charizard's in that similar situation, but he has the Tyranitar down as much as possible because if you can keep him in that second evolution, there's so much you can do against him. He just isn't functional. And
still able to take down a Squirtle while Big Solo
is abysmal.
Oh, and it doesn't help that this Spiridor gets taken down here. A solo takedown by this Buzzwole, this gangster.
Fly over the wall, but he's going to run into 2 Pokemon for RRQ. Can he get out of this without getting knocked out? He's going to fly over the wall, and Eeyore is there for him, and he gets him. In the avalanche, so he will be able to reset here with the Banner Hope. T-Tar goes in, nice pushback though. Tyranitar's alone, Charizard's there, uses Seismic Slam. They're slowly burning down the Buzzwole. Necro going into the bushes, but the team is now currently broken up for RQ. Is it going to be enough? The Unite's not enough. It's going to be Axew and Buzzwole to go down. 3 Pokemon left alive here for RRQ, and Outwit are outlasting them. It's another Pokemon down. Eeyore eliminated from the pool. It's going to be down to 2. Can they steal it though? RRQ, Lapras going to counter score. Tyranitar.
It's going to be Alola Ninetales, 5 seconds in Buzzwole, and 15 on Zoroark. Can they do this? Despite it down coming in from the Lapras at the top lane, it's not sufficient. Right now, going in for the scores, add that up with another 40. It is going to be a win for Outwit here in game number 1 of the lower. Shut them down, slowing down the pace of Lapras, getting into his level, so it'll actually be much easier to win. Oh, but it's it. Bulbasaur gets taken down here in the hands of Husskkiee. But I guess Husskkiee managed to clear things off before K-People was actually able to do anything. Right now, bottom lane, Trio gets cut off. One of the biggest weakness is
but no, the collateral. War Turtle goes down. They even managed to catch up the Fable. Abandoned Hope has not abandoned Hope. He is still okay.
It's okay, yeah, so I guess collateral damage here.
They are all on its own, but here we go again. Another Alola Ninetales Unite. 2 Pokemon down on the side of Outwit. They're still trying to defend. Necro throwing Pokemon left, right, and center, but look at Eon looking to go for the backstab. Gets the Ivysaur. So gets the Venusaur, gets the Dodrio, looking to get the Super.
Here we go. Of course, a free time RRQ here. I don't, even if Dotrio managed to make it in time, he's not able to actually. It's triple
trap.
yes!
Oh,
no, he didn't get it. He didn't.
True area.
Okay, there's still time
There's-
for them to recover and go in for a Rayquaza attempt right
Unites
here.
have been used though. Snow Globe has been used. Unite's been used on Axew as well. Yeah, Blastoise as well. I mean, this is such a difficult fight for Outwit. You're kind of asking RRQ to make mistakes.
But they have to force in team fight within this 1 minute lifespan. They can't go in for
Faker?
scores on their own.
Faker's been caught.
Oh no, but they're going on chase out here with that Sylveon's gonna be taken back. They can't score. I think my apologies, but I think this is gonna be game of 2 to Team Rex Red.
Third place, but the good news for both teams, they are guaranteed a spot in the regional finals.
Yes, that is true. This one match will determine which team will go back home.
But wanting to come in, maybe sticking his nose into where it doesn't belong. Talonflame goes in, and it does go down. 2 Pokemon eliminated on the side of Outwit. A third will go down as well. There by Joker, but he was able to get out of there, luckily, with the ejector.
Slowbro,
Yes, Illuna going to be getting the objective for his team, and 2 KOs on the side of Outwit. They're going to get a third as well. Clefable also going down, the last 2 survivors.
And then oh no, not again! Talonflame! This time Registeel is gonna be taken by Rex Regan. Fighting to his Rex Regan. Keon right now. Urshifu, not a great place to be. You shouldn't be there.
Experience. They're giving away experience.
Why? Danny, why would Urshifu
Just cannot go through those small choke points.
Yep.
Get hit by the surface.
Oh,
Gonna
look
be a
at
big
that,
deal.
hitting up a tree.
3-man surfers, huge. Actually, half health already onto Faker. Flame Seeper's there. Doesn't put too many Pokemon away. Snow Globe gets used. Too many Pokemon are frozen. Both the Clefable as well as the Urshifu are going to go down. They also lose the Comfey, meaning only 2 Pokemon are left. The laning stage. Now, Outwit, I am a little bit worried because this team is very weak in the laning stage. Tyranitar doesn't come online until he's fully evolved. Charizard's in that similar situation, but he has the Tyranitar down as much as possible because if you can keep him in that second evolution, there's so much you can do against him. He just isn't functional. And
still able to take down a Squirtle while Big Solo
is abysmal.
Oh, and it doesn't help that this Puridor gets taken down here. A solo takedown by this Buzzwole, this gangster.
Fly over the wall, but he's going to run into 2 Pokemon for RRQ. Can he get out of this without getting knocked out? He's going to fly over the wall, and
no.
Eeyore is there for him, and he gets him. In the avalanche, so he will be able to reset here with the Bannerhook. T-Tar goes in, nice pushback though. Tyranitar's alone, Charizard's there, uses Seismic Slam. They're slowly raining down the Buzzwole. Necro going into the bushes, but the team is now currently broken up for RQ. Is it going to be enough? The Unite's not enough. It's going to be Axew and Buzzwole to go down. 3 Pokemon left alive here for RRQ, and Outwit are outlasting them. It's another Pokemon down. Eeyore eliminated from the pool. It's going to be down to 2. Can they steal it though? RRQ, Lapras going to counter score. Tyranitar.
It's going to be Luna Ninetales, 5 seconds in Buzzwole, and 15 on Zoroark. Can they do this? Despite it down coming in from the Lapras at the top lane, it's not going to be sufficient. Right now, going in for the scores, add that up with another 40. It is going to be a win for Outwit here in game number 1 of the lower. Shut them down, slowing down the pace of Lapras, getting into his level, so it'll actually be much earlier to win. Oh, but it's it. Bulbasaur gets taken down here in the hands of Urshifu. But I guess Urshifu managed to clear things off before K-Fatal was actually able to do anything. Right now, bottom lane, Dodrio gets cut off. One of the biggest weakness is it's
but no, the collateral. War Turtle goes down. They even managed to...
What is up, trainers? Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series for Asia Pacific West. This is the May qualifiers, and you're here with us. My name is Husskkiee alongside Danelie. We are getting ready for the grand finals. 1 best of 3 to settle the score between Kakalot and RRQ. Unless, if RRQ wins, we get a bracket reset and play another best of 3.
And potentially have 6 games today. So it's super exciting for us. I know you guys are excited as well because it is a grand final. The best of the best, the cream of the crop for the teams today. Yeah, I guess the real question is are we going to be seeing the bracket reset? Or is it just going to be a clean sweep from Kakalot? Because this team came out of nowhere.
Came out of nowhere, only dropping a single game today, and that was in their first upper bracket series. And afterwards, they have 2-0'd every single opponent that they've met. Even the one that we saw early on against Outwit, that was a
Yes.
clean 2-0.
It was like they were on a whole nother level against Outwit, and it makes you question: was it a case of because Outwit were playing a particular style, because they did shoot the style back to back, or if there's something else that we sort of don't know about? But obviously, Kakalok, they are a proven team so far, and the question is, can they beat RRQ?
And you know, Kakalok, we've seen them for one series. Now we are blessed with one more, at least one more.
Yes.
You know, Sunzage, Levi's, Notiza, Mark God, and PSL9. And Mark God, I believe, is currently top 10.
He's literally 10.
He's literally 10 in our local ranking, and he has shown his chops. I was watching, I believe, game 1 against Outwit, his Trevenant out of this world, and I want to see how RRQ fares against Kakalok in this best of 3, because both teams share pretty similar Pokemon pools.
Yeah, very similar Pokemon pools, but I want to know who maybe has the more diverse Pokemon pool as well. Like, is it a case of Kakalok just being very good at a small handful of Pokemon that they're comfortable with, or do they have a wide pool of Pokemon that they can play around with? Because we know with RRQ, these players, we've seen them play a whole variety of Pokemon at a high level. Is that going to be the same same with Kakalok?
Well, for Kakalok, they have ran the Clefable, the Lapras, the Urshifu, Glaceon, Snorlax, and Alolan Ninetale. And you know, we saw a lot of Alolan Ninetales today, but I'm still trying to wrap my head around why this Pokemon is suddenly a good mon in this meta.
Okay, so Alolan Ninetales, there were a few buffs to it, but I think like the majority of the changes, I do believe, was around the damage output and maybe the freeze mechanic. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems to have taken the place of Espeon, it seems, right? Because we saw Espeon get that 25% damage reduction overall. I think it was Psyshock or was it overall? I think it was Psyshock. And so Alolan Ninetales has sort of like come in as this next attacker in line, I guess. This, as some people would say, a spellcaster, a special attacker, because another attacker that got buffed as well was Cinderace, but no one, aside from one team, actually used the Cinderace.
And that team ended up losing that game,
It
that
was a pretty-
series, right?
It was a pretty devastating game.
Did they win? No,
but
actually they won. They won the series. What I'm talking about. They won with the Cinderace. I believe that was the team with Bongo in it. The double reversal series early
Wraith's
on.
Wraith's team.
Right, yeah, that was Wraith's team, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
Wraith and Rufus.
Moon Knight, that was the team. Moon Knight, that's the team I'm looking for. So they actually did win with Cinderace. Very, very interesting team with their own assortment of Pokemons. But we also need to look at RRQ, who has been playing their fair share of Hoopa and Lapras today.
There are lots of Hoopa.
Lots of Hoopa.
61% pick rate for the Hoopa, and I mean, it's been played by the exact same person, right? Like,
It's just Zoe.
yeah, Zoe is basically being like, okay, if I can have Hoopa, just give me Hoopa. The alternative, from as far as I've seen, has been the Eldegoss. He's only really played 2 Pokemon so far. And I think the one time we saw, or at least the few times we saw Eldegoss, is because the Hoopa got banned. Finally. Teams are like, okay, this Hoopa's really annoying. We've got to get rid of it because it's too good at resetting. But in the one game that we also saw in that previous series, right, where Hoopa got banned, he just went on to Eldegoss, and then they made a couple changes. They put a Luna onto Slowbro. They also picked up the Lapras, which was played by Necro. That one was a bit of a surprise. Did not expect to see him playing Lapras, but he finally did. And he did a really great job with it as well. He was just being such a big nuisance, playing Water Pulse, getting all those multiple pulses, literally out-surviving everything. He was like a sponge, absorbing all the damage and just out-healing everything.
Neko has been trying to set a record for how many uni Pokemons he can play, because he played this one game of Buzzwole and he was two-shotting Venusaur, he was two-shotting Mew, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around how that was possible. One of the most jacked up Buzzwole I have seen in competitive Pokemon Unite.
He plays a lot of Pokemon.
He does.
I think at that point, you just feel like, okay, what can Necro not play? I think the only Pokemon that really don't fit the criteria for his lane is really those attackers, maybe
Probably,
speedsters. So he's mostly playing the tankier Pokemon. But I mean, I'd love to see him pull out a whole new one again. It's like, what do you not play, Necro?
I want to see like Machamp next.
We have seen him play much.
Have we seen Not that I remember. Not in recent
Oh,
times.
no, because normally he would play Buzzwole in place of a Marchand.
It's like Buzzwole, he would run Trevenant, sometimes
Aegislash.
Blastoise, Aegislash.
Yep.
I don't think we've seen Aegislash yet today.
No, last time we played Aegislash, I think must have been back in ACL. That was the only time we really saw him utilize the Aegislash.
And I think in other regions, probably in EU, that has been played like once or twice, but not many players go for it. It's very situational, personal preference, whatever you call it. But for RRQ, good news is that they have finally broken out of the 4th place curse.
Yes.
It's followed them for months from ACL to April qualifiers, and now they are in top 2. They've not only secured themselves a slot in the regional qualifiers, but they've also secured themselves a chance to walk away as champions for May.
Yeah, but the question here, right, is can they get first place? Can they win this first best of 3? Because they've got a really big task ahead of them. They have to win, firstly, a best of 3 series against Kakalok, and then after that best of 3, they got to play another one, and they have to win that best of 3. So there's a lot on the plate here for RRQ, but I think a lot of people are going to have their faith in this team, right? RRQ are looked up to by a lot of people in the Southeast Asia region. A lot of people understand that they are some very mechanically skilled players. They can do it, but the question is, how big of a challenge is Kakalok going to be? And we're going to find out right now as the draft is set.
Very good storyline. You have the up and rising hero. You have kind of sort of the villain.
They're not the villain.
They're not really the villain, but they are
Nobody's
like the final
villain.
obstacle,
Get
right?
out.
So it's either we get Cinderella or we get
Cinderella.
Cinderella. It's
Was it Cinderella or Snow White? Which princess?
Cinderella or Snow White. That's a better comparison. Well, for RRQ, you know, even when they were Team Rise, they were highly respected by the Indonesian region. Now they are carrying the hopes of the entire region on their back, right? Because
Wow.
we had a team, Evo's Leviathan. They played last month. We got to witness them in top 8. They got eliminated, but this month they didn't even make it past.
Ah, yeah.
So
it was really unfortunate.
It was really, really unfortunate. So RRQ once more having a lot of that weight on their shoulders. You get the Slowbro and Clefable picked up as Kakalok did steal Lapras away.
Yeah, Iluna's a really big fan of the Slowbro. I mean, it's to be expected. It's one of his most played Pokemon. And he's super tanky as well because he's running the Assault Vest. He's got the Sustain, the Natural and Sustain. But you can already see from Kakalok, they are ready to deal with that Sustain. They've got the Delphox there with the anti-heal. And look, Husskkiee, I'm going to pull out the question mark here. You know, this Mr. Mime, where does this Pokemon fit in this lineup? Like, what are you sort of trying to do if you're picking up a Mr. Mime?
I have the same questions as you are. I am a big advocate of this Pokemon, but you know, as time passes by, I find it harder and harder to slot Mr. Mime into a lot of team comps.
Yeah.
Are we looking at a guard split Mr. Mime? That has to be it, right? But who are you sticking to?
Lapras?
They also have the-
Maybe he's going to be that fountain of youth for Levi.
I mean, if they go for the Elder Goss, then Elders could stick to the Urshifu, right? That could be
Yeah.
another option.
I think it must be him sticking to... I don't know, though, because I think Urshifu is a bit too mobile unless they're running Dark Urshifu, but...
That is true.
Because normally, if you're running the Water Urshifu, you're running full heal, but he's got X speed on this build, and they're not running a Clefable that's got Safeguard. So Levi's going to take it. It's water. Okay, it's guaranteed Water Bear. He's got the full heal. So, I think it's gotta be the Mime attaching to Lapras, and then PSL9 is going to be basically connecting or assisting Levi. I think that's the most probable composition here for the Kakalok.
So it's just a Lapras that does not go down, right?
Yeah, it just doesn't. You can't KO the Lapras. It's maybe like on a similar level to having a Comfey Lapras, right? Like the immortal god Lapras.
Is Lapras considered legendary? Not
No.
really, right? Not in the Pokemon universe, right?
No, definitely not. But in Unite, if you can't knock him out, I mean that's legendary in my book.
We saw the Bongo Slowbro. We saw the Necro Trevenant. These have all ascended to the legendary level.
Immortal.
Immortal.
Yes.
Immortalized, almost. But that is a good thing because we are still getting surprised by very unique Pokemon choices. I think the teams are just a lot more innovative, but it's time to put it into practical use. In Game 1, Kakalok against RRQ, Kakalok just need 2 game, RQ, they need 4, and even potentially some 6 games in a row.
Yeah. All right, I have a question. Do you think it makes sense in this game to actually run the wall mime?
The wall mime? So thing is, I played countless of Mr. Mime games.
Yeah.
I have never ran guard split Mr. Mime.
Yeah.
I've always favored wall mine because you get to alter terrains, and I think as Pokemon Unite evolves as a game, we're gonna have a little pause just for me to talk about this. But as the game evolves, when you add more and more Pokemons, and more Pokemons nowadays have mobility, right? You look at Delphox as a good example, Glaceon, you look at Urshifu. The wall mine becomes an even better option because you're blocking them, you're preventing them from getting to your team, you're preventing escape.
Getting them to the back lines, yeah.
Yeah, and at the same time, other than splitting them from their team, when you are trying to guard Rayquaza from a potential steal, you get to zone people out. That is how I see Mr. Mime, but so far competitively, I have not seen a wall mime. I do feel like it could be a good option in this game because you also have a dojo that you need to deal with.
Yeah, I think the only time I've seen wall mime is in Europe. I think it's Bruv. I think he's the only Mr. Mime I've personally seen actually running the wall mime, but it was because in that particular game, wall mime was really good, right? You're blocking exit paths, blocking Pokemon, preventing them from just backing away. So it just... In this game, we'll have to see what the choice is going to be because it seems like classic mime, you know, just go for the heal or the damage reduction, just go for the stun. I mean, do you think it's psychic?
I hope not.
You hope not? Oh wow, okay.
This psychic, I mean,
do you feel like you need to have the pushback? Does your team need the zoning, do you think?
I think if you're running wall mime, you have to have it, right? It feels like a natural combination because the other ability just doesn't work with the wall, doesn't work well with the wall. So psychic is the only option you have if you go wall mime. You get a push, you get more hindrance if you knock them into a wall, but generally just having a push allows you to defend goal zones a bit more, and if you push your opponents into a wall, the extra damage they does help, early on especially.
Yeah. Now we are just going to give you all a quick update on what is going on. Again, we are very sorry for the technical issue. I do believe we are going to go for a lobby remake, or we are having a bit of a pause because some of the players are experiencing connectivity issues. So we are going to have that sorted, but thank you all for your patience as we do get this sorted. We will give you an update as to when we are going to jump back into the game. But again, thank you for your patience. We hope you guys are going to be enjoying these next couple of matches because again, we're looking at the 2 best teams for APAC West right now.
I was talking to Flava earlier on and I was like...
So come on.
I like that reaction. But I was telling him that we have the best of the West.
Oh my gosh.
But it's not the top 3 best of the West because the top 3 have qualified. So we're looking at the theoretically 4th to 6th place.
Best of the West in May.
Best of the West in May, yes.
Yes.
It's a better way to put it.
Makes sense.
We just received news that the players are ready. We have fixed all the connectivity issues, so that means we get to see some real mime actions.
Yes, and we're going to figure out what's happening with this Mr. Mime. What's the plan behind this? Who is he going to be attaching to? Assuming it's going to be the power swap, right? So let's find out. So far, laning-wise, we're not going to be seeing anything too crazy here, Husskkiee. Both teams will be given their central areas free. We don't have any invades. But the only thing we are seeing is Mark God causing some issues here with that Lapras. Because they can't stop him from scoring.
It's a Lapras thing, right?
Zoe?
It feels really good when you have an Urshifu just shows up like that. Levi just gets an easy KO. Dojo will try to help. In this situation, there's nothing much that EO could do, and even Necro finds himself a bit threatened, but they do get the Wood Hammer, hitting like the level 5 on time for this Trevenant. But most of the Swablu family already gone, and Levi's just going absolutely ham right now. EO getting basically chased all the way down. This is the Urshifu that I like, baby. Another round of scores, and that is already a big chunk of that goal zone damage.
And you can already see the power of an Urshifu that gets on top of the Dodrio. We saw in the last game in the previous series, Eeyore was able to dance around the opponent's Water Bear, but this time, Levi, he knows his limitations as that Urshifu. He knows his entry points, and I think this is going to be a much tougher game for Eeyore. He's not going to be able to snowball as hard as he did in that previous set. And look at this though, PL's9 coming in for the backstab on the Eldegoss of all Pokemon.
And that is like what, a 4v2 down bottom, and the Urshifu does get punished at the end of the day. Necro gets another 5 points in.
Oh, 2
as
knockouts.
That's 3
3
knockouts.
knockouts. Wow.
On the bottom side, so Io gets to recover. It's gonna be at the same level as this Urshifu.
Yeah, same level as that Urshifu, and this also means that the experience in that middle lane actually going in favor of RRQ, so there is now going to be a bit of a level advantage on the orange side. But Kakalok, it's not over yet. They just have to make sure that they pull off some of the right rotations here. And I'm just wondering, with Mark God, you know, what's the plan with this Lapras? Because again, I think I had this discussion with Flava. We didn't see anyone actually use the Unite from Lapras to actually ferry people through fights, to save anybody. It's been rather just used as a damage move.
I believe we saw it once in the previous series, but that's pretty much it, right? There it is, that's the Psychic, that's the Wall Mime. And
Yeah.
again, there's so much value when you have Pokemons that want to keep the enemies in place. The Wall Mime does that extremely well, but then when you're looking at Dodrio, you're looking at something like Trevenant, Slowbro, I think the Wall Mime does, you know, just as good. Though you can't really stop the Trevenant if he uses Horn Leech, that's kind of the exception, but overall, Kakalok have a good way to prevent RRQ from going into them.
Husskkiee coming in with the zone, but the wall actually connecting onto 3! Oh my
baby!
God! Kakalok demolishes RRQ!
I have waited months for this very moment to witness the mime tech that I've been talking about so much
Oh my
since
God.
the release of Pokemon UNITE to happen in front of my eyes.
That is why you gotta be careful of the wall mime. And I kind of feel like RRQ, the only reason they really got caught into it is because very likely nobody's practiced against it. No one's really been playing against wall mime. So you're not going to fully be comfortable knowing the range on the wall.
It does
because
catch
it's
you
so
off
far
guard.
away. Yeah. So just to be able to catch 3-4 Pokemon, I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's definitely a Mr. Mime's wet dream. And the cool thing about Psychic is that its range, that its hitbox registry is actually a bit
Bigger.
further than you think it is. Like if it clips you on the very edge, you still get pushed back the max distance.
Yeah.
Something that I think RRQ would need to get used to in the next couple of minutes.
Bit of a miss there from Nautiza, but that's okay because he already redeemed himself with that first wall combo.
Yeah, and when he upgrades Psychic, that's just extra damage. Mr. Mime can turn into a very painful glass cannon if he wants to. Does get taken up by Eeyore, and now he's going to try and charge the rest of Kakalok.
Husskkiee?
The try attack is deadly.
Oh
Husskkiee
my
somehow gets away. Levi, will trade him back, but RRQ ends up winning that fight.
That doesn't really matter. I mean, he did go for a very aggressive eject button there to connect that Unite move. And yes, maybe he got taken down by the Urshifu. But if I was RRQ, I'd say it was totally worth it to get those knockouts because now you've got the presence on the map. You're going to be able to score some more points, get that experience, and it gives you more time to farm the map, collect some more experience, just try and widen the gap. Now, I think we have to start talking about what's the plan here for Kakalok, because yes, they're keeping up in terms of points, they are sort of keeping up in terms of experience, but we're not really seeing them be too aggressive on the map. They've been pretty passive, just biding their time.
And I do wonder what would be the plan for Kakalok when we look at the team fights, right? Mr. Mime isn't the most offensive Pokemon, but he's really good at stopping any rush. And speaking about rush, Lapras just gets ran down by RRQ. The Urshifu just arrived at the scene, so this is a 4 versus 5 scenario. It's not going to favor Kakalok. Necro with the Wood Hammer and the Horn Leash just zoning the rest of Kakalok away. The Urshifu would try to go in. Instantly gets clipped by the slow beam. Levi has the flowing fist. It's going to look for Necro first. Necro gets KO. Kakalok takes control of the Registeel, and they're trying to get it away, and they will. The wall also stopping Zoe from escaping, and Kakalok looks for a big turnaround, and they find all of RRQ.
Oh my gosh, you know that fight happened purely because Nautiza, he popped his X speed and he booked it for Husskkiee. He was like, all right, come on, buddy, unites it, starts dancing. And everyone on RRQ, they were just so split up. They had half the team trying to protect Husskkiee. They had Necro on the front line trying to zone out Kakalok. But the fact that he got taken out by Levi and Kakalok, their backline was just completely full health, didn't have a care in the world. They just cleaned up RRQ. This composition, the Mime edition, I'm a huge fan of.
Just a very strong Pokemon in the right hands, right? You have a lot of crowd control, you have terrain alteration. That's probably the only Pokemon that can do that. RRQ, they're looking for some sort of counter attack. PSL9 somehow makes it out with a sliver of HP. Can't say the same for the Delphox that ends up going down. RRQ, they stop K-Lock from destroying this Go Zone. This is the closest game we have so far, Danny.
So closest game, and I think the most delicate game as well. Just one mistake, and we've seen these teams just get completely wiped. But yeah, this is an incredible game. We're seeing a true test of skill here for the best teams, the best players in Asia, or at least the remaining teams that haven't qualified for the regionals as of yet.
Yeah.
But mid-game so far, I'd say, do you think it's looking pretty even here, Husskkiee?
I would say yes. I mean, Mr. Mime, he got his Unite move back again. And that was so fast, right? Because he just used his Unite move in the, I believe, the previous fight in the bottom side when they were contesting for Regis. And just like that, within like what, one and a half minutes, he got it back up just in time for Rayquaza.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're so sorry again. We are currently running into a bit of a technical issue, so we are getting it sorted right now. Production crew right now is literally ripping Rayquaza to try and get this fixed, but again, we are so sorry for the technical issue. We are going to jump back into the game as soon as it gets fixed. So we do have a little bit of time, I guess, to continue talking about the game.
Mr. Mime broke it, okay? Mr. Mime broke the game.
Literally broke the game. Oh my gosh. I mean, I totally believe it at this point. But after this game, if you're RRQ, are your eyes now currently set on having to think about the Mr. Mime moving forward? Because this was a pick that no one saw coming.
I think you are probably going to slightly consider if the Mr. Mime goes through, how are you going to play around it?
The adaptation. The
adaptation, right? Because it's not worth banning out. There's just so many other Pokemons. I feel like having 2 bans at this point of time it feels a bit less, but it's what the teams are working with. But overall, you just gotta try and adapt to Mr. Mime.
Yeah. Is it maybe a case of a different draft to anticipate the Mime?
Not really. I think what Mr. Mime is good at is just punishing Pokemons that are out of position, especially the Wall Mine, right? He is good at stopping you if you are just trying to run head first at his team. He's good at catching you if you're overextended, and he's good at running disruption.
Yeah.
The thing about Mr. Mime is you hardly find him alone, right? So you have to just pick apart the rest of his team without getting caught.
Yeah, or hope you can just pop him before anything happens.
Yeah, if you can pop him, then that would be the best case scenario, but most of the time you probably won't do so, right? Because his Unite move is a very, very annoying ability as we resume the game. Because it's one of those few abilities that if you are trying to flip Rayquaza and you want to run interference, that Unite move basically disrupts everyone in the fight.
Yeah, you're just constantly getting staggered, and it
covers the whole pit.
Alright, we are going to Rayquaza as you're talking about the Rayquaza pit here, Husskkiee. So we're going to have to see what happens here. Who's making the first call? Are we going to be seeing any shenanigans like a back cap? Because that is a possibility here on the side of RRQ. But they have to consider if they show Eeyore in the top lane to backcap, K-Lock might just try and pull off a full-on fight. But look at this, Levi's are backcapping themselves!
And by the way, when you look at the Rayquaza pit, it's all choke points. Lapras Unite move as well. He's delivering Levi straight into the fight. They're gonna run right in with the Mr. Mime dancing on top of RRQ, and that's Clefable. She's already out. No more Moonlight in this fight. Luna and Neko trying to hold the front, but they've already found the Alolan Ninetales. No more attackers for RRQ and K-Lock. They are doing so well. Necro forced away from the fight. Luna trying to hold the front all of his own, but his Margot, the Lapras, trying to sing him a bedtime melody. Luna, with the help of Zoe, keeps himself in this fight. Amnesia is there as well. RRQ have less than a minute to turn this.
But there's no Unites on either side of the field, and Margot's going to be going in. But it's actually pushed back by Necro. Necro very low. He needs the heal. The Moonlight coming in. Just keeps Necro alive. The Surf from Elena to disrupt. Where's the damage?
Look at the wall!
Don't have the damage! Oh my gosh. K-Lock, they again walk all over RRQ, laughing in their faces. Where's the damage?
Mr. Mime in choke points, one of the best Pokemon if you have the walls. And look at RQ. They stick together while they can't get out because of that dang wall from this Mr. Mime. And K-Lock, they have, I wouldn't say stolen game one, they basically took it by the horn and just ran all the way until the finishing point. RRQ completely caught off guard from the draft and absolutely ran over by Kekalog.
They were not ready for the Mr. Mime. And mind you as well, this wasn't a surprise Mr. Mime last pick. This was a third pick Mr. Mime, I believe. So they knew what they were going into. But I do believe maybe they just weren't expecting the wall mime. You know, that's that's a fast one if I ever saw one.
The wall mime, I'm a happy man, okay? I feel like those anime characters, you know, I've spent years and decades talking about this one Pokemon.
Trying to advocate for Mr.
I've never
Mime.
felt so much vindication, okay? Noctiza is my favorite player right now, just for running the mime. But overall, we saw the idea from Kekalog, right? It was very straightforward. If RRQ wants to start a fight, well, I'm a Mr. Mime, I'll jump straight to AXQ, and that's it. I stagger him, and all my teammate needs to do is to have Levi follow me in, and no one can stop him.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Let's talk about this Mr. Mime. We saw him, I think this was numerous times as well, just runs in, throws the Unite, constantly causing all this disruption in the backline on top of AXQ, on top of Zoe. If you're RRQ and you're constantly thinking about this Mr. Mime going into the next draft, what do you think is going to have to change? Because they couldn't burst him. There was no way that they were going to pop him. Yes, they survived those really long engagements, but they just couldn't get rid of him.
And yeah, with this draft, they don't have any Pokemon, but maybe a Blastoise. The Mr. Mime doesn't have a direct counter, I feel.
I think, okay, personally, I feel like if you have enough burst to just pop him, I think that's probably the only counter you really have.
Yeah, and you need to spend a lot of time on him, right? He's like a mosquito, you know. He's very annoying.
That's called the buzzsaw. Okay.
He gives you diseases.
Oh no!
But it's not easy to take him out because he's just flying around your ear. He's causing a lot of noise. He's drawing a lot of attention. You have to spend money for pesticide, but his priority and also not priority at the same time because you probably have roaches to deal with. You probably have other bugs.
I wonder, would Glaceon may be a better option here for AXQ? Because we've seen him just play this Alola Ninetales all day today. I don't think we've really seen him play anything else.
Yeah, and if you're immobile, you become easy prey for the mime, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, Alola Ninetales and Glaceon, I think they're more or less the same when it comes to mobility. Like, unless you're running Aurora Veil? Yeah, Aurora Veil. You don't even have a dash to work with, so you're kind of stuck anyway. So if you're going to go for damage, would Glaceon be a potential option here? Or to pivot out as another attacker?
I think for raw damage, Glaceon is definitely just so much stronger, right? Because Glaceon numbers are through the roof right now.
Oh,
you're dealing 10 times, 20 times more damage than any other attackers in this game if you have a good match. Overall, look at this game, it's just Wall Mine puts his wall up, and all the abilities from Kekalog have AoE properties to them. All these, the water pulse, the bubble beam, the surging strikes from the Urshifu. It's so tough for RRQ to play into because if they're stuck together like this, you're not going to have a good time. And they actually almost popped the mine in this fight, but they just couldn't do it fast enough.
Yeah, I just think, again, it's probably going to come down to their lineup because they valued a lot of crowd control and a lot of sustain with this particular lineup. Like, their burst came in the form of a Dodrio and Alola Ninetales, but we saw early on, right, when Mr. Mime went through, it was an immediate triple trample from Eeyore. Like, he just triple trampled out of there. He was like, I can't, if I don't get out of this, I'm donezoed. Yeah. And it basically left AXQ, you know, on his own with Clefable, and that was it.
It's like level 12, level 13 mine, when you upgrade the psychic, that's extra damage, right? If you push someone into a wall, you can easily take half the health of like a Dodrio or any attacker.
Any of the squishies, and you're a support.
And you're a support.
You're a supporter type, and you can dish out damage, not fully equivalent to an attacker, but like good numbers.
And that's him not running like a damage hell items right here, and an XP share. I run damage hell items. I know you can definitely two-shot a squishy. Mr. Mime deals a ridiculous amount of damage.
Man,
but it's a support that is very immobile, so you can still punish him, but getting to him is the big problem when he has the wall and psychic.
Yeah, because you're putting yourself in range of just being walled psychics.
Yeah, honestly, the while the Day of Sky Runes isn't really a super wide map, there are a lot of choke points that Mr. Mime just loves to abuse.
Yeah.
Rayquaza Pit, Central Area. The only true locations that don't have much choke points are probably the lanes themselves.
Yeah, I think I agree
But most
with
of your
that.
fights happen, especially when it matters the most, happen at the Rayquaza Pit, right? So you're prone to getting isolated from your team, you're prone to getting taken out. And of course, we have to feature Nautiza, Snorlax, and Mr. Mime. But I think after that game, Mr. Mime's stock is going to go through the roof.
Yeah, I can absolutely see this Mr. Mime potentially getting picked up again. Maybe RRQ snatch it away from themselves. But the thing is, I don't think I've ever seen them play RRQ, so we also don't know like what level of proficiency they have with this Pokemon, because when again,
Like,
many
who's going to play it, right?
yeah, like who's gonna play it? There's only one ban, and you kind of don't want to ban the Mr. Mime.
I feel like if you ban Mr. Mime, you've already lost half the draft. It's just a Pokemon that's not worth banning, but when he has a good game, he just looks
Yeah.
so annoying to deal with.
Like,
I mean, look at his face. Like, don't you want to punch him? Don't you want to
No.
like slap Mr. Mime?
I mean, if you play Blissey, sure, you can go for a bit of a slap fight with Mr. Mime. Oh goodness! Look, I think if it's not banned, we're gonna see this again.
I think we will actually.
I don't think RRQ can play it. I don't think they're gonna pick it. I've never seen Illuna play it. I've never seen Zoe play it. I'm so used to seeing this team play standard support for Zoe.
Zoe
right?
is
Like,
probably
just
like-
standard support healing types.
And Zoe is probably like your go-to, right? If you somehow want to snatch a Mime away. I mean, we look at Illuna. It's your defender player. He played Lapras.
he
played
wants like the
Slowbro.
frontlining supports, unless maybe.
I'm thinking like, would the buzz will solve the problem, right? You just superpower the Mime away. Like this,
It's a big ask.
it's a bit ask, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very big ask. We'll just have to see what the solution's going to be. I mean, for all we know, Mr. Mime doesn't even appear in the second game, and
It's like a one-off gotcha card,
yeah,
right?
and then Kakalok are just going to be like, oh, you thought that was a mime. Gotcha.
While we beat you with the Mime, now we bring in another draft while you are racking your brains, thinking out how to take out a Mime.
Yeah, pretty much at this rate. So
You said you wanted to see which team has more diversity when it comes to the Pokemon pool. I think we found one. I think Kakalok,
they're so far contesting. They're definitely contesting.
with that Mime pick and such a convincing win, I'm starting to believe that they have deep pockets.
Oh, I mean, I agree, but yeah, as if I would like to stick my hand in their pocket. But I do agree, I want to find out how deep that pocket runs. Like, do they play anything else? Because we saw in the previous set that RRQ played, right? Like, the top 3 teams so far seem to have very big pools of playable Pokemon that they can play. So, what's going to happen next? We can try and predict it, but at the end of the day, these players are competing for $7,000 US.
Oh yes, and the Pokemon pools varies as well, right? You look at the common ones, sure, everyone picks meta, but when you go into like the second or third tier, RQ has their own pick. We see a lot of the Buzzwole, we see Hoopa, specifically Hoopa, right? Not
Yeah.
every team runs the Hoopa.
Well, I mean, it's getting banned now, so they don't
And it's
even
getting
get to
banned by
play it.
Kakalok because I think they've been watching RQ play and they noticed that this Hoopa Dodrio is a big problem for many teams to deal with. There's so much cross-map
Yeah.
rotations. It's so annoying to deal with.
Global.
RQ even
yeah.
pulled the cheeky, I'm just going to Rings Unbound into your base to dunk you.
Yeah, so it's like, you can have the Rayquaza, we're just going to backcap. And that's it. What can you really do? No one's going to be in position to stop a backcap like that. So let's see what the bans are going to be for these 2 teams, if we're going to see a Mr. Mime being removed. And no, Hoopa will stay in on the bench, but Zoroark is actually going to be removed here from RRQ. So what's the question? It's going to be the Lapras, so Mr. Mime is again going to be available here for Nautiza if they want to grab it here for Kakalok. Again, this team is not pressured to first pick it because they kind of don't need to first pick it.
It's like if we can live without the Mime, it's kind of like your 6th pick, right? If I want it, I can take it.
Yeah,
But if I don't want it, it's fine. Well, RQ get their prize Lapras, but they do end up losing the Dojo, Clefable, and Clefable also. This does make it harder to slot a Mime in because you already have a Clefable.
I don't think they'll slot it. I
Yeah.
think because this is Nautiza that's actually picked up the Clefable. I think it's also a deny pick because Clefable is a notorious counter for Dodrio. So it almost feels like it was a mandatory pickup for this team to make sure that Levi has a good game on that Dodrio. But that's not it, right? There's still going to be some counters, or at least an opportunity for RRQ to make a comeback happen. And it's going to have to be in the form of these two last picks. Eeyore back onto his Urshifu, and they're going to continue with this story here. Husskkiee again on the Alolan Ninetales. They are dead set on this composition, and Necro is going to be getting the Lapras, I believe. So
This
is
a
it Blissey for
throwback.
Illuna?
It
must
should be,
be.
right? It must be a Blizzard.
Yeah, because I don't think Illuna would play Eltugos.
This is kind of a throwback to just RQ when they were formerly Team Rise, where they have a Pokemon that they run.
Lucario.
I thought we won't have Lucario today, but we do. So
On Mark God as well.
on Mark God.
So I'm keen. I want to see what this guy can do with Lucario. And Illuna is going to be piloting that Blissey. So Necro back onto the Lapras again.
Honestly, XQ running, just RQ constantly running the Alolan Ninetales reminds me of the days where they constantly run the Cramorant, right? It's you can call it stubborn, but I would say RQ just feels really comfortable with running this comp. And it's not to say that in the previous game it didn't work. It's just that Kakalog got the jump on them every single time.
And there's no mime in this game.
And there's no mime in this game, so you don't have to worry about getting separated from your team. You don't have to worry about getting pushed back.
You still kind of, there are still a couple Pokemon I think you are worried about though, right? Like there's a Dodrio that's on the field. There's also going to be a Lucario who could potentially X-speed into the back lines. And that's a Gold Ribbon Lucario as well. So this guy plays a lot of Lucario. I'm really excited to see what he can pull off with this Pokemon.
And I want to see if RQ would do the same thing that Kakalog did in Game 1, where they just, they just put this Urshifu on Lapras' back and just Uber him into the fight. That's what Kakalog did.
Bring him everywhere, free rides.
Free rides. I would also love to see one day if an attacker on the back of Lapras, like I don't know, Decidueye.
I want to see the Cramorant,
right?
Yeah, the Cramorant
the
Gatling
total
Gulp.
Gatling Gulp.
Yeah, on the back of that Lapras. I mean, we'll probably see it one day, but teams are just not picking up the little blue bird, unfortunately.
We saw it last month, but
Lapras wasn't playable.
But Lapras wasn't playable. We saw the was it by Xerific Gaming? I think it is. It was kind of like the only team that picked the Cramorant. I wonder how Kakalog is going to work with this though. Like, this is a game, yeah, sure, no Mr. Mime, but they have another Pokemon that you just do not see.
Yeah, and it looks like for now we are going to get a couple of points scored on the side of Kakalog, starting to get those stacks on Mark God. Now, again, for people that aren't quite familiar with Mark God, this player is currently in the top 10 global rankings. So he is one of the, I guess, hard-working players for Unite. And he's got a Gold Ribbon Lucario as well, so this is one of his most played Pokemon.
He had braved the treacherous ranking. The treacherous rank experience, okay? It's not hard, it's not easy to rank up. But you have an Urshifu that has just got that early KO, get this early score, hitting that level 6 soon as well as the Altaria family spawns, and instantly they are no more.
Yep, they are instantly gone. I mean, it just goes to show how much RRQ really value that Lapras lane. They want to guarantee the experience, and you also want to deny it from Mark God as well. But Levi and Mark God, they are still dead set on trying to get those scores, but I think Levi, his story is going to end for now as he gets knocked out there by a really angry Eeyore.
It's Urshifu in a nutshell.
Yeah, pretty much.
When you see Urshifu and he gets on top of you, I don't think there's any Pokemon that can beat him when he hits level 5.
1v1, yes.
Yeah, he's just way too strong.
Actually, okay, there might be one.
What? Crustle?
The band Pokemon.
The banned Pokemon.
Yeah, the Zacian. But unfortunately, Zacian isn't playable, so we don't really have that counter available. But the teams are gathered in the central area to take out the Swablues, and who's going to get the majority of them so far? Both teams just not going for any active engagements, just trying to get the snipes and walk on out of there. But oh, gotta be careful there with the Eldegoss, just getting burned down. So try and jump forward, almost getting a connection there onto the Dodrio. Will just get out of there, so no KO for anybody.
Eeyore is having a great game so far. Highest level in the game, constantly ahead of the Dodrio. That is the snowball you want to see. It's one of the few Pokemons that can snowball from start until end. I think not a lot of Pokemon can do that. You look at examples like Dodrio, Talonflame, Zora. When they reach that late game, they are the same as anyone else. But this Urshifu just continues to grow, and be at the top of the list when it comes to the power level. Necro is going to get
Necro.
gone on though, instantly KO, and then Kakalot finds an opening up top.
Here comes Eeyore though. He is going to try and get revenge for his teammate, but no, he will focus on getting the swab moves instead because he realizes trying to fight these two is futile. Actually uses the full
Flowing
shield as well.
fist.
He will get the first KO. Mark God goes down and Eeyore, he's looking for a second. He will get it. Oh, the power of that water bear is just terrifying.
The next Holoware I want to see for Urshifu hopefully is like a Wing Chun Master or something. But the Liquidate Shoe also helped him survive, right?
Yes.
He reset it like, what, 2 times at least in that fight. Surging Strike also gives him that much more mobility and damage. Kakalot trying to
Reggie
steal the
Rock.
Reggie, not able to get it. Naughty's will stay alive just for a bit. It actually is running Telekinesis instead of the Amnesia. So not much
triple
sustain.
trample.
But the Dojo shows up on the triple trample all the way to the back. Was able to get XQ out of the way, but they need a bit more. Sunzage is there with a dishwasher fire, but it's Eeyore once more turning it around onto Mark God, and RRQ wins that one.
That really cute play coming in from RRQ. The team was going to back up, but they quickly turn, pick up a knockout onto that Lucario. Fantastic pick off, and then they continue to back up. I love how some teams, they use the retreat as a feint attack. Like the team backs up, making it look as if they don't want to fight, but then they turn and they nab somebody when they
You
least
wait
expect
for
it.
cooldowns, right? Like
Yes.
just 2 precious seconds.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to make those openings happen, and they're so good at it. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd time that we've seen this Lucario be taken down so far. So I can understand the hyper-aggression coming out from Mark God, but I do think maybe at times he's going to have to tune it down a little bit because you don't also want to feed away that experience.
And he is going to suffer for the next 2-3 minutes, right? Because his level is the same as the Blissey. It's the same as the Lapras. That's not where you want
It's
to
almost
be.
10,
It's
yeah.
almost 10. But Zoe's almost 9, right?
Look at this though, Eeyore's going to try and cut off Mark God. He's like,
If
come
he
back
takes
here.
him down, that's going to be level 12 for Eeyore. I don't think Margot can hold this. He needs his team with him. They're going to try and cap this on the side of RRQ. Instantly triple trample all the way to the back. Levi trying to draw RRQ's attention away. But RRQ, their focus on the mission is all about the KOs on the side of Kakalot. Slow beam used by the slow bro, but he's going to be frozen in place and turned into an ice cube. RRQ breaks this goal zone.
Oh, this was a bit of an awkward fight there for Kakalot. So we're now starting to see the dynamics for these teams, and Kakalot are really struggling in these full head-on 5-on-5 engagements. I think this is the 2nd time that RRQ has been able to walk out of this successfully and convincingly win those fights. So I think now if you're Kakalot, you might need to change your approach to this game. And it might have to be in the form of your Dodrio going for back caps, looking for those little pick-offs. Try to avoid those really big 5-on-5 engagements. In the backlines though, we're going to be seeing the Dodrio trying to go for a bit of a backstab, but not going to be successful at all.
And we also see the big difference between game 1 and 2, where Kakalot, they don't have sort of the backline hindrance that they did have in game 1, right?
Well, I think that's what Levi and Mark God is supposed to be doing here, right? We've seen them multiple times trying to jump into the backlines, try to pick off Husskkiee, but they've popped, basically, before they can accomplish their job. They're going to try and do it now. Power Punch to try and get the... No, they can't even get the Reggie! Husskkiee yet again securing the objective, and that's going to be, again, Mark God off the field with more experience being funneled into RRQ's pockets.
Yeah, RRQ just laughing at his gold ribbon right now because they have such good control of these fights. Kakalot, I agree, you need the Dojo and the Lucario to hit the back line, but you don't have anyone to facilitate that, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Mime was the facilitator from Kakalot. He's just gonna run in, dance around, RRQ gets distracted, and then you pop XQ. But now Levi has to do both on his own, and it's not easy because RRQ can easily turn on him, and Kakalot can't follow up.
Yeah, they really just... They don't have the insurance, right? Like the guarantee that you're going to get what you're looking for. But Levi, they've been pushed back here by a Lapras. And look at Eeyore, every time this man is like behind this bird.
He is almost 14.
Oh, Levi. I mean, at this point, this man's playing Five Nights at Freddy's, except Five Nights at Eeyore's.
5 Nights of Eeyore. Eeyore is about... I think he might hit 15 before Ray respawns.
Yeah, I actually agree. At the rate that he's going, he's just getting so much experience from getting the KOs on both Mark God and Levi, right? Like, he's just gotten so many knockouts on these high-level Pokemon. And again, he's like, I know this man's coming for this objective.
It's tough for Kakalot for the slow bro also. He can slow beam someone, but if it's not XQ, this Alolan Ninetales can easily just use Avalanche and push everyone from K-Clock away. It's a huge deterrent.
I'm thinking though, like if you're K-Clock, the slow beam has to be on Eeyore. Like it has to be on the Urshifu. They gotta get rid of him because I think Eeyore in this game is just he's doing too much. He's level 14, he's almost 15, and a level 15 Urshifu against a team where the majority of them aren't even 13.
He will one shot.
Yeah, you are going to get 1-2 shot. So I think if you're Noriza, the slow beam's going to have to go onto the Urshifu, and your team is just going to have to blow him up. You have to throw everything and the kitchen sink at this Pokemon.
And whenever Eeyore runs in, it's either slow beam or telekinesis, right? You have to just stop him from reaching that backline. But we see the Dojo going for some sort of backhand. That's an extra 26. And RQ, they're going to try and jump the gun right now, looking to punish K-Clock. And they find him with that avalanche, and K-Clock just basically collapsing at the seams. Vegeta trying to help out the rest of his squad, but you can see Eeyore forcing Levi's all the way back. He's going to get controlled by the telekinesis, but there's nothing that K-Clock could do.
Oh, that was just, I mean, that was probably the best thing that K-Clock really could have asked for in that fight. I mean, we saw what happened. The setup with the Lapras Express coming in from Necro. They did get the slow beam, I believe, onto the Urshifu, onto Eeyore, but he got Bliss assisted. I mean, they just did not have the damage to take him out while he got held in place. So this game, RRQ, dominant performance. They had the Pokemon that they wanted. I mean, it was basically given to them on a silver platter at this rate. And K-Clock, this game, they just didn't have an answer for the Urshifu. I mean, next game, you gotta look at this and be like, we can't give Eeyore his Urshifu.
And this game was also a case of not having a proper setup for K-Clock. It's more of, if we can hit the back line and we get rid of the XQ, then that's it. That is what we want to achieve. But who can one whip to, right? PSL9 is Clefable, she's stuck with the Slowbro and the Delphox, while you have a Dojo who is just trying to run into the back and try and take out the Alolan Ninetales before anything happens. It's a tall ass from K-Clock.
Yeah, but this was just an insane game coming in from RRQ. I think this was really it just shows the mastery of this team in general. Like, this was such a clean game. They were able to find all their openings, to punish K-Clock whenever they appeared, and then we also saw the desperation for K-Clock. There was a point in time, and we could see it, where Levi and Mark God, you could tell they were frustrated because they were just not able to fulfill their roles, which was to pick off the backline squishies. Like, they couldn't target Zoe, they couldn't target Husskkiee. They just weren't able to get these pickoffs fast enough before they just got punished themselves.
And there's so much healing from RRQ.
And he had Eluna as well. Like, let's not forget Eluna's role in this game. Like, he was the emergency stop button. Like, if someone was getting targeted, you know you're going to get a Bliss assist.
And even if Eluna isn't there, Husskkiee has a decent way to cover himself, right? You are always threatening a freeze onto any dives. And I mean, Eeyore is just...
You have Eject as well.
If Eject also, Eeyore is taking out K-Clock faster than K-Clock could do to Husskkiee. I think that was also something that K-Clock couldn't really answer. This was, I would say, kind of an outdraft from RRQ's side.
Outdraft, I think also out-execution. They
Eeyore
really...
had like, what, 245 points alone. He has a good game.
He had a great game, because if he showed his face at one of those goal zones, everyone on K-Clock was like, I'm not dealing with that.
No one can deal with him, right? Like, realistically, you can survive longer, but you can't stop him.
Yeah, like, he's eventually going to overrun you. So you need to decide, am I going to try and contest him, but then also give experience away? Or am I just going to, like, show my face and leave? There's not really much that they could really do in this situation. But we have the highlights here for all of you to see before we jump into game number 3, because yes, we have a game number 3 situation in the grand finals, and one of two things is going to happen here, folks. RRQ is potentially going to win this next game, and we are going to go for a grand final reset. Or K-Clock win the next game. They are going to be crowned the champions for May, and they'll take home $7,000 US for their hard work and effort today in the May qualifiers.
Oh yes. I mean, the 1v2 we saw just now was kind of like a big a big point in that game where Eeyore just went out of control, right?
Oh,
Got a 1v2
out of
onto Margot
control.
and Levi.
This man was playing his own game.
He was. He was playing basketball, okay? It's not Pokemon Unite.
I kind of agree, but I think, again, beautiful play from Necro. I don't know how Necro does it. This man is just so good at setting up for his team. Like the fact that he set up with the Lapras Express wave, the wave at the end of the Unite move. Just love it.
Game 1 was
You're
pretty close,
stunned.
but I mean, I would say game 1 was kind of close at the start, but game 2 was basically a run over. RRQ, and it really feels like there was nothing much Kakalot could do. They did try plenty of times, but at the same time, you look into the playbook, there actually isn't really much alternatives that Kakalot could go for.
No, I actually agree, because if you take a look at what was available in the pool, what is there to contest with an Urshifu? Like, what do you really have left?
Lucario was, it feels like the odd one out of the entire draft, right? Because
Yeah?
I think the idea is we try to get the Lucario ahead. Probably he matches.
Snowball.
He snowball, right? Matches with the Urshifu, or he dies with the Dojo. That didn't happen, and that was kind of a crucial win condition that they couldn't fulfill. Well, RQ they tie out the series, and we have to look at one of the players that made it happen. But before that, we gotta look at PSL Nice. Side first, and it's our Mind Boy, on game 2 playing on the Cliff Fable, just not able to do much for his team. He doesn't have the setup that the Mime has, and overall, RRQ just snowball.
I almost feel like this next game, the Mime card is going to come out. You know, they had so much success with it in game number 1 that I wouldn't be surprised if they just be like, all right, guys, let's pull out the Mime. But to see that more than one person can play it, I think this is going to be a really important factor for this team, especially when it comes to the drafting order and what they're going to be putting alongside this Mr. Mime. Now, there is some good news here for Kakalot, okay? And the good news is that they have the winner's advantage. So even if they lose this next game, they still have another best of 3 to play to make that comeback happen.
If they win this game, it's done.
Yeah, it's done.
It's
pretty
done.
much.
We'll be done for the day.
But RRQ, they've got a long road to go. Like, they need minimum 3 more games.
Minimum 3 more games. It's,
So it's a big journey.
Good news is RRQ they are not strangers to a lower bracket run. They are not strangers to long series. They have been in these positions more than they would like to admit. And we're gonna look at RRQ Zoe this time. And in that game 2, I believe it was the Elder Goss and just a big menace, a healing machine.
A healing machine, the Hooper machine, most importantly, because he single-handedly is forcing Kakalot to ban his Hooper. Which means it actually leaves Husskkiee and Eeyore's Pokemon open for the team. Like, this is something I think we don't talk about enough as casters. I think we should sort of bring this up. The fact that certain players are forcing certain bans to happen because of how influential they are. And this is a support. This isn't the central laner. This isn't your main source of DPS player. No, it's a support.
And you look at, when you compare both bans that we've seen, Hoopa has higher value than the Zorak, for sure, right?
Yes.
There's so much replacement for the Zorak. I think we even saw the Talonflame, and that could also pass as a good central laner. But Hoopa, when you have a good Hoopa player on your team, he becomes an existential threat.
He's legendary.
He is, for sure, he is 100% legendary. Such a unique Pokemon, honestly,
Well,
even in the franchise itself, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that this Pokemon functions in Unite because we have a lot of classic supports. I think that's the best way to describe them, like your classic supports. But then you have Hooper, and he sort of throws a wrench in the works because he can play as a healer, but he can also play as a semi-DPS when he pops the rings unbound. He provides a lot of utility. Like, he's a pretty insane support.
He's omnipotent, you know.
Yeah.
You want HP? Well, here's a berry I stole somewhere. You want to go back home?
It could be the speed berry, it could be the citrus berry, but a berry is a berry.
You want to go home, or I'll send you home right away. Come right back in 5 seconds.
Yeah. So it's just, I love seeing Hooper. I know some people last year were very sick of it because everyone was playing Hooper because you were allowed duplicates back at the time. But now only single teams are allowed Hooper. It's now making people think, okay, we need to consider banning Hooper because that Pokemon has far too much utility for certain teams.
Well, the fact that we're getting a game tree is good news, Danny, because
Yes.
that means more Pokemon Unite games, and that means we are starting to reach deeper and deeper into the Pokemon pool of both teams.
We are either halfway or at the end point, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, it's still a concept that I think a lot of newer viewers might not grasp, but just know that if RQ wins this, we go again. One more best of 3.
Another best of 3, yes.
So if you want to watch more games, then support RQ.
Yes. Support RRQ. But if you support Kakalok, that is totally
is
fine
totally
too,
fine.
because this team, they, again, for me, came out of nowhere, and I am so impressed.
It's the same as, well, it's the same bands to start it off, and Kakalot, well, then the Slash
Deny.
Lapras, right? It's-
I love this Deny pick
they
because...
did it in game 1 also, right? Lapras first pick.
Yes, but I think that was also a Deny pick. But then again, Mark God also plays the Lapras.
Yeah.
But Necro, this guy's too good with Lapras. It just makes sense that you got to get rid of it. But in the process, you've given Eeyore his Urshifu. So what's the answer here for Kakalok? Because they struggled to deal with this Urshifu last game.
And for both games, we saw Urshifu into Dojo, and the three-headed bird had no chance.
Yes, no chance at all. He was just getting absolutely shredded. And it looks like we might be seeing the Glaceon card come out. Delphox
Delphox.
instead. Interesting. Yeah. Back of mud, I'm kidding. But for reals though, Glaceon and Delphox, for anyone that isn't too familiar with the APAC West scene, these are two Pokemon that RRQ are very familiar with. They used to play this duo a lot back in the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, so they are well aware of what this lineup
Gengar?
is capable of doing. Okay. Relax.
Hey, wait,
Stop.
wait.
If
Mine?
If it's mine, that's
Mine?
fine. But the fact
It's
that
a
they're
mine.
flashing Gengar, that's
It's a mine.
not nice.
It's 100% a mine.
That-
But,
No,
What?
look at this. PSL.
so it's a Snorlax.
Sure.
It-
Snorlax, you know what? I'm totally fine with this because he is probably going to have to be the first line of defense against the Urshifu. But, here's the but. If this is Rapid Spin, Blastoise, which it normally is,
You
he
can't
doesn't
stop
care
it,
about
right?
block. Yes, he does not care about block.
Can you block the Urshifu while the Urshifu was trying to use Surging Strike? Can you block his dashes?
Is he unstoppable? That's the question for you.
I don't think so.
So then you should still be
Yeah, I
pushed.
don't think he is. Not that I remember. I've never encountered Snorlax.
Because no one plays Snorlax
Not
in
one.
pubs.
Not many play Snorlax. We
It's-
saw Snorlax like last month. I believe it was by Team MYS. Is it Reebok Snorlax?
Saw, I think, yeah, 1 or 2 Snorlaxes, but it's surprising to see this Pokemon's fall from grace because a lot of other defenders just risen in popularity.
Yeah, we've seen more in East Asia, I believe. I think like Orangutan, or formerly known as High Five, they do play their fair share of Snorlax. Good news for APAC West is the fact that each month we have teams that we are familiar with reaching the end of the tournament, and we have teams that just come out of nowhere and doing the same. We have been impressed by teams like Xerific Gaming last month, who finished second, brought us to a full grand finals against Team MYS, and right now with Kakalok bringing it, doing it the same to RRQ.
And it's not just APAC West, I mean in APAC East, we saw a team come out of nowhere, right? Old guys.
And they beat Orangutan.
Yeah, they beat Orangutan, which I think arguably are probably the best team in East and West Asia right now.
Yes.
So that was a really big surprise. But again, we're not going to see those guys until next month during the regional finals. We're not going to talk about them. We're going to focus on this game here between Kakalok and RRQ. It is game number 3 in this best of 3 grand final. If RRQ take this game, we're going for a grand final reset. But if Kakalok win this game, then that's it. They will take the crown and be the champions for May.
And the only difference is that these two teams will win various amounts of prize pool. That's pretty much it. They both qualify for it.
Almost double the prize pool.
That is true, almost double. So they're fighting for more than 3,000 extra US
Yes,
dollars.
pretty much $3,500 US dollars.
It's been a long time since we saw double attackers, right? I
Yes.
think today it has just been single attackers. You have speedsters in the central area.
You know what we're not really seeing nowadays? All-rounders seem to be a very forgotten role, right?
Most of them, right?
Yeah, most all-rounders have really fallen out of favor. You're only really seeing Urshifu as the lone standing all-rounder that teams are still potentially picking. And I think it's a really interesting pivot, I suppose. And I wonder if it's because of all the new additions of defenders and also the buffs that some of the defenders have gotten, and also support buffs, sort of leading towards this shift in meta towards self-sustained, self-healing.
It could also be a lot of these all-rounders have very specific conditions that if not fulfilled, they just lose their effectiveness, right? Lucario has to snowball. Tyranitar has to wait until level 13, 14.
To really hit his power.
Charizard, you know, all these Pokemon just have so many conditions. AG Slash even.
Yeah, it's like the early game for them is too weak to justify the kicks, right?
Unless you want to sack them, right? But we've seen teams try to do that. You sack that all-rounder lane,
mid lane.
your game just collapses. Eeyore once more.
Eeyore body blocks from the team. They're going to try and keep him alive here, Husskkiee, but it looks like Eeyore's going to be fine. Do you think they're going to turn around?
Oh, and the Snorlax is in. Well, they do take out the water though. Eeyore was able to still make it out with decent amount of HP, but the fact that Kekalok didn't lose anyone, that is impressive.
I think it was also to the fact that Levi, this Glaceon pick is paying off in dividends because he did so much damage to Eeyore that he just couldn't turn around.
I'm surprised that not more teams are playing the Glaceon today. I was expecting just Glaceon every single game.
Yeah,
I think the numbers they check out when you look at the stats, but I guess teams are just more comfortable with what they practice.
Yeah, the sustain meta has been around for such a long time, and that's the most practiced meta. But I'm surprised teams are also not even considering the old Icy Wind build for Glaceon, right? Because we didn't see any adjustments for that at all. Still does a pretty good amount of damage as well. Gives you that little bit of a dash mechanic as well. But we are going to talk about that later on because RRQ are camping it out in that bottom lane. And wow, Unite being used there by Levi. But look at this, the rapid spin coming in from the War Turtle, but he just gets annihilated by the Icicle Shots. And oh my gosh, Delphox goes down, but it looks like Husskkiee still securing the Regirock for the team. And now Kekalok, they are reeling back to their goal zone.
That Glaceon damage, they just lost the Reggie, but they still ended up trading even in terms of KOs with RRQ. And I believe Glaceon is the only Pokemon right in this state of the game that got a buff, but the pick rate went down because we saw this infinite amount of Glaceons for the past 2 months.
Last month, yeah, we saw a lot of Glaceons.
Even ACL, right? Glaceon was either picked or banned.
Yes, it was 100% pick ban rate.
It was.
But it was usually picked because for some reason teams decided to ban Delphox instead.
And also because you have to ban Station, right? So you are... Yeah.
And Blastoise.
And
I think some teams are banning Blastoise.
Watch out
we are
for the
still
damage.
seeing these ice shards. Look at this, like Husskkiee deletes the Glaceon. He's like, I'm the superior ice type. Get on out of here. Mark got in the other hand. He's going to want to get out of this, but it looks like Eeyore, he's going to get his revenge. He'll bop it back to base. Goodbye, Mark. God. Now RRQ, they get their revenge in that bottom lane, but that fight only really worked out because they had to blow some big unites to actually get rid of the key players.
And the eject button from Husskkiee. So for the next minute or so, he will not have any defensive mechanism.
Yeah, it just goes to show the investment required to get rid of that Glaceon. It's a pretty hefty price to pay.
RRQ working on the Regieleki, and Kekalok will arrive there in time. Eeyore was looking for a flag, and now the Lapras Express, they actually found Levi in the back line. Actually does end up going down. Hydro Typhoon used by Necro as well. Double KO for this Lapras. Margot is ascending to Divinity at this point. They do lose the Glaceon though, thanks to Eeyore coming in from the flank. And Eeyore, he's going to cap a big juicy 40 in that first goal zone. And at the end of that, RRQ still comes out with the win.
And the Regieleki doesn't even get taken out in that top lane. It's still around. Eeyore, though, using his full heal, actually wanting to get out of there. And yes, with the Blissey, the helping hand, the safeguard, there's just no way Kekalok can lock him down. And while this is all happening, the diversion was perfect. RRQ are going to get the bottom Reggie. That's going to be the buff. That's going to be experience. Interesting choice for Kekalok.
It was so unfortunate because Levi was on top of the Lapras. They run in, and at the exact same time that Levi dismounted, Eeyore was right in front of him. So Eeyore just used Flowing Fizz and ran this Glaceon down. He could not join the fight at all. And even without him, Margot still got 2 KOs, right? So imagine if the Glaceon was actually actively participating in these team fights.
Or at least in a better position to be protected just in case Eeyore comes in. So yes, we see the firepower from this Glaceon, but the weakness is there. It's not a completely unstoppable Pokemon, but so far we're going to be seeing the Snow Globe being popped. Even a big power nap coming in from the Snorlax, but doesn't really matter though. Eeyore just going ham in the backlines, trying to go for the Glaceon. cuts him down again, throws him on the ground, breaks that ice. And RRQ, they're going to continue. They've got, look at this. Oh, my God, coming in with the Lapras Express. Big Wave didn't connect onto too much. Still going to continue to chase that Blastoise that they want Eeyore, but they just can't get this Urshifu. It's too elusive.
Without any assistance from the team, Eeyore still got 2 KOs. Had to use a Unite move, but I think it's probably halfway charged at this point. He was doing so much work.
It's so much work, but it has to happen, right? Because we are seeing in these fights, if the Glaceon is out of the picture, Kakalot really don't have that much left in the tank in these battles. Like, yes, they've got a lot of CC, they have some sustain, but Delphox is running Fire Spin. That is not the premier build you want to be running if you're trying to run that really strong nuking powered Delphox. It's mostly there for crowd control. So now there's going to have to be some more emphasis put towards Levi's preserve. Like, you have to preserve this Glaceon, because again, if he goes down, I think the fight's just going to go into RRQ's favor again. And the fact that Eeyore is confident enough to just poke into Kakalot like that, he is just so confident.
No one can stop him, right? He's gonna hit 15 by the time Rayquaza spawns again, just like last game.
The safeguard is just so good for Eeyore, like they can't lock him down.
They're gonna try with the Bubble Beam. Eeyore stopped just for a while. The Fire Spin will expire. Now Eeyore has a clear way in.
They want to
and
go
they're
for
looking for the
steal.
opportunity.
Oh,
Steals it
XQ!
away! XQ on this Alolan Ninetale does it big time. So all the Reggies went to RQ this game. And Rayquaza has just spawned.
Rayquaza spawned. There's no buffs on the side of Kakalot as well. That was supposed to be the buff going into Kakalot. But look at this though. We've got the Rapid Spin going in from the Blastoise. So much damage. Naughty's already cut down to half health on that Snorlax. And look at them. They're backing up. They are so scared to fight into RRQ. Levi, terrified of having Eeyore coming in from the back lines. The rest of the team, really scared of Necro Hydro Typhoon. They're not happy to jump onto Husskkiee because he just pops the Snow Globe and does so much damage. But there we go, Necro being jumped on. The block is there. He will go for the Rapid Spin. Naughty's are down to half. Rapid, Hydro Typhoon connecting onto multiple Pokemon. And it looks like this might just be it. Husskkiee, they are slowly shredding into Kakalot. Eeyore just doing God's work on this Glaceon. Levi cannot move.
What was that from Eeyore? He did not lose a single drop of HP. He ran this Glaceon from the Ray Pit to the second goal zone. We still have a minute left. Rayquaza still on the field, but Husskkiee, big avalanche, and actually was able to get the KO on the Delphox of all Pokemon. Levi will be back, but Kakalot have nothing to contest Rayquaza. No Unite moves.
They do still have Levi. Levi's coming into the picture, but look at this up top. Eeyore gonna go for a 80-point dunk. And can RRQ actually just stall? Because they don't need Rayquaza. They just have to stall it. Make sure Kakalot don't get the buffs. And Naughty's out. He's got no support with him. He's not gonna be able to get any healing. The Snorlax is out of the picture. I think this is a big mistake. I really need to make sure they have it. They will get the Rayquaza. Markon is there, but can they even score?
20 seconds. This is not going to be easy there. The first goal zone, Levi, he wants to get in, but
Levi doing
there's
damage.
just so much hindrance from
He's
RRQ.
stopped.
They even got Zoe to score another extra 40.
100
points on the top side. They need to break this first goal zone. They might be a chance for Kakalot. They've broken
86.
both of it. 186. Can Sunjin get the last one in? Does this count?
It doesn't count.
It doesn't count. Is it enough from Kakalot?
Oh my God, Husskkiee, I think we might be in a situation where it might not even be that next game. Oh
10
my God.
points.
Cute.
Half a second made all the difference. And
Oh my gosh.
Zoe 100% saved that game with that back cap. That extra, 40 points got them just the most minuscule lead that they need. And that means we are going for
To
bracket
a
reset.
Oh my gosh. I can imagine in my brain, RRQ, their heart pounding.
Because they
in that
were in
moment.
this situation, right? ACL, bronze placement match against T2, same thing. Iluna was half a second away
Yep.
from winning a game that was decided by a 4-point difference.
Yep. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this game was so close. But RRQ, they've managed to do it, and it's going to have to be another 2 games minimum for either of these teams to take home the $7,000 US prize. But at least they have a moment to sort of think, a moment of clarity. The first best of 3 is done. I'm imagining a team meeting is happening for both of these teams going into this next set because they have information, they have this experience playing against each other now. And you know, if I was any of these teams' captains, I'd be thinking, guys, that match was insane. It's now time to start talking about the trump cards. We've now got to start pulling out the really big guns because everything is on the line.
And what can you do about the Husskkiee? Because in both games,
You have to ban it. I think
Eeyore is a bit right. You have to ban it. You let the Hoopa through, but that also means that there's a threat of the dojo getting taken away by RRQ.
yes, because I think
Pick
that
your poison, right?
if I'm Cakelock, just going off of like the information that we have and the way that they have been drafting as well, I don't think this team feels confident enough to steal the Hoopa for themselves to preserve their ban.
Yeah, it's too big of a risk, right? I don't think they have played with. If they had played with the Hoopa, I feel like we probably would have seen it at some point in time.
Yeah, I think because we've seen it before in the past, some teams, if a certain Pokemon is really strong for a particular lineup, you deny pick it. You take it for yourselves, you ban something else. But you can only really do that if you have first pick, if it's a first pick Pokemon.
And we've seen all 3 games they have banned out the Hoopa. Both 2 out of the 3 games they were first pick.
Yes.
They were going for the Lapras, right? It's kind of the premium pick for both teams. So that means Hoopa is a Pokemon that Cakelock feels threatened by, but I still feel like the Eeyore Husskkiee is too big of a threat. This Husskkiee, I mean, if you get ran down from the Rayquaza pit to your second go zone and he didn't lose a single HP, we have a big problem.
Yeah, it's a pretty big issue. I don't even think we get to see it, unfortunately, in the clip. Levi's already gone, but that was just... I mean, it's got to be brutal. Literally just running. I don't know where
He
to
ran
go.
down a Glaceon that has X speed. Okay.
That X speed has his teammates following him with the heals as well.
You know, Levi was so fast that PSL couldn't get on top of him with the moonlight. It was like, I want to heal you, but don't run away.
Yeah, it's just... Oh my goodness.
He even
Okay.
used the eject button from Sunzage. Just half a second. Deja vu all over again. We have seen it so many times. My heart cannot take this.
I don't think anyone can. I mean, anyone that was watching that game just now as well, if your heartbeat didn't climb to 150 beats per minute minimum, we didn't watch the same game. Like, obviously, that was such a great finale. But I'm really excited to see what's going to happen next because now the pressure is on the... I mean, for both teams now. Everyone's seatbelt is off. This car has gone full pelt. You can't afford to make a mistake anymore, and now you've got to start looking at those trump card Pokemon. Let's talk about them very quickly. We know Husskkiee is a big factor for RRQ. Eeyore's Husskkiee is beautiful.
And the Hoopa, right?
And
Husskkiee and Hoopa, both big Pokemons. I mean, for each individual players, they have a Pokemon that they are just really good at.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about it in a little bit
Let's look
because
at the
I want to
bracket.
remind you guys about the bracket. It is the Grand Finals. You are not tuning into the wrong series, but it is a Grand Finals reset because RRQ, they just won the first best of 3 against Cakelock, and they did come from the lower bracket. So they have earned themselves a second chance. So one more best of 3 before we find out which of these teams will be the champion.
Yes, and it could be anyone because these teams, they've both displayed a level of mastery of their favorite Pokemon, of their favorite compositions. And I'm really excited to see what's left because sometimes I feel when it comes to these bracket reset games, like someone's holding something back. Like they're holding it back as that emergency rations. And I think that's going to be Cakelock now. They did show off the Mr. Mime card for us. Obviously, they played this a lot more in their previous matches because we didn't get to spectate them. But Mr. Mime was a huge factor in one of their games. I think if I'm Cakelock, you kind of have to think like, well, Mr. Mime was great last time. I think we have
Do we run
to
it again?
pick it again. Yeah.
And I think that was a game where they also had the Lapras and the Husskkiee, right? So a lot of things went in their favor. But I think in a scenario where the Husskkiee is on the side of Eeyore, you still have a threat that you need to deal with.
How about this? I'm thinking, it's especially when it comes to draft, it's like a push and pull game. What if they give the Hoopa,
Right.
but they take the Husskkiee?
I was thinking the same. I think it's a very fair trade, right?
Because, but then what's the issue here though? Like, let's say, because 2 things can happen. RRQ take the Hoopa thinking that maybe something else is going to happen, or they get Eor's Urshifu. I think if there's a priority, I feel like
I think
Eor's
Urshifu
Urshifu
gets
is a
through
higher
anyways,
priority.
right?
Yeah. So, like, what's the play then?
I feel like you can only run that risk if you're first pick on Kakalot. You take the Urshifu, you give the Hoopa and Dojo away. I think,
But you're giving away Lapras.
and Lapras. But if it's Lapras and Hoopa, well, actually from a drafting perspective, I still think you're at a loss, right? If Lapras and Hoopa gets picked, you don't really get to take the Dojo anyways, and RRQ gets to take it afterwards.
Yeah.
It's a weird conundrum for Kakalot to be in.
It is a really weird
This
conundrum.
dang Hoopa.
No, I'm going to say the dang Urshifu at this rate. This Pokemon is just beyond busted. But this is Kakalot stats. And they have played Urshifu. We know they can play Urshifu. But interestingly enough, they haven't been going for the Alolan Ninetales themselves. But even if they did, if Eor's going to be playing on the Urshifu again, I feel like Alolan Ninetales would run into the same problem as Glaceon. Which was they just get jumped on. So what are your alternatives? Like, what can you pick instead? That's going to be your damage dealer, but can also somehow outlast an Urshifu. Like, what's
Do
left?
enough damage and outlast an Urshifu? Okay, I have an answer. You know the answer.
Cinderace?
It's the no, it's not Cinderace. It's not like
Gosh.
that. Cinderace
I'm
is just run
being
down. Okay, it's the
positive. No,
it's the
because Cinderace
perma-ban
got
Pokemon.
buffed.
Okay, it's the
That's
that
what I
is
said.
that is the yeah. I just that's what I said also. I said
Okay,
you know
but-
the answer.
Because the reason why I'm bringing up the Cinderace was because the buffs to Faint. It's a 7-second cooldown now on Faint. And it makes him so elusive.
He does a good dribble. He has a very fancy dribble.
Oh my god.
I still I it's I don't want to sound
I have it!
right.
Chandelure.
We haven't seen that. Sure.
And Chandelure plays so far back, and I think Poltergeist could be a big issue.
You might be right. Actually Chandler is available, right? So, but we
It
haven't
is
seen any
available.
teams play it.
But the issue, but then I'm not sure if it's an issue because I've heard multiple teams from multiple teams. Some people feel Chandelure has to be in the central lane. I've heard other people say it's playable in lane. I think it's going to be dependent situationally on the match itself, what jungler you're going up against, what your lane opponent is going to be. But the consensus I've heard from people when it comes to Chandelure is that as soon as that Pokemon hits level 5, it is bomb. Like, it does so much damage, it is not funny.
I just hope we see it then.
Well, I hope so too, but no one's picking shit.
No one's picking Chandler, and it's not a
Axew?
mobile Pokemon.
Axew. I'm looking at Husskkiee because this actually feels like an Husskkiee Pokemon. Husskkiee, I know you're not watching the broadcast, but maybe your family member ill and maybe they'll send him a text message. Please?
Pick Chandler.
Please. I mean, I'd love to see it because
Knowing
we haven't...
RRQ, probably it probably won't happen if it's
No.
RRQ. They will stick with Alolan Ninetales until it's not available for play.
Maybe next month. I think
Maybe next
I think
month.
teams just need a little bit more time to practice Chandelure because it definitely is in like a weird spot.
Like imagine we wait until next month and we saw Umbreon but not Chandelure.
Yeah, because Umbreon's playable this week and
This-
it would be after the 2-week.
in
Yeah,
like
so
what,
it'll be
3
playable.
days, right? In like
It'll be
3 days,
playable.
yeah, we'll see Umbreon.
Yes, anyone that didn't know, Umbreon is going to be will be available to play soon. So if you're a big fan of Umbreon, make sure you log in next week.
If you log in every day, you would get the countdown. Like coming to
Yes. Well, so, okay, here's the thing. I'm one of those people that just wants to mash their button because I don't want to see all of the thingies because I've seen them all the time.
no, you are forced to see it, right? It will stay on your screen for like 2 seconds
Yeah,
before it
but
closes.
what if I've goldfish brain? What if I just forget? Your magic cup. What if I just forget?
Sure. It's a I have no argument against that.
Okay.
Because I see everything, right? I remember everything I see. You log in, you will see, I think, Umbreon countdown first, and then the EV festival, and then the Pokemon, the membership thing. Pokemon Unite
Yes,
membership.
yeah.
So
Well,
those are the 3 things you see.
I remember the membership because I got to claim my gems.
Of course.
That's the only one I actually
Think of it, I
pressed.
missed out like 120 gems because I forgot to log in.
Ruh-roh.
Uh-oh.
Exposed. But what we haven't exposed is what's going to be happening in the next matchup. So for anyone that's wondering what is happening, we still have another best of 3 coming right up. We are just going to give the players a moment to think, to breathe, to talk, toilet break, because they just had one best of 3 game. It was extremely intense, but we are having a reset, which means we're getting a fresh best of 3. It could be 2 games. It could be over in 3. We don't know as of yet. It's going to come down to what happens in the upcoming games. But to everyone that's still tuning into the broadcast, thank you for sticking with us. We hope you guys are enjoying the games as much as we are, because we have been blessed with some amazing Pokemon Unite games, and also in particular some of the buff Pokemon getting showcased. And I think one of the big winners is Alolan Ninetales, because this Pokemon was non-existent before this patch.
And a lot of it, you know, you have to credit it to RRQ, right? They have been just picking Alolan Ninetales.
Okay, hang on, not RRQ. Axq.
Axq.
Only Axq, because he's only been playing Alolan.
He played like one game of Delphox and never again. He was like, alright, this is not for me.
Yeah,
I used to like Delphox, but I want Alolan Ninetales.
No, it's because he wants to chill. Okay, I'm done.
It's pretty late into the night, but it's fine.
Hang
it's
on,
fine.
what time is it for us? It's 11 at night. Wow, time flies.
This, to be very fair, this is the exact same time that we all gather for our scrims.
Pretty much, yeah.
So it's our scrim hour.
Well, I mean, we've been here since the broadcast started at 5 o'clock our time, and to think that time flew by so fast that we didn't realize it was 11 o'clock.
Time flies when you're having a lot of fun.
Exactly.
Well, last month we were not able to see a bracket reset because it ended with Team MYS winning 2-1, right? That's the upper bracket team. So it's about time we get a reset.
Finally.
Finally.
And the teams are really evenly matched, it looks like, as well.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm really excited for this next matchup.
Yeah, last time we had the whole same thing Cinderella and Snow White story. Well, not really Cinderella, but more like underdog and big boss story. And the big boss won. I want to see a dark horse run. I have nothing against RRQ, okay? Just to be clear, but I do think that the fact that they are getting pushed to the limit, for RRQ, they are not. It's no strain. It's not a foreign thing to them, right? They have been in this position so many times, but it's the first time we see Kakarot really being challenged, and you know, just from the drafting phase to the macro in the game, in Kakarot they had a cakewalk for majority of the day, but right now it's no longer a cakewalk.
All right, let's see what happens with the pick bans, because I might have a pun coming up, but it depends on what Pokemon actually make it through. So on the side of RRQ, we're going to be seeing a Zorak ban, whereas for Kakarot, they're going to continue with this Hooper ban. So obviously, they are very afraid of the Hooper, and they are forced to first pick the Urshifu. Now, this was the dream scenario that we were looking for Kakarot, because they have been struggling to play up against Eeyore's Urshifu. So now the question is, what's going to be on the table here for RRQ now that they've lost the Urshifu? And it's going to be the Dodrio again.
And the Lapras, again, a premium pick for both teams, but you look at Urshifu and Lapras in terms of priority, I think the Urshifu is just, at this point of time, is number 1, right? You get Urshifu, you have a great chance of winning. They picked the Blissey and Clefable, so no mind for this game. It's all about just super juicing this Urshifu.
They're also denying a lot of the support options for RRQ as well.
But they have Eldegoss, right? That means Zoe just insta-lock Eldegoss. This is...
Well, yes, but I feel like they also, if they could have, wanted to deny pick the Blissey, because we saw in that last game how annoying Safeguard is on Urshifu. So maybe that was a Pokemon that RRQ were considering, but I mean, Zoe plays a lot of Eldegoss, so that totally makes sense. But I want to know this last pick, like what's Necro playing? Because they've picked up the Lapras for Illuna, unless this is Illuna's Pokemon for the last pick. And if I'm
I think
RRQ,
it's a Necro. I feel like it could be a Necro Pokemon, right? Yeah, so wait.
I think this is better, because I was thinking if it's, let's say, Illuna's Pokemon, it was going to be the Slowbro. Like, that's really the only other Pokemon left for Illuna. But I am glad to see the Blastoise. So you've got a damage Pokemon to follow up with Axq. This is a damage defender as well. You're going to have Eeyore coming in with the supplemental damage and the backline burst. You've got Illuna there with the sustain as well as the bubble beam. But I'm going to be honest, you know, Kakarot's lineup is looking great. You've got 2 really tanky supporters that can support both Levi and Mark God. Very likely going to be Safeguard. But then again, there's not a lot of disable on the side of RRQ, so maybe they just double down on the healing. We're not really 100% sure. And the Mew pick? I mean, Mew's a great Pokemon.
And I think, you know, for Kakarot, they also have one of the better Pokemons to play at long range, and that's the Mew, right? You always have Solar Beam. You can always secure objectives with the Solar Beam. And I think what Mark got, he even had the Aeos Cookie. I was about to say biscuit, but he had the Husskkiee on him, so it's just all about beefing himself up. The muscle band also. So he's going to be staying in the front line for a long, long time. We did see him play this Trevenant in the earlier series against Outwit, and he was unkillable.
Sorry, I can't get over the Aos biscuit. I mean, that's what Pokemon Unite would be if it was translated into UK English.
That is true. That is true. Aos biscuit.
All right, it's Aos cookie. That's not okay. All right, we're jumping into game number 1 of the grand final reset between Kakaluk and Husskkiee. It's a completely new game. Fresh best of 3. Let's see who gets this first game to put themselves in a good start for this matchup. But we just got an update here from production. We are going to have a bit of a pause here. We will give you an update once we know what has actually happened here that has forced a pause. So again, we are so sorry to everyone that was very excited for the matchup. Husskkiee and I are also very excited.
I am.
But we are running into some issues, it seems. But we will give you an update once we know more about what has happened to force the pause. Let's keep talking about the draft, because I really think Kakaluk have it this game.
I do feel like they do, right? Because it was the same archetype that RQ ran in the previous 2 games, where you just have an Urshifu who is constantly getting safeguarded.
Double supporters.
Double support.
You're basically pumping him full of health, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's just running down the enemy backline, right? You just see this team of 3 Pokemons running through the entire fight.
And if you really wanted to next level that combination as well, you could play bowling with the Blissey. You know, you have the Water Bear, he goes in, you have the Blissey coming in with the Bliss Assist, and you can get the knock-ins, right? Because Urshifu, especially the Water variant, it's so good at maneuvering through an entire team to allow the connections. So that's extra damage, plus you're buffing up the Water Bear. Like, that's terrifying.
And whenever he has the Flowing Fist, whenever he uses that Unite move, you can't. The Hydro Typhoon doesn't affect him, right? He becomes, what do you call, immune to hindrance, unstoppable. So if he times it right as well, he can just bypass, I think, the more solid means of defense from Necro and still go straight to Husskkiee. And I think this time Husskkiee doesn't really have too much of a way to deal with an Urshifu that's running at him. In the previous 2 games, he can push people away with his abilities, but in this game, the Urshifu will just keep running.
Yeah. I wonder if they might supplement this with Necro. Maybe Necro actually goes in and builds Surf. Highly unlikely, because I feel like they need the Rapid Spin damage. But, I mean, who knows? It's a possibility if they really wanted to go that far.
I think it probably...
I don't think they need it though. It feels like overkill.
No, the Surf? No.
Surf.
Yeah, I don't think you need it, right?
Yeah, I think it's a bit overkill to try and keep up Husskkiee. And look at this though, Eeyore waiting patiently, does see the Urshifu coming.
What happened?
Oh, hang on. Oh, that might have been a mistake, and it was! Oh no, Eeyore going down, and that's going to be Kakaluk to get not only the knockout, but also score those points. And look at this Levi! He doesn't even go down! He's turning around! Oh my gosh, this is a big win for Kakaluk.
That is the most unlucky moment for Eeyore this series.
Oof.
He comes in with the flank, gets clipped like a wood hammer as Mark God evolves into the Trevenant.
Jeez.
My goodness, you can't even get mad at that. That was just unlucky. And just like that, Kakaluk, they almost blew that first goal zone.
They almost blew it wide open, but you know what's happening in the middle area? We're going to be seeing the Swablu and Altaria spawn. And are RRQ in a position to potentially contest this? Because that's going to be a lot of experience. We won't see it, unfortunately, but we are seeing the status of that bottom lane. And Naughty, I mean, the Blissey holding the fort on its own, you know? No pressure in the lane, just farming that experience. Everything's great.
Eeyore did go to the mid side, but I think
he wanted
the family was already taken away by very fast by Levi.
I blame Flava.
you can wipe the Altaria and Swablus with like one rotation of your ability, or 2 rotations actually. So Surging Strike, Liquidate, and you do it again, and they're gone.
Yeah, and I do believe they scouted out Mark God there with Eeyore's Dodrio, so that's not going to be a surprise for either of these Pokemon. But in the bottom lane, though, we're seeing a bit of a tussle here from both of the teams, 4 up against 3. But no full engagements. Necro, they're being pushed back there by the Trevenant, and look at the damage coming out just from the Trevenant. Actually, having to use the headbutt to get out of there. Necro's going to be fine, got the eject button, but yeah, life's not the best for the war total right now.
Margot is not going to follow him to the bot side, so Kekalog only has 4 members to try and take this Regice away. Meanwhile, the Urshifu, he's already at the back, the flowing fist.
Oh my
that
God,
was exactly
Husskkiee.
what we saw in the previous
Oh
2
my
games.
God.
This is still going with the help of his team. He is unstoppable for sure. Safeguard from Nottiza, just keeping him going. And RRQ, they know that they can't contest this, but they will still try to hovering around with both Eo and Luna. Regice dropping super low, Solar Beam coming right through to get the secure. And RRQ, they are scattering into the wind. Levi is not done yet. He's paying it back tenfold. They want to get the members of RRQ off the map.
They get
and
him.
they actually lose Levi. Bit of an overextension. They might end up losing the Mew as well. Kekalog just biting off more than they could chew.
Biting off a little more than they can chew and getting punished for it as well. Markgod has rotated into that bottom lane though, so this is going to stop any more advancements coming in from RRQ. But I think if you're RRQ, just having that big knockout on the Urshifu, big sigh of relief, because it was off the map temporarily. They were able to get experience off of the knockout as well. So the comeback possibility here for RRQ, it is a very real reality. As long as they're able to continue to get these little minor pickoffs and to keep up, because one of the big issues I think Kekalog ran into in those previous games was because they were getting knocked out left, right, and center. They just could not keep up with the Urshifu.
Yeah.
But the game is different if you can keep up, because he no longer has the stat advantage.
He's no longer beating you because he's just stronger, right?
Yeah.
And I think that knockout even went over to Eeyore. So the dojo, the Pokemon that was behind, now tied up in terms of levels with Levi. Kekalog will still get the Regieleki. It will still threaten some prompt response from RRQ to protect that second go zone. This is where Kekalog, they're going to start moving to the bottom side and try to force open this go zone.
Yeah, I think RRQ, they're really doing the best that they can in this game, just to make sure you keep up in terms of experience. And heck, they're not even keeping up, they're actually staying ahead. So RRQ, they are understanding that they need to prepare for the late game. But oh my gosh, Dodrio almost going down. Eo just getting out in the nick of time. Team is still there. I believe Iluna also used his Unite move to go for a bit of a push. But no, Dodrio going down. The battle still continues, but Kekalog, have they stuck around for a little bit too long? 100 seconds onto the entire team. They've actually lost one of their healers. It's going to be down to this Clefable to do the healing all on his own. Another Pokemon goes down. Levi going down as well. And now Kekalog, they stuck around. The experience is going to go in favor of RRQ, and they just don't have the numbers to contest for that Reggie steal. But then again, he was there. Solar Beam is a possibility. Can Keo keep him zoned away? Unite move getting used, and the last hit going to the Blastoise. So Kekalog out of position. But RRQ, again, patient, understanding they don't have to fight on the goal zone, and that's going to be another knockout. The Trevenant. Kekalog, I think they need to back up.
Yeah, Kekalog are getting a bit too impatient with these executes.
Look at the level difference, Husskkiee. Compare the two teams.
That was off of one team fight at the bottom side, right? Kekalog, they were so focused on just everyone was basically pressing the score button. No one was kind of on the same page. They were not focused firing down the members of RRQ, and they took way too long to do that. So RRQ just had more than enough time to send back up in and get their own KOs, and now Kekalog, whatever lead that they got early on, has gone straight down the drain.
Yeah, it looks like it's gone down the drain. I mean, yes, the game is 1 point in favor of Kekalog, but right now points don't really matter, because now we're looking at the macro game. Your experience, your preparation going into that late game, and making sure you don't feed resources away to Kekalog, right? Like, if any of your Pokemon get knocked out, that's free experience. Don't give away unnecessary knockouts. That is essentially what's happening. But Husskkiee, unfortunately, running right into Levi. Ejectors there, will get out of position. Actually getting into Dodrio instead. Eo getting hit there by the Woodhammer. Just the first tick, though, does get out. No knockouts. RRQ, very lucky there.
Agility is helping Eo out, but it's a good way to check these bushes with that Horn Leech. You're unstoppable, and you are always going to get away from those situations. Kekalog will get the Regieleki for the second time, 30 seconds before the Rayquaza spawn, so they will allow Kekalog to set up around that Rayquaza pit, but you look at the levels, right? Just to reiterate it again, Kekalog, they are definitely lower in terms of numbers.
They were much lower, unfortunately. You've only got one level 13 Pokemon, and that is going to be Levi on the Water Bear.
Trying to rush the Registeel.
They need the experience. They have to try and gun for it.
Should be able to get this. 3 seconds left. Solar Beam, easy secure, right on time.
And the special attack boost as well. That's going to prove very helpful for the Mew. But look at this. though. Eeyore gonna go immediately for that 100-point dunk in the top lane. So that's gonna put them ahead. But the gap is still pretty small between the two teams, so anything goes. It's going to come down to that fight, and so far, Necro in the front lines, just helping to scout out for the team, give his team vision, figure out what's their entry point.
Margot has to do something, right? He's gonna get frozen up, then
Margot?
passive gets popped. He has to use the Phantom Forest. Follow-up needs to come in right up
Timing.
Kakalog. Levi straight to the back as Necro plays interference. Illuna is gonna be there as well. The Dojo EO runs after Levi. They do lose XQ, but Levi is still going strong, and that is what you want if you are Kakalog. Levi pretty much healthy, but the rest of his team dropping low. Eeyore still around. Kakalog can work on the Rayquaza. Blissey will come back, but RRQ, they just need to stall for 5 more seconds, and they have more than enough time to do so.
Yeah, it's not over as of yet though, but it's going to have to come down to Margot to make sure that they actually can get that Rayquaza.
They're
But he
rushing it
gets
out.
eliminated, yes. They're trying to go for the rip, but can they get that
Solar
last
beam?
hit? It's going to be Lapras! RRQ! They've swiped it away from Kakalog, and look at this. Illuna straight away wanting to get the 100-point dunks, uses the bubble beam, but it doesn't really matter though. The safeguard preventing the stun from connecting. But RRQ, they've done what they needed to do. They're getting the points. Kakalog, they thought they could win the flip, but sometimes it's just too risky.
I feel like that's probably their best bet also. Levi had the best fight that he could ask for. Went straight to the back, knocked out XU, knocked out Zoe, and was at full health. I feel like they thought they needed to rush Rayquaza because RQ, they were respawning. And if RQ gets back into the fight, Kakalog wouldn't have much to work with. I feel like it's an inevitable flip, but RQ just got the last hit.
I mean, Lapras.
Lapras of all things.
Actually got the secure. I actually think that must have been a misplay because look at Kakalog's lineup. They have Mew.
The Solar Beam was
The tick was
The tick.
unfortunately off.
She just needed to wait a bit more. I think again, right, just Kakalog, you can feel a bit of the, is impatience a good word? Desperation.
I think it was the adrenaline.
Right.
I think it was the adrenaline. The game was very close. It could have gone anyone's way. And to everyone that's watching as well, and to us as well, I think we're all very familiar with that feeling when you've just won an intense team fight and you think it's your opening to take Rayquaza, and you take it. And you lose it because you thought you could get it.
I do feel like that was the only opening. I think judging by the condition of that game, if Kakalog lets RQ reset, they won't have Unite moves to start any more fights. Levi becomes less effective. They needed to do it. It's just the Mew tick. I was looking at the Solar Beam and the
Look, we'll see it in the replay.
and the Ray health. He missed by 1 tick.
I need to see it with my own eyeballs. But oh my gosh, I mean, if your son's age, I'd just be distraught.
Anyway, they have lost 3 games in a row. This is not going to get any easier for Kakalog.
Well, here's the problem for Kakalog. For them to take this best of 3, they now need to reverse sweep RRQ, which means they now have to win 2 games back to back.
And it's a game where they took Urshifu, Clefable, and Blissey.
Yeah.
They ran what RQ had in the games that they lost, and they still lost.
You know what time it is?
It's mime time.
It's mime time. Let's go, baby. Well, we don't know if it is going to be chosen, but it worked really well in the game that they did pick it up. And I know at the time, I think it was a trump card choice because no one was expecting the mime at the time. But I kind of feel like you have to go for it.
I also feel like it's because very specific conditions were met, right? That game they had Lapras, Urshifu, Mime. I think it was either Clefable or Blissey and a Delphox. So a lot of things have to come together. The question is, if you take away one of these screws, can they still run the Mime?
I think they could, because they played. I mean, it's not just one person that's capable of playing the Mr. Mime on this team. The statistics show that they have 2 players that can play Mr. Mime. So if they need to pivot it to a different role or a different lane, whatever they need, I do think they have the possibility of doing that. But they are also in a position where RQ are now fully aware that Mr. Mime is a potential choice.
And this is the first fight that Kakalog where they just took too long. They were indecisive in whether they want to burst down the members of RQ or they want to go for the score. Lost that fight, lost the lead, and the rest was just RQ slowly but surely suffocating Kekalog.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. What an intense matchup here. And again, Kekalog stressed. I think that's really the feeling that they're feeling right now. They are feeling stressed. They're feeling pressure. They came in from the upper bracket, and they're now in a position where if they lose one game, that is it.
It slips out of their hands, right? And RQ just needs one more game. They have beaten Kekalog 3 games in a row. If this was a best of 5, RQ would have won the grand finals already.
Yes, that is actually really true.
Yeah, he missed by 1 tick. Just 1 tick. He used it so early on. I think he was also banking on Levi to burst it with the Urshifu, but that is just not enough damage. Rayquaza isn't really an easy Pokemon to take down. He's legendary for a reason.
He's legendary. I would agree definitely in that regard. But wow, I mean, I couldn't imagine being in Kekalog's position now. But while we let the players settle down, get their stuff together, again, just talk about what's going to happen in this next matchup. Let's take a look at Kekalog here. We're going to take a look at some player stats as we continue on this roller coaster of emotions.
Wait.
This might be a mistake.
Wait.
We're going to...
Rebounds?
Yep, this is a...
This is 100% a mistake.
Yeah,
but I don't
Production's trolling us.
Mamoswine, hell yes.
No one's picking
I would take the Mamoswine any day.
You know, I actually feel like Mamoswine would be a pretty interesting choice if it does get picked up, because you get hard CC with the Mamoswine.
But the only player that plays Mamoswine
is Rebongs.
Is Rebongs. He already
and he's not
qualified.
even play. Yeah,
he's a very
qualified.
interesting player, right? Very
Yeah.
interesting flex player because he can play Mamoswine, he can play your typical
Hoopa.
Slowbro, and he can even play Hoopa.
And Tyranitar.
And Tyranitar. This guy is a
Central lane Tyranitar, not just any Tyranitar. The team is insane, but we're not
team
talking
is
about
insane.
MYS. We're going to switch on over to Mark God here, and his stats so far, it's going to be predominantly Lapras. 60% of his games today have been Lapras, and interestingly enough, 20% of it has been Comfey. So if the team needs him to be on that defender, such as the Trevenant or the Lapras, yes, he can play it, but it seems like if they need that Comfey, he's your man.
we saw Comfy once.
I think we saw once.
it
I remember
once?
seeing...
Once or twice, right?
I saw one Hula Hoop Dodrio.
Right, yeah. I remember that. I think, was it the upper bracket? I think it was the upper bracket by Outwits, one of those series.
I remember seeing it. I forgot which game it was though, unfortunately.
But we know that there was one Comfy pick.
Yes, there was definitely one Comfey pick. But we haven't seen it for Kekalog so far. And I'm wondering, like, is this maybe something that Kekalog are going to look into?
But who do you pair with the Comfy? The Dodrio?
Comfey. Okay, firstly, none of the teams are picking Comfey, so it could be picked later on. I think it depends on what you want to achieve with the Comfey. If you want to put it on top of the Urshifu, if you want to improve his survivability and really turn him into that monster.
Mm-hmm.
Alternatively, some people like to put it on Lapras because there's just no way you bully a Lapras out of lane if it has a Comfey attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a possibility. But here we go, we've got Eeyore's stats on the screen right now, and he has been playing a lot of Dodrio, a lot of Urshifu. It's mostly been these two Pokemon. We hardly see anything else.
He exclusively plays these two.
Yeah,
today.
so unless Kekalog take both, I don't think we're going to be seeing him play other Pokemon. If you're wondering what the other Pokemon were, it was Talonflame and...
Did he play Zoroark? I think
Yes.
he played it once,
Yes.
right? Once or twice today.
Because it got banned, yes.
Primarily it's Urshifu and Dodrio. The interesting part is that if you have an Urshifu, you probably won't pick Dodrio. Because Urshifu
You shouldn't.
in the solo lane, it's not the best. He
Yeah.
gets bullied.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, you won't really want to pick them together unless maybe you want to play Dark Urshifu, but that version of
no.
Urshifu has just fallen out of the meta so much.
One punch Urshifu, it just gets one shot
Yeah.
nowadays.
I think people are so used to the old Dark Urshifu, like he was the one punch man, right? He was there to secure the objectives because he had the single most best objective securability in the game. I mean, he still kind of has it, but his utility outside of that it's lacking. I still feel like he's a good Pokemon. I think we just have to find that person that really explores the alternative possibilities of the Dark Urshifu, because I don't think we've seen what this Pokemon can really do.
The player I think we're looking for is an orangutan.
You mean BKC?
BKZ.
Yes, he's very good at
he's
that Dark
He's a
Urshifu.
mad scientist. He plays Dark Bear, he plays Machamp, he plays Buzzwole, way before anyone was playing.
Garchomp as well.
And Garchomp, right? He was the one who inspired.
He plays all the dark Pokemon, like the dark colored Pokemon.
He was the one who inspired MYS to play Garchomp. So
I think he inspired everybody, really. Like no one else played Garchomp.
I was inspired by my pub games because everyone plays Garchomp.
Alright, we're gonna focus back onto this game though, Husskkiee, as we are now into game 2 of the grand final match here between Cakelock and RRQ. Now, bans are gonna be exactly the same as they were in the previous game, and Levi is again gonna be securing the Urshifu as Cakelock have first pick priority in this game. And RRQ, they're gonna again roll it back with the exact same first 2 picks, the Lapras and the Dodrio. So
I wonder what Cakelock's gonna go for. Is it the same thing? It feels like you can still stick to the same Pokemon, right? Alright, right. Do it. Do it. Give me a game.
Look, I feel like...
Yeah, give me a game 6.
I feel like this should not be picked now. I kind of think you've shown it before. Why not pick it with... Like, pick it next phase? Why don't you want to show something else now?
Pick something that is more important, right? Because RQ doesn't pick Mr. Mime anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a point because I feel like what can...
Yeah, because...
Like, RQ can't answer it anyways.
And there's no way RQ are going to play Mr. Mime.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen Zoe ever play it.
If anything, RQ is the one team that if they have a Pokemon that they play it until the Pokemon can't be played.
And this is going to be the complete lineup here for Cakelock and RRQ. Is it going to be that Trevenant locked in here for Necro? He's played some fantastic games on this Pokemon. Or is it going to be the Slowbro?
It could be the Illuna Slow. Okay, no, it's Necro Trev.
I think it just makes more sense to have Necro's Trevenant because it's the AoE crowd control. It's going to be a really big Pokemon for trying to control the Machamp and maybe even the Mr. Mime, right? If you can connect all of the displacement moves onto Naughty, then maybe prevent him from actually getting into position to unite.
I do like that Cakelock, they are tripling down on the backline dive. In the previous game, they have Levi doing most of the job, but right now they have Margot with them. They have Nautiza who can do the same thing. Of course, the target is XQ again, and it's also a situation that I feel like, you know, if Eeyore gets caught out, he gets deleted instantly.
And you know what as well? This Glaceon, I don't think Eeyore can single-handedly deal with Sunzage. I kind of think this is the perfect game because he's got enough frontline protection to keep him safe. And the only backline jumper, I guess, on the side of RRQ is realistically Eeyore, because I don't think Illuna is going to have an opportunity to jump into the backlines. So this might be Cakelock's game to win.
We say that about last game. They did well for...
They did well.
The first part of the game.
They did well.
They did very well.
It was just that one moment that they weren't able to secure, unfortunately.
We'll see if they can do it this time.
I think they can.
I want a game 3. I want game 6. Yeah, I want game 6 of
game 3 of this second best of 3.
Yeah, which is game 6 overall in the grand final.
We're game 5 now, so we're getting very close.
We're getting there.
Yes, we're getting very, very close. But we are jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, because I think this is going to be one bumpy ride here as we see whether or not Cakelock can bring this to a game 6 for the grand final, or in this case, a game 3 for this best of 3.
So to start it off, RRQ, I do wonder what the emphasis from Cakelock will be. I think you are probably just going to get Levi to get a full clear, which he just did, show up top lane, and you try to get the KOs and start the snowball like you did in the previous game.
I think if I was Levi, top lane's the way to go. Because you want to slow down that Trevenant lane if you possibly can. But at the same time, you can see that Eeyore is also making sure that he's there to protect the top lane in case that sort of engagement does happen. So we can see both teams in position. We see Necro in the bush. He's a little bit scared. He does have his support behind him. And there we go. Altaria Swablu spawn in. And Levi, he does try and jump onto the Eldegoss. But hang on a minute. Has he gone a little bit too deep here? They're actually going in with the March. Oh my goodness. They actually managed to get the knockout. But it's a 1-for-1 Husskkiee. And the Trevenant, he actually gets the evolution off.
I'm not really sure if it's a trait that Cakelock would like it. Well, they definitely don't like it now. It was Margot. He used the eject button to turn the fight, and Levi was like, okay, I think we can do this, but they were taking so much chip damage from Eeyore. it just wasn't worth it.
Yeah, they really needed everything to just happen in the blink of an eye. Get the knockout and just get out. But they hung around for too long. They thought they could, again, you know, you thought you can get it, but sometimes it's just not the right place, not the right time, and they get punished. But we are going to see a big contest in that central lane because all the mid spawns, they're here, they are taken, but look at the damage! Oh my gosh, Cakelog are annihilated, and even the Mr. Mime as well.
That is exactly what RQ wanted to happen, right? They know that Cakelog would go to the central area. They just waited outside. You get the Aeos energy, well, we'll knock you out, we'll take the XP, we'll take your energy, we'll take your points, we'll score it in your own goal zone. Mr. Mime, sure, we saw how good he can be in that very first Grand Finals match, but he needs the levels also. If a Mr. Mime can't get his levels, he is as weak as any other underlevel Pokemon.
Yeah, he is one of the greedier supports, I do agree, because he really needs to come online, right? As soon as he's online, sure, EXP share away. But the unfortunate reality of EXP share is that unless you're alone, you don't really have the luxury of getting experience solo. So he has to just try and make sure that you are supporting your lane partner in the process, but they have to be so careful going into that bottom fight. Husskkiee does so much damage on that Alola Ninetales. We do see one of the walls going up, but look at that though. Eeyore actually getting a knockout there onto the choke, so he's not going to be available for the fight. But actually, hang on a minute, Eeyore goes down. That's going to be some big damage gone, and RQ lose that battle.
And the big plays coming up from Sunzage because he even used the eject button, right? He got the trade onto Eeyore, used the eject button to make sure that Eeyore goes down, and no one could stop him. This Glaceon.
There is a body block. They have to body block. They know what they're doing.
Levi?
Oh my goodness! And oh no, I'm looking at a little bit of a latency issue. We're going to continue on though. Game is okay, but Eeyore's not okay. Oh my goodness!
If you're Mr. Mime, you're very happy. You get this XP injection. Now you get the wall and psychic.
Oh my goodness.
So life would get very hard for Eeyore for this point onwards. You can't just run to the back.
Yeah, life is good for this Mr. Mime. And look at this, they're just shredding! The Lapras! Lapras is one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game, but the Icicle Spears, they don't
to Glaceon,
care.
no one is tanky.
No. Oh my goodness.
And it was this big play from the Glaceon and Mr. Mime getting the wall in time. And now if you want to rush through them, you can't do it. Mr. Mime even uses the Unite move. He was dancing on top of RQ. We can't show the dance, we can't show the choreography because it's a bit not kid-friendly. Big Phantom Forest, no follow-up. Necro was like, stop building this wall.
Stop building this. Oh my goodness. I think the change in tune for that Mr. Mime pick. I mean,
the magic is Mr. Mime. Magic.
He's not the reason that they won the early game. I think that's for sure. It was just them winning that one fight and giving him that bump in experience is really what's starting to turn things around.
And Mr. Mime is one of the few Pokemons that gets the Unite move earlier, right? I believe at level 8, and it's a very strong Unite move. You can sparingly use it.
On the squishies, it's the worst.
You can half the HP of a squishy with a Unite move as a support.
Yeah, like you Unite move in, and then when you're almost done, you prep yourself for that wall psychic because you know it's going to be happening.
Yeah, it is insane. And Necro misses the Hornleash completely. And
body block, they need to body block.
Block it, my friend.
They have to, this is the, some people would say body blocking is the counter to Glaceon. I question that sometimes.
Depends on who you're blocking it with, right? If you're blocking it as an attacker, then of course you are gonna end up getting KO'd.
Zoe was so scared he actually used the Unite move to get out of there.
But this is a snowball from Cakelog, right? Mr. Mime allows you to snowball so hard because you are just constantly. If your enemies want to rush you, you put up a wall. But if you're running into your enemy, you catch them up. You put up a wall.
I'm kidding. That's not.
It works, you know. And if you catch them at a weird angle, you essentially get free chip damage, right? You are keeping RQ at an arm's length. The only Pokemon that can kind of get to you without using much resources is Necro with the Horn Leash. But
Yeah.
Horn Leash is also the most punishing ability if you miss it.
Yeah, because the wind down, I guess, after you've casted it, it is just so long. But it looks like we do get one KO off screen though. Machamp going to be eliminated there by Eeyore. However, Necro's got to be so careful. Trevor and Orno,
Oh!
hang on a minute. They've actually
Lapras
managed to jump
Express.
onto Zinzage. He will get onto the goal
The
zone.
wall!
Oh my gosh.
They cannot get into the fight.
The wall.
Iluna landed like what? A three-man Lapras Express, and then Nautiza was
I
like,
was
no,
like, nope.
nope,
He
stay
just
out.
puts one hand up. No. Oh, no, sorry, he holds a stop sign. I would love to see Holloway where Mr. Mime is... Was it?
Construction worker,
No,
traffic
no.
officer mine.
What was it? Pedestrian walk guy. Stop. I don't know what the name is.
The fake mannequin.
Oh, jeez. I'd love to see that as Holloway. I think that would be absolutely perfect
What
for
if-
people that play
So what if
ball
like
mine.
this is a stretch? I'm not sure if it would ever happen, but he puts up a brick wall, and then his psychic is basically a stop sign, right? He shoves you into the wall.
No, I don't think it's going to happen. But what is going to happen, though, is we are going to see the Reggie spawn in that bottom lane, and this is just going to get shredded.
It is. Watch this. Okay, it's too brutal. We can't watch it.
Yeah, it's just so fast. The experience, the buff, going to go in favor of Cakelock. Now, the good news, I suppose, is that it's not Reggie Steel or Reggie Rock, so not special, not the attack boost or the defensive boost. It's just going to be the regeneration boosts.
And I mean,
But this
RQ,
late game...
they also have a Dodrio, right? So you always have a
Hang
backup
on.
potential.
They're pushing up top here, Husskkiee. I think we're going to see a really quick fight here, and they almost take out the Lapras. We'll just get out with the Lapras Express, but that's not going to be available for the fight anymore.
They're gonna try bomb rush this. Might be bomb rushing
And-
this Rayquaza. Sunzage,
Yes.
he's starting it up already. Glaceon,
You can.
they have so much damage. And Mr. Mime, right? Again, we saw what Mr. Mime did the very first game of this grand finals.
Hang on.
Eeyore needs to make something big happen.
They're
He's-
coming in for a multi-front assault.
Good
and I love that
position.
Eeyore is going in, almost getting the Glaceon, but
He's
look at the
getting shredded.
icicle shot. Oh my god, he almost actually gets it, but he's still alive. Phantom Forest gets thrown down as well. Machamp going to be going down. It's 4 versus 5 so far. RQ
They're
still
winning.
looking healthy, but hang on a minute. They're going to try and jump onto Husskkiee. 3
They're winning
Mega
the
One
fight.
down on Cakelock. They got the Glaceon. They got the Mr. Mime. They got the problematic Pokemon. It's now down to Levi, but he also gets chopped down. And the last remaining Pokemon, it's a Blissey.
Can the Blissey steal it?
I don't know if Blissey can, but we'll
Machamp
have
is
to
coming
see.
back. They don't have enough time. The Blissey might just throw bodies for this,
Safeguard.
right? Can you do it?
Helping
Safe-
hands.
Going
Oh, I
right
don't
in.
think he
Can't get
can.
it. I think the game is done, Danny.
It might be done, but we'll have to see. Can they break the shields first? That's the most important
Bottom
thing.
side.
Bottom side, we've got Eeyore going up top. The wall is there. Markot's ready to break the Dodrio's shield. You can see Necro
They don't have
running
damage.
straight towards that central area. Zoe going to be losing his shielding, so no scoring there, unfortunately, for the Eldegoss. Necro, he's still got a shield as well. But so far, 251 to 326, 38 seconds to go. The comeback potential, maybe it can happen, but we need to see some scores happen for Cakelock.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's done.
Necro is buying so much time. I think not much people on Cakelock have points, and even if they do, they need to try brute force through this, right?
They
Eeyore is
can't.
going to
20
reset.
seconds.
Axel already dropped down to the top goal zone. RQ mounting that final defense. I
No
think
one's in position.
Cakelock can't do this. There's not enough time. 15 seconds left. RQ, they have secured all the goal zones. 4
Oh,
games
no.
in a row for RRQ. All the way from the lower bracket, broke the 4th place curse, reset the grand finals, and here we have it. Rex, Regan, Creon have finally done it, Danny. The
What?
champions for the May qualifiers. They are going back home, $7,000 richer, but most importantly is that I think pride has been redeemed by RRQ.
Look, I can imagine all of the RRQ fans that were tuning in, supporting them from last month into this month, losing their minds because this run from RRQ has been phenomenal. They got knocked down to the lower bracket right from the beginning of today.
Yeah.
And they have been playing on emergency mode all day, right? They couldn't afford to lose a single series. They have won every single series up until this grand final. And in the grand final, they only lost 1 game.
And they played a full series, right? Full series in the lower bracket finals, full series in the first set of the grand finals,
Yep.
and finally a 2-0 at the end. And you know, our biggest question was, what is the weakness of Mr. Mime? When he's not with his team, we saw that final fight. Mr. Mime jumps into the back with the Unite move. He was dancing around, but there was no audience. His whole team was getting distracted by one 3-headed bird.
Yep.
And by the time they took out EOR, it was too late. They've lost that window of opportunity. And RQ, they found a solution, right? They picked Kakalok apart.
Yeah, you had to just pull, yeah, as you said, pull them apart. Make sure they're not fighting together as a single unit. Oh my goodness, RRQ. I mean, this team has got to be proud after their run for today. But at the same time, Kakalok, you know, they may have not have won the grand final, but this team...
I think you can definitely put them on the same pedestal as Xerific Gaming.
Their
Right,
run, I think... I'm not 100% sure, but then again, Xerific isn't fresh in my mind. But I think the best way to put it here is that this team was not a fluke. It wasn't luck.
Oh, yeah.
They legitimately won their games going into the grand final, and they have proven that they can go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams Asia has to offer.
They push RQ to the absolute limit, right? They have their
Yeah.
own picks that no one has seen before competitively, or at least play at such a level, and they were able to win with it. Mr. Mime, I think, would be remembered for a long time. And I draw the comparison with Xerific Gaming, not to say that they are better or Xerific Gaming is better. It's more of we have these teams that are formed out of nowhere. Maybe they've been playing together for a long time. They see the qualifier as an opportunity, and they were able to prove themselves on the big stage.
Yeah,
Xerific Gaming also drew blood from MYS, and this was the team that almost performed the biggest upset in Asia Pacific 2 months ago.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. But just seeing these teams play today, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing these 3 teams, and I say 3 because 3 teams today have gone on to qualify for the regional finals. That's going to be happening next month, Husskkiee.
Yeah, and the journey is not done just yet. They
No.
still have one last hurdle to go through. And in the regional finals, we will have 8 teams competing and only 3 will make it through. We found number 3 to 5.
Yes,
We can find,
3 to
we'll get
5.
3 more next month. And the craziest part is that when the June qualifier rolls around, we don't even know who will make it through until the last chance. And we're
Yeah.
to the regionals, which is, I think, the most insane part of everything.
Yeah, but I think it's also great for some of the teams that weren't able to make it through this month, right?
Have a final
It's
chance for them.
your final chance, it's your last hurrah to make it to the regional qualifiers. And it's going to be under potentially a new meta again, right?
Oh, yeah?
Because we're going to be
Umbreon?
seeing Umbreon will be available to play. No Leafeon, because I think Leafeon
It's
is released a week before or on the
Yeah,
same
it's
week.
within that same timeline,
Yeah,
right?
so unfortunately we're not going to be seeing any Leafeon gaming. But I think Umbreon's appearance is going to really shake things up again.
yeah, looking at the abilities or the sneak peeks, I am getting very excited to see what Umbreon can do. But first of all, congratulations to RRQ, Rex, Regum, Keon, Kings of Kings, finally qualifying for the regional playoffs that is going to be happening next month. EOR, Necro, XQ, Zoe, and Illuna. They've come such a long way from a team that were the best domestically, has been trying to prove themselves on that regional stage. They came 4th in APAC, in ACL, came 4th last month, losing to no Lucario. Here they are, champions of May.
Champions of May, making their countrymen proud back in Indonesia, putting Indonesia on the map as well. I think at this point, RRQ would be the best team Indonesia has to offer.
Oh, 100%. I think even you look back to London, we have Renaissance, right? That was our best finish
For Asia.
For Asia. Now we have more representatives. RQ is definitely in contention. Again, going into the regional playoffs, you are looking at the teams like Team MYS, teams like Xerific Gaming. You also have Outwit, you have Kakalok, and we get 3 more next month. RQ still has a tall mountain to climb, but this is a good achievement for the squad. I think this is a milestone for the roster.
Yeah. Well, now at least they can sort of put their heads down. They can feel safe because they've guaranteed the spot in the regional finals. It's now time to train
Oh,
for the
yes.
regional finals. Scrim with the teams that have qualified. Really make sure you're in tip-top shape because that's really what all of this is going to come down to. Everybody competing is trying to qualify to play at Yokohama, the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series,
The
against the
birthplace.
best teams in the entire world. No longer just Asia, but the entire world.
That has different metas, right? That picks Pokemon that we in Asia deem as not good enough?
Look, I know a lot of the teams in Asia are looking forward to playing against the North American teams,
Oh, yes.
the European teams, like just being able to play against them. They want to experience that.
Yeah, the
So-
meta there is quite insane, right?
It is. Like it's fantastic and it's magical. But for now, let's bathe in the glory because we have our 3 teams for May that have qualified for the regional playoffs. In first place for today, we have RRQ. Second place, we have Kakalok. And third, we have Outwit. All 3 teams, they played fantastic today. They absolutely performed to their absolute best. They deserve the qualification for the regional playoffs, and I know from me and Husskkiee, we wish these guys the best of luck because the challenge has really only begun.
This is just kind of your first step
The
to
appetizer.
through the great door. Well, we have Eeyore on the line with us in just a bit, so we will get to talk to RRQ. I think in the last one we got to talk to, was it Rebounds from MYS? That was a
Yes.
very good chat as well. But I also want to hear what Eeyore has to say because they have come a long way, played 2 qualifiers, and they had to play a very long journey from the start of the day, and they had to play they have played like full series even. Now we have Eeyore on the line. Finally, hello Eeyore. First of all, congratulations to you and the rest of RRQ for finally making it through. How does it feel?
Thank you for the congratulations. Of course, we feel very happy. We're glad that we managed to get first in makeup. Obviously, we wanted the easier route from the winner side, but unfortunate thing happened and we went down to lower brackets. And massive props to all of my teammates who managed to keep their spirit and their focus up because we really had a really long day. And of course, we faced a very strong opponent in the finals, and we're also happy and glad that we managed to get first.
Yeah, so Eeyore, I'm very sorry if we're going to go down to a bit of a gloomy path for the beginning of this interview, but can you walk us through what sort of happened today and then how the teams recovered playing through the lower bracket all the way to the grand final? Because it's been a long day, it's been mentally taxing. I want to know, how do you guys get over, I guess, that first loss and turn it into your power?
I think massive props to Night as well, the team, because we feel like they are the only team that managed to beat us in draft compared to all of the other teams that we face from yesterday until today. But also, I think we need to remember that no one in WCS this year has had a flawless run. Even looking at April, MYS dropped some best of 3 matches. Even in day 1 and of course in day 2. And actually, what we did is that we only lost 1 set throughout the 2 days of tournament. So I think it happens that sometimes you lose not only a single game but also the entire series. And I hope it will be a learning experience for us going forward, that even if we lose, that we must keep our spirit and keep fighting towards the end.
Yeah, it's great to hear, right? We've talked, we've conversed before, I think during ACL as well. Just one final thing for you, something that I think all RQ fans or all former Team Rise fans would be very happy to hear. You guys finished 4th in ACL, 4th in April Cup. You broke through that curse, you won May. But if there's one thing that you could attribute that evolution to, what would it be? Like what was the main factor that really pushed you guys to the next level and finally achieving this milestone?
I guess it comes down to practice, because we managed to increase our practice regime even further from April to May. But also, we must not lie to ourselves that makeup seems easier because MYS and ZG is not here. And of course, they will be the opponents to face in the June regionals. So yeah, even some can say that we get first because this month is a bit different and we kind of miss competing against them as well. So yeah, we'll focus on ourselves. We will try to improve even further, and hopefully in June we will be able to get first as well when the top 8 team from APAC West is there, right?
You'll be able to face all your rivals very soon. Just be a bit more patient, Eeyore. We wish you and the rest of RQ all the best. I can't wait to see you guys compete at the highest level once more. Thank you for being here with us. You deserve a very good rest. And once more, congratulations for becoming the champions of the makeup.
Okay, thank you to everyone who supported us as well.
Thank you so much, Eeyore.
Thank you so much, Eeyore. Bye-bye. Good night. But wow.
Look, I think the whole team, they're gonna do one of two things. You know, they're maybe gonna go celebrate. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I don't know if they're even together, or everyone's just gonna go to bed because they had a really long day.
I would go to bed.
I'd probably go to bed.
I would go to bed. We'll probably celebrate on like Discord.
Or maybe
for a
tomorrow
while.
morning. Maybe they're all gonna have like go to a cafe or something,
So-
catch up and have some coffee.
Interesting fact is that after ACL, they actually did celebrate, right? They went on a holiday. I think Necro was like cafe hopping all over Indonesia.
I think I remember seeing that on Eeyore's Instagram feed. Like there was just a whole bunch of cafes.
They were cafe hopping. They were having a good time. So, but this one is a bit more serious, right? It's about Yokohama. So
Yes.
the journey has just begun. We're gonna give you guys a quick recap of the entire bracket from top to bottom. We did talk about some heartbreaks. No, Evo's Leviathan, the second team from Indonesia, getting knocked out instantly in the very first bracket. First by Gonleo, then by Moon Knight. We saw some returning veterans. You saw Wraith from No Lucario. We saw Ruvis, ex-Renaissance, playing in Moon Knight, but they did fall to RRQ. And last but not least, RRQ winning the whole thing through a miraculous, not even miraculous, just an impressive lower bracket run.
Oh, it was a phenomenal run. I mean, they had to play in emergency mode. You couldn't afford to lose where they were, and they won every single series going up until that grand final.
They
I mean,
played 3-2-1 series also.
yeah. So I'm jealous. I don't know how they were able to keep their composure through all those games.
Yeah.
Because you can't really sit there and be on adrenaline mode for an entire day. You would just be completely pooped out.
Yeah, I actually remember asking Rebongs about this last month, and he said that it's just everyone was able to keep each other in the same headspace, right? You need that third or fourth person to tell you
Yeah.
what to focus on, and it really tests that teamwork, that team spirit. You can't have one guy who falls apart, and if that does happen, well, you have to somehow pick them back up, and I think these two teams have that quality, and this is why they are made of champions. But for you guys out there, if you guys have missed out this news, well, we're going to remind you guys once more, coming up is going to be the release of 2 new evolutions, Umbreon and Leafeon,
Yes.
and that is Umbreon is going to come really soon in a few days.
Next
We
week,
have a
yes.
video, actually, well, we have a graphic for you guys. Umbreon and Leafeon making their debut for the EV Festival. It is actually happening right now in the game. Just gonna build up your appeal level and captivate the Gigantamax EV because it's not evolved. But we have a
It's
video for this.
Gigantamax.
It is Gigantamax, and of course, May 25th is where Umbreon joins, and June 8th is where Leafeon joins. So
Yes.
regional qualifiers, we get to see Umbreon, but not Leafeon.
I really wanted to see Leafeon play, but sometimes we're just not blessed. But yes, if you do want to pick up these EVs, make sure you're here for May 25th. 3 days for Umbreon. Otherwise, wait for June 8th if you would like to pick up Leafeon and give it a shot, because that was... I mean, I love the EVs.
I know.
But
You are
you know
an
what?
EV trainer.
I'm an EV trainer. But here we go. I also want to remind all of our amazing trainers about another thing that's happening. And it is actually going to be Challenge Day. And if you don't know what Challenge Day is, it's an opportunity for you guys to play in a Pokémon UNITE competitive format. And it's a little bit more casual. It's not like the WCS run where it's very formal. There's lots of stuff to do. This is a half a day, or not even a half a day thing. It was just sort of a couple hours sort of thing where you get to join in. There are 4 rounds of best of 1 games. It's Swiss style. It's held in English and Japanese. And you can enter as a solo, a duo, or a trio, and you just participate for fun. You know, if you win, you win, and if you don't, you don't. But at least you get a chance to try and play in the tournament format. And if you like this stuff, maybe you should play in the WCS next year.
Yeah, because we have been screaming really hard, and we want to see some of you guys in the WCS Last Chance qualifiers as well. But being able to share the game that you all love with the people, like-minded individuals, and also experience that competitive environment in a casual manner, it's always a great thing.
Yeah.
I miss these kinds of experience.
Yep, so as you can see on the screen, June 17th, it's a Saturday. There's an AM session and a PM session. Take a look, see what times, if you're available for these, give it a shot, just do it for fun.
Do it for fun.
For all you know, I've spoken to some people before and they said that they originally played Pokemon Unite for fun and then they somehow just magically ended up in the competitive scene.
And guess what? Maybe some of these people have qualified for the regional finals. The universe works in a very strange manner. Just one last thing that you guys need to remember. All these time that you see on your screen are Japan standard time. So don't get that wrong because you don't want to miss out. And finally, after teasing you wrongly for 2 times, now 3rd time's the charm, we have the EV video coming right up. Enjoy. And there you have it, all your EV lovers, especially the one beside me. That is our EV festival, and you get to kind of experience Umbreon and Leafeon firsthand before they're officially released. Umbreon coming soon, Leafeon in next month, right? It's like one week plus. But it has been a great day. We are seeing more and more players who join the competitive scene, who show us that we might not know them before, but we definitely know them now.
Pleasant surprises, that's what I like to call them, right? You see these new faces come out of nowhere. And again, to anyone that's interested in competing in the WCS, there is still registrations, I believe, that are open for the last chance qualifier, which is happening next month. So if you're thinking about it, give it a shot. You never know. If you don't make it, you don't make it, but at least you tried. So enter the WCS qualifiers. Maybe you'll make it through and we'll be able to cast your games. I think it'll be very exciting to see some more new faces in the Pokemon Unite scene. But Husskkiee, it's been great casting with you again.
It's been great casting with you as always. But well, we still have one more last chance qualifiers, but the most important thing is the regional qualifiers that will send the top 3 out of 8 teams that APAC West has to offer to Yokohama. And that means that there's more Pokemon Unite action coming next month. But for now, we're going to sign off first and draw the curtains. Thank you to everyone who has been patient with us, who has enjoyed all the games and the broadcast. We appreciate it a lot. And on behalf of our colleague Flava and everyone behind the scenes, we wish you guys a fantastic night. And we will see you next month for the regional qualifiers.
Oh, here comes the entry. Coming up from the A-Point zone, but didn't be singled out enough. They managed to keep Danelie Fable in, but Delphox gets taken down as well. Venusaur might not be able to just sustain this, and he gets taken down as well. In the hearts of the Trevenant, going over the chase. It's a little bit too much for the Glaceon to handle despite having
Good hammer, push back, rapid spin from Necro in the midst of things. Watch out for the Hydro Typhoon because it's coming right through, baby. Right onto 2 of the members of Gone Down. That backline is done so. RRQ making quick work of the Mew. Zhao, yeah, he's trying to Giga Drain up everyone, but you have Zoe with you. He's gonna get slapped in the...
It's so loud right now. Everybody's on standby. We have
They call
everyone. They're going in. It's gonna be the slow bro.
He
but
has no
he's a
help.
bunch of sustain right now. He doesn't have much and gets taken down. Right in the hands of the Buzzball.
Hydro Typhoon! They slow in!
They got it! They did it! Moon Knight gets Rayquaza. Can they top lane? Another Regieleki attempt as well, and it seems that it's going to be uncontested. Nina is going to be getting in. Of course, from behind. Yet another CC here. Of course, Hydro Typhoon hitting up on 4. Where's the follow-up from behind? getting down still right here. And but will still manage to get in that Regieleki. Urshifu is in trouble.
Now, good old Ray Ray. Dojo coming right through, shooting straight into the middle. The Bazo is gone. Hydro Typhoon from Ray. Can they get this? They have...
A lot of the pressure is coming in from Kakalok, who are now going into that central area, and Ivysaur just gets immediately knocked out. Both of the supporters as well, just getting shredded by all this burst damage from Kakalok's side. And well,
they're not done yet.
It might just be
Sableye,
the
she's
very
from behind.
first.
Look at this Hunter in the night, chasing from behind as well. Advantage buff.
10 seconds to go here, Flava. Now the Reggie does go into the goal zone in that top lane, and you can see we're going to see a 100-point dunk coming in from Kakalok. And look at this again, Outwit just going to go for the Rayquaza Rip, but look at this though, we see the Unite onto the Blast, which Hydro Typhoon gets used, and the Talonflame, he does get the Ray to Tyranitar down as much as possible, because if you can keep him in that second evolution, there's so much you can do against him. He just isn't functional, and
still able to take down a Squirtle while big solo
down ball on its own. But here we go again, another Alola Ninetales Unite, 2 Pokemon down on the side of Outwit. They're still trying to defend. Necro throwing Pokemon left, right, and center, but look at Eon looking to go for the backstab, gets the Ivysaur, so gets the Venusaur, gets the Dodrio, looking to get the silver there by Joker, but he was able to get out of there, luckily with the ejector. Slowbro, yes, and Luna going to be getting the objective for his team, and 2 KOs on the side of Outwit. They're going to get a third as well. Clefable also going down, the last 2 survivors.
Delivering Levi straight into the fight. They're gonna run right in with the Mr. Mime dancing on top of RRQ, and that's Clefable. As she's already out, no more Moonlight in this fight. Luna and Neko trying to hold the front, but they've already found the Alola Ninetales. No more attackers for RRQ and Kakalok. They are doing so well.
The setup with the Lapras Express coming in from Necro. They did get the slow beam, I believe, onto the Urshifu onto Eeyore, but he got Bliss assisted. I mean, there was
They even got Zoe to score another extra 40. 100 points on the top side. They need to break this first goal zone. There might be a chance for Kakalok. They've broken both of it. 186. Can Sunjin get the last one in? Does this count?
Nick of Time team is still there. I believe Iluna also used his Unite move to go for a bit of a push, but no. Dodrio going down. The battle still continues, but Kakalok, have they stuck around for a little bit too long? 100 onto the entire team. They've actually lost one of their healers. It's going to be down to this Clefable to do the healing all on his own. Another Pokemon goes down. Levi going down as well. And now Kakalok, Icicle Shot. Oh my god, he almost actually gets it, but he's still alive. Phantom Forest gets thrown down as well. Machamp going to be going down. It's 4 versus 5 so far. RRQ's still pretty healthy, but hang on a minute. They're going to try and jump onto Husskkiee. 3 Pokemon down on Kakalok. They got the Glaceon. They got the Mr. Mime. They got the problematic Pokemon. It's now down to Levi, but he